Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku Isekaied to RWBY and had Harem? Part 2. This story is Hunting for a Hero by gamer GG7267. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. 2 days have passed, and Team RWBY had noticed Izuku was getting more and more frustrated. He started snapping at people who tried to talk to him, but then again, not many people did. At first they were curious about the boy from another world, so much so that he gained the nickname, the Visitor. But after word of what he'd done to the Borbatusk spread around the school, he was looked at with fear and hesitation. But it became clear to Team RWBY and JNPR that Izuku needed a break, but when John told him that, Izuku just looked at him with an annoyed look. After that they stayed silent, not knowing how to reel Izuku back. RWBY a little bit after John. Unlike the blonde, Izuku didn't glare at her or speak to her, instead opting to ignore her and move away. After that little scene, most of the group didn't know how to approach the boy. But one of the girls had an idea. Izuku's eyes slowly opened, his vision blurred. He rubbed his eyes a few times before blinking a few times. He stared up towards the roof and let out a sigh. Izuku thought back on what had happened so far. The timeline he had created here. He arrived late Sunday night. He took the bullhead to Beacon on Monday. Entrance exam was on Tuesday. First day of class on Wednesday, and now it was Saturday morning. He'd been on Remnant for around 5.5 days, and Ozpin hadn't come to him saying he could bring Izuku home. He was starting to get scared. The Vestiges had given him an estimate of 2 weeks before All for One would launch his final attack. He was fast approaching his final week, and starting to get incredibly stressed. He was beginning to get incredibly agitated when people annoyed him, or talked to him in general. It also didn't help that a lot of the students were avoiding him because of his stunt on Wednesday, but he didn't care how they viewed him. They could call him bitter, they could call him twisted, demon or monster, and he wouldn't correct them. Not that any of them have ever called him that, but it was only a matter of time. He was different from them, and Izuku knew they were aware of that. People didn't like those who were different from them. He learned that when he diagnosed Quirkless. Thankfully he'd been around people who accepted him, but a part of him was just waiting for them to turn on him. To decide they've had their fun and to stop treating him like a human being. But that wasn't the only thing he was scared of. The longer he stayed on Remnant, the more attached to the world he'd become. He'd already befriended RWBY, but now whenever he thought of leaving, he felt sick. He knew he had to leave her behind, and he knew they'd talked about this, but he hated saying goodbye. He remembered what it felt like when he left Melissa, Katsuma, and Rody. He'd grown to care for them, and it pained him greatly when he had to leave them. And with RWBY and some of the others, he knew he'd never see them again. Izuku knew that he'd already voiced his concerns with RWBY and that she had eased them, but that was the problem. She only eased them. He was still scared of what would happen when had to go home. Scared that he'd have to say goodbye to people who cared about him and never get the chance to see them again. Scared of what he might do when it was time for him to leave. He pushed those thoughts out of his mind and turned over onto his side, ready to start the day, which he expected would probably just be training at the school's gym until it closed. He was not expecting to see Yang's face just millimeters from his own. "Morning, handsome," she whispered with a sultry voice. Izuku lurched back out of surprise, his back slamming into the ropes that held the mattress up, blocking him from falling out of his suspended bed. "What the, Xiao Long?" Izuku exclaimed, holding onto the ropes with his still gloved hands. "What were you doing?" "Waiting for you to wake up." "Duh," she said nonchalantly, waving her hand around. "The other girls have already left to go do their own stuff," she informed him. Izuku looked around the room and found everyone was gone like Yang said. He also noticed a chair missing from one of the desks, which was probably being used as a stool for Yang. "So why are you still here?" Izuku asked, looking at her with suspicion. "Because I thought you need to have some time away from Beacon. So I'm taking you out for the day," she proclaimed, grabbing his leg. Izuku yelped when she grabbed his legs and began to protest loudly. The day would be better spent training and preparing for the final battle against One for All and All for One, but Yang didn't care as she tried to pull him out of his bed. Let go, damn it. Yang walked with a smile, her head held high as she sauntered down the road. While behind her, Izuku walked slowly, looking down at the ground with a small frown. It took a while for her to convince the boy to follow her, but after bothering him for half an hour, he finally relented. Oh come on, don't look like that, today will be fun, she said, turning to face him. Izuku looked up at her with an untrusting gaze. Can I just go back and train? He sighed, pleading at her with both his words and eyes. I shouldn't waste time like this. I need to prepare for when I return home. No, Yang cheerfully stated. You've been acting like a jerk the past 2 days, and it's kinda getting annoying. Everyone needs a day off, and today is yours. Izuku relented and looked back to the ground. Fine, he muttered, but what are we even going to do? I don't know anything about what you people do for fun, he told her. They were from different cultures, and Izuku still didn't know much about this world. Yang looked at Izuku and her eyes landed on his clothes, the same ones he wore whenever he wasn't in his school uniform. Including when he went to sleep. Her eyes soon traveled down to his gloves. She'd never seen him without them. Even when he slept, he was wearing those dirty things. Well, first off we could get you some new clothes, she suggested. I don't need new clothes. Izuku stated. Dude, you only have 3 outfits. Your beacon uniform, that creepy costume you have, and the clothes you're wearing now. Which also doubles as your pajamas. Yang told him. We aren't going to leave until we find an outfit for you. Izuku stayed silent, which Yang took as acceptance. She grabbed his hand and raced into a nearby clothes store. Once inside, she let go of Izuku's hand and looked at him. I'm gonna have a look around for myself. Come back to me when you've found something, she told him before walking over to the leather jackets before he could say anything. Was she being pushy? Probably. But after spending a while around Izuku, she found that the only way to get him to do something he didn't want to do was to push him into it and walk away before he could protest. And if he did protest, then annoying him non-stop would work. This wasn't something she was going to do constantly, but it was a good last resort for when Izuku was acting up. After a few minutes, Izuku came walking back, holding a plain white shirt and black pants. If there's no way for me to convince you to not spend any money on me, then I'll get these. He said, handing her the clothes. Yang took hold of them and had a look. They looked very ordinary. The texture wasn't the greatest, but it was wearable. She looked at the size of his shirt and then back at the boy with her eyebrow raised. Then she saw the price tag and a tiny laugh escaped her throat. Did you just wander around and look for the cheapest things? Yang asked, holding the shirt. Yes, Izuku admitted without shame. The blunt delivery of that line made Yang laugh. Once she calmed down, she walked around and picked out a better shirt with a light gray hooded sweatshirt with dark gray arms. She thrust the clothes into Izuku's hands and watched as his eyes bulged at the cost. Which was strange considering it didn't cost as much. I'm not worth spending this much money over. He exclaimed. Dude, it's barely any money. Relax. Yang informed him. That made Izuku slow down. Looking over the price tag, he saw another symbol instead of the one he was used to. This isn't yen. He asked. No, this is lien, Yang told him. Using Izuku's confused state against him, she shoved him towards a changing room and pushed him inside before closing the door, allowing him to change. She waited for a while, but patience was never her strong suit. She tapped her foot on the ground multiple times and wondered if Izuku was still standing around confused. Are you almost done? She called out. It couldn't take this long for him to put on the clothes and come show her how he looked. She could hear a small mumble from Izuku, but it was indiscernible. After another minute, she gave up. That's it. She shouted before opening the door. Wait, don't come in, Izuku yelled. His voice was clearer now that the door was open, but it was too late. Yang saw Izuku was shirtless, the shirt and hoodie crumpled beside him, indicating he'd already tried them on. This was the first time she saw what he hid from the world underneath his clothing. He had an extremely toned build with a solid six-pack to complement it. She was shocked at how he kept his form hidden for so long, but then she remembered he only wore baggy clothing, which would have hidden his body. A smile came to her face as she stared at his muscular arms, but that smile soon faded when she saw his right hand and arm. His fingers were crooked with two ring-like scars covering his hand and wrist. She stared at them for a bit longer, her mind trying to imagine what could have caused the injury, before Izuku spoke up. "Can you stop staring?" Izuku requested emotionlessly. "I don't like it." That snapped Yang out of her stupor as she looked into Izuku's eyes and saw nothing staring back. Hey, sorry, I didn't know you were still. No." She stumbled over her words, slowly walking backwards until she was clear from the door. Once she was out, Izuku slammed the door shut, leaving her alone with her thoughts. And normally it would be filled with images of the boy's body, but all she could see were his scars and the look he gave her. Oh God, she was such an idiot. After a minute Izuku walked out of the changing room, not meeting her eyesight, which only made her feel worse. She quickly paid for the clothes and left the store, following Izuku as he walked away. "Hey. I just wanted to Appo." "Don't." Izuku stopped her. "You saw them and there's nothing I can do now." "Just please pretend like you never saw them," he requested coldly, not bothering to turn around and look at her while he was speaking. "Why do you hide them?" she asked, ignoring Izuku's request. Izuku felt his eyes twitch at her disobedience. He quickly tried to lie and get out of the situation. "I don't want people to worry about me." He hoped that Yang had bought the lie, but it appeared luck was not on his side that day. "That's bullshit. We have been worrying about you since you started acting even more cold and distant. And you know it," Yang pointed out, thrusting her finger into Izuku's back. Izuku closed his eyes and thought hard. Yang was nice, if a bit wild. She teased him a lot and got in his personal space a lot, but it was just for fun. She was RWBY's sister and she'd never tried to hurt him. She was a good person. "Trust your heart." He stopped, which prompted Yang to stop too. With a heavy sigh, he turned around to face the girl. "I wear them because I don't trust anyone," he told her, watching her carefully. He'd already told Weiss this information, but not the full extent. "Everywhere I go, I feel like I'm being watched. I wear these gloves because they keep me on edge, they make me keep me guard up," he informed her. He studied her reaction. If it looked like the conversation was about to go south, then he'd stop. Yang stared at him, her eyes scrunched up in confusion. "Why don't you trust anyone? Has anyone tried to hurt you?" she asked, her voice taking on a more protective tone. If someone had hurt any of her friends, they would regret it. Izuku watched as her eyes flashed red in anger and he was quick to deny the claim. "No." He shook his head, calming Yang down. "Back in my world, I was being hunted down by a lunatic. The villain who wants to take over the world," Yang guessed, remembering what Izuku told the school. Izuku nodded. "But I was also hunting him down. And while I did, I had to deal with multiple villains who were trying to kill me. Then all for one, the villain, sent an assassin after me. I only defeated her after using ... He trailed off, shaking his head. She didn't need to know about his other quirks just yet. Anyway, I was told to go to a mansion hidden in a forest where she thought All for One was hiding. But when I got there, I was tricked and blown up. During the explosion, he must have used some kind of quirk that sent me into this world, then not too long afterwards, I met your sister." Izuku sat down on a bench. Yang took a seat beside him, listening to everything he was telling her. "Since I started hunting him down, I've been tricked, hurt and hunted by multiple people. And in this world, I don't know any of you. What you might do to me, or what you think of me." Yang knew the boy might have been paranoid, but this was next level. Although it did explain why he was always so on edge around them. He was traumatized, plain and simple. "You don't trust us, is that why you've been a jerk to everyone lately?" Yang questioned. Izuku hesitated before shaking his head. "No," he stated. He stayed silent and saw Yang staring at him. He didn't want to continue, but she hadn't turned on him or showed any indication that she was going to use this information for her own benefit, so maybe Izuku could trust her. "I did it because I'm scared of leaving. When I leave, I'm going to need to accept that I'll never see anyone here again, and if I ever want to see any of you again, I can't," he admitted. "So you're acting rude and ignoring us because?" Yang questioned, unsure of what Izuku was trying to say. "I just think it'll be easier for me to leave if no one here likes me," Izuku stated. Yang stared at him incredulously. That was a stupid idea, and if she told others that, they would agree with her. In a way, it made sense. It would be easy to leave a place if no one liked you, but Yang still thought it was stupid. Why would you think that? Because when I leave I'm scared of what I might do when I get to go home. I'm scared that a part of me will become attached to this world and the friends I might make here. Once they find a chance for me to go home, I'm scared that my emotions will make me want to stay here. He reasoned. Now Yang was starting to understand what he was talking about. So she grabbed his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. She felt Izuku tense up from the sudden contact, but quickly he relaxed when he looked at her. You don't need to be scared of that. You'll know what to do when you have to leave. Besides, it could be a two-way portal to get you home, so we could come visit you. She tried getting through to him. She wasn't the best at heart-to-hearts, but she was trying her best, and Izuku could see that. You don't have to be afraid to make friends. You don't have to worry about getting betrayed. No one here wants to hurt you, and if they do, I've got your back. And so does the rest of the team. We care about you, so if you ever have any troubles, just come to us and we'll help you get through them, okay? Izuku slowly nodded. Trusting Yang seemed to be a good idea since he felt a lot calmer now than earlier today. Sorry for dumping all this on you, he apologized. Well, I asked for it, and since you decided to trust me with this, the least I can do is buy you lunch, Yang offered. You already bought me some clothes, you don't have to buy me lunch as well. Izuku tried to reason with her, but like himself, once the girl had her mind set on something, she wouldn't stop. I'm hungry as well, so it's a win-win. You get food and I get food, she claimed. Anyway, what do you feel like for lunch? Izuku thought for a moment. He hadn't had his favorite food in a long time, and he was starting to miss it. Do you know anywhere that serves katsudon? Izuku asked. What's katsudon? Yang saw Izuku blink a couple of times, like he was trying to process her response. Rice, tonkat, he caught himself and shook his head. She wouldn't know what a tonkatsu was, deep-fried pork cutlet covered with bread crumbs, egg, vegetables, condiments. Are you telling me you have nothing like that here? Nope. Izuku tried to act like it didn't bother him, but Yang could see he was upset, but it sounds delicious. You'll have to make it for me sometime. She clapped her hands. We can make it a date. A small blush coated Izuku's cheeks as he shyly looked away. Maybe if I find the time I will, he told her. He heard a small giggle come from the blonde before she began laughing. What's so funny? He asked. I just think it's cute. You act all cold and tough on the outside, but underneath all that, you're just a giant dork, aren't you? Yang asked with a sly grin. Izuku didn't respond to that tease, but Yang could have sworn she saw a tiny, embarrassed smile appear on his face. The rest of the day went by so quickly, Yang could barely believe they'd spent the whole afternoon just walking around the city. With a heavy sigh, she and Izuku headed back to Beacon. It wasn't long before they were walking through the gates, heading towards the main building. They passed a notice board where it had the schedules of every class posted up on it. I wish the weekend would last like 6 more days. Yang groaned. Then there would be no school, Izuku remarked. Exactly, Yang exclaimed with a smile, but I guess school isn't all bad. I love combat class, although I wonder when they're gonna teach us how to improve our aura control. Izuku's face turned into one of confusion as the word circled through his mind. What's aura? He questioned. Yang snorted, thinking Izuku was joking, but when she turned and saw his face her smile faded. Wait. You don't know anything about aura. Are you for real? She asked. Hasn't anyone mentioned it to you? No, Izuku truthfully stated. He tried to search through his memories again, just in case he missed something, but he could remember any telling him about aura. The only time he'd heard about it was in the dust pamphlet. It said aura was required to use dust, but he had assumed that aura was some kind of device. What is aura? Yang stared at him with a blank expression, as if she was buffering. It's like a force field made from your soul. She weakly gave. Academics was never her strong suit. She didn't care about how aura worked and what it did. She just used it and it worked. That's all she cared about. I'm not the best person to ask, but try feeling it inside your body. You might already have unlocked it. Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't know how he was supposed to activate something he didn't know anything about. Yang wasn't much help, so he had to rely on himself. He could feel one for all swimming around inside of his body, just waiting to be utilized. Maybe the aura is somewhere inside the pool of power, he guessed. He tried to draw that power out, but couldn't feel anything. He then tried to activate the stream of power without using one for all, but after noticing no change, he sighed. This isn't working. I don't have any aura, Izuku told the girl, ready to give up before he heard her gasp. What the hell? Yang muttered. I didn't know that was your aura. Izuku shot his eyes open as fast as he could and looked down to his body. His jaw dropped as he saw something flicker across his body before disappearing, only to reappear immediately, but in a different spot. Soon it multiplied until it covered most of his body, disappearing and reappearing constantly. This didn't make any sense. He always assumed this was one for all, but now that he knew he wasn't using one for all, it became clear what his aura was. The green lightning. Does aura look like lightning? Izuku asked, holding his arm up and watching as one for. As his aura danced along his arm. No, it doesn't, she told him. Her body was coated in a yellow light before fading away. Normally it just acts as a force field until you run out, then it sorta evaporates. The gears in Izuku's brain began turning at the highest speeds they could go. What made him so different? Why did his aura look like lightning when everyone else's just looked like a normal force field? He was about to ask Yang about it, but stopped. She said earlier she didn't know much about how aura worked, so he'd be better off to ask RWBY. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to obtain the basic information from her though. What else can aura do? Izuku asked, wanting to know everything he could about aura. If he'd never been properly using it, then he might be able to train it while on Remnant or at least learn enough about it so when he went back to Earth, he could quickly teach the others, giving them a better chance at defeating All for One. Like I said, I'm not the person to ask, Yang claimed, unsure of what to tell the boy, but then she snapped her fingers as she remembered a fact. Oh. It can heal wounds. Not major ones, but it helps. Izuku immediately thought back to the cut on his left hand. After a day it was nothing but a pink line, and later that night it was completely healed. How fast can aura heal a cut? He hastily asked. You need to have a strong aura to heal a wound. And it all depends on how deep the cut is, how much you have, or if your aura is healing any other part of your body. But I'd say a deep cut would be around a few minutes for someone who's trained their aura enough. A few minutes, Izuku thought, trying to come up with an answer as to why it took him a whole day for the wound to heal over. The first part made sense. He would be weaker since he's never trained the aura. The second part was odd to him. He didn't know how much aura he had. He didn't know a way to gauge how much he had. Did he have very little? Or did he have a lot? But the third part was the one that confused him the most. If it only took a few minutes, at most for trained people, it should have taken maybe half a day for the cut to completely heal. So he pressed for more information. What other things can aura heal? Yang shrugged. Gashes, cuts, broken bones, and if it's pushed to its limits it could prevent a limb from becoming paralyzed, she guessed. Izuku felt his body go tense as his muscles clenched up. His eyes traveled down to his right arm. This explained it. Why the doctors told him his arm would stop working if he continued to break it, and he continued to break them with very little consequence. Why the aura was so much slower to heal his cut. Most of the aura he had unlocked was probably preventing his arm from dying. What's with that face? You look like you're staring at a god, Yang snickered. I think I am, he whispered absent-mindedly, staring at Yang. Yang felt her face turn hot as a blush enveloped her cheeks. Hey, that's not fair. You can be saying that stuff to me. I'm supposed to be the one teasing you, she whined. Izuku seemingly snapped out of his dazed state and a blush coated his cheeks. Sorry, he hastily said, his face looking much more boyish and embarrassed than his normal look. Yang looked at him and a smile arose on her face, but this was not a cheeky smile or a flirtatious one. This was genuine. You know, with the way you look and how you fight, you'd make a great huntsman. She told him. A small smile came to Izuku's face as his head lowered slightly, looking towards the ground. Thanks, Yang. Izuku sat at RWBY's desk, a notebook placed right in front of him. There was only room for 4 desks in the room, and RWBY had graciously offered to share her desk with Izuku. Speaking of the hooded girl, she along with her teammates were fast asleep in their beds. His pen tapped against the page he'd just written in. It contained everything he had learnt about aura along with theories and questions. Originally he didn't know how to document how aura worked, but he found it was incredibly easy when he labeled it like a quirk. After he did that, he zoomed through 3 pages. One containing information about aura and its uses he knew so far, and another 2 pages for questions and theories. He'd have to ask one of the girls about some of his theories, but overall, he was content with what he knew so far. He flipped to a blank page and stared at the wall in front of him. Yang's words replayed in his mind. "Me a huntsman," Izuku thought as his hand began subconsciously scribbling on the page. It would never happen. Professor Portmave said he was a future huntsman in training, and Yang might have said the same thing, but with luck, he'd leave very soon. So what's the point? He wouldn't stay around long enough to become a huntsman. But their words stayed in his mind. He imagined himself in a new costume, one more fitting for this world. A cool weapon, like RWBY had. One that could switch from melee to ranged in an instant. He wanted something Japanese, to honor his culture. He didn't want to scrap his whole costume though. He loved the Air Force gloves and his were close to breaking. Maybe a small upgrade, like putting dust into them. He'd read that from the pamphlet Weiss handed RWBY. He then thought about his eyes. When he ran with One for All at high enough speeds, his eyes watered with all the air rushing into them, so maybe a pair of goggles to protect his eyes when he went at high speeds. And maybe just a few more minor changes to better the suit. Once he stopped thinking, he found his hand had stopped moving. He looked down to the piece of paper he was scribbling on and his eyes glazed over what he'd drawn. It was him, in the costume he'd just drawn. It had info on each piece of equipment written in detail. He stared at the drawing, surprised at how much effort he subconsciously put into the drawing. But with a small frown, he shook his head. He wouldn't have enough time to get the outfit made. Not to mention he had no idea on how to wield a sword, and the closest thing to a gun he's used were his air blasts from One for All. It's just a pipe dream, Izuku thought, trying to rid his mind of those thoughts. Izuku closed the notebook and tucked it underneath some textbooks inside the desk's drawer. He turned off the lamp and walked towards his bed. Black Whip emerged from his back and pushed his body up towards his bed, where he climbed in between the ropes and pulled his blanket over his body. In the darkness, he saw his gloves still on his hands. He looked at them for a little bit before moving his left hand to hover over his right. Taking in a deep breath, he took off his right glove before doing the same thing with his left. He used Black Whip to pick them up and put them onto the desk he shared with RWBY. His body felt much lighter, like the gloves had been weighing him down. He'd almost forgotten what feeling relaxed felt like, so with a small smile, he gently closed his eyes and fell asleep. Izuku felt weightless, yet his feet were planted firmly on the ground. There was no air to breathe, but he didn't feel like suffocating. He grew confused as to why he was brought into the Vestige realm. He looked around at all the previous wielders of One for All, and his confusion only grew when he saw their expressions. Yoichi and Nana looked ecstatic. Kudo and Bruce looked grumpy as usual, but Izuku could see they seemed much more relaxed than usual. Hikage had his eyes closed with a small smile gracing his lips. Daigoro had a smirk on his face and Izuku couldn't see En's face due to his jacket, but his eyes had the look of joy. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, looking at Yoichi. "Why did you bring me here?" "We have some good news," Hikage claimed from his left. "It seems you have been gifted more time in this world." Izuku blinked, trying to understand what the man meant. "What do you mean more time?" "I thought I only had 2 weeks from arriving." He probed for more information. "And we still stand by that," Yoichi nodded, "but we've found out something that gives us a massive advantage. It allows you to train and unlock more of One for All as well as that aura power you have." He smiled. Izuku continued to look completely lost, so Nana cleared her throat to gain his attention and pointed to her left. "Look at Tashi's vestige closely and tell us what you notice," Nana instructed. Izuku walked over to Toshinori's vestige and stared at it. At first he didn't see anything different about it. He began to think that the vestiges were just messing with him, trying to make him calm down, but that was when he saw it. The vestige was completely still. He isn't moving, he commented. He is moving, N claimed, but incredibly slowly. Izuku turned to face the man as he continued talking. Time works differently on this planet. The reason 8th's vestige is moving so slowly is because he's obeying the law of time on Earth. We've spent the past 2 days counting and we've come to an agreement on how time works. 1 hour on Earth is a day here, Bruce said from his throne. Are you sure? Izuku asked, not wanting to risk Earth's fate on a hunch. Trust me, we are sure. We had to all stand around and count for an entire day. It's a good thing there were multiple of us, otherwise we would have lost count, Daigoro stated. Izuku stared at Toshinori's vestige for a little while longer before turning to Nana. So how long do I have left on Remnant? He asked with his dull voice, but the vestiges could detect a small amount of happiness in his tone. Nana put her finger on her chin and looked upwards. This is just a rough estimate, but I'd say you have 330 days minimum before All for One attacks, she said, looking at Izuku. You don't have to worry about getting home for a long time. So please, stop stressing yourself out. It's not doing you, or anyone around you any good, she requested. After a few moments Izuku nodded his head. Nana was right, he did have plenty of time before All for One would launch the final attack, but that didn't mean he could relax. Just because All for One's attack was on hold, all the escapees were still out there, terrorizing innocent civilians and destroying Japan. Sure, the heroes could handle them, but there weren't many left after the last war. Okay, he whispered, but I'm not going to forget about Earth. It still needs me, regardless of All for One, he said, staring Nana in the eyes with a fierce look. The second I get the chance to get back to Earth, regardless of how many friends I make in this world, I'm taking it. Inko always worried about her son. It was in her nature as a mother. Her son was the most important thing to her and she loved him to death. Every time he got hurt, it would hurt her deep down inside. So when he decided to leave her and Yue behind to protect them, she protested. She saw what was happening with the heroes around Japan, but he insisted he would return to her. The first time she called him he still sounded hopeful and determined, but after that things took a turn for the worse. His voice got colder with every call until he sounded emotionless. It broke her heart hearing her baby boy sound like that. Soon he stopped responding to her calls. She feared her son had died, but Toshinori had kept her calm. He told her that Izuku was just incredibly busy and didn't have the time to talk to her. She believed at the time, but she started to grow suspicious when he started sounding worried. She almost broke down when he told her that Izuku had almost been killed by an assassin, but the man insisted that her son wasn't hurt too badly and was perfectly fine. That was over a day ago. She'd tried calling the man watching over her son, but he wasn't picking up his phone, all her calls going to voicemail. She was starting to get worried. She tried calling again, but was interrupted when someone knocked at her door. Toshinori had told her that UA was starting to house civilians who had lost their homes and for those who needed protection. She hadn't gone yet, a small part of her hoping Izuku would return home to her, even if it was only to say hello. She walked over to the door and opened it, hoping to see Izuku, but instead she saw Toshinori looking at her with a sad gaze. All Might. Come in, please, she said, turning around and walking further into the apartment. Toshinori followed her into the living room, where she sat down. How has Izuku been? You haven't been answering any of my calls. Toshinori stayed silent and looked towards the ground. His fists clenched angrily and his body was tense. Inko sensed his unease and panic began to flood her mind. Where's Izuku? She asked, fear starting to fill her veins. Toshinori didn't answer. Instead he kept his eyes glued to the floor. Inko's eyes widened and she shook her head. Stop messing around. This isn't funny, she demanded. When Toshinori didn't answer her eyes widened. You promised you'd watch over him with your life. Inko whispered, her mind starting to realize what was happening. You promised. She said again louder. Her voice began to crack as tears began to slowly slide down her cheek. She could feel her quirk respond to her feelings, but she paid no attention to that. Instead focusing on the retired hero who didn't protect her son. Get out, she whispered. Toshinori stepped forward, but paused when he saw various small objects around the room begin to violently shake. Mrs. Midoriya. I can't express how sorry I am. This is all my fault. Get out, Inko wailed. All the small objects in the room launched at Toshinori at incredibly high speeds. He stood there and took every hit with his eyes closed. When he felt the onslaught stop, he opened his eyes to find Inko on the ground in a fetal position, tucking her head into her chest. Get out, she sobbed quietly. Toshinori wanted to tell her that he felt Izuku was still alive, but he didn't have any proof other than a gut feeling. I'm sorry, he whispered before leaving the apartment. Inko sat there crying her heart out. She didn't stop him when he wanted to go back to Ua. She didn't stop him when he decided to leave her and his friends behind. She didn't do enough to keep him safe. Her baby boy was dead. And it was all her fault. Weiss rolled over with a small groan. She didn't want to get out of bed. It was cold, but her bed was so warm and cozy. If it was a weekend, she would have slept in and enjoyed every moment of her sleep. Unfortunately, it was a Tuesday, meaning she had classes today. With a louder groan, she opened her eyes and saw a peculiar sight. Izuku and Blake, sitting in front of each other, reading two completely different books in silence. She stared at them confused, when Izuku noticed her gaze. Good morning, Shni, he greeted her, his tone still dull. Since the day Izuku spent with Yang, he'd become much calmer and less cold. Around them at least, he still was on guard around many other students, but when around them and even Team JNPR, he was much better. He still spoke with a dull and somewhat cold tone. It wasn't as prominent as when they first met, but it was still there. The other girls just accepted that as the way he spoke. But Weiss still saw it as annoying. She kept trying to help Izuku like he helped her, but she was making very little progress. Thankfully, Yang seemed to have made an impact when she abducted the boy for the day. After that day, he stopped wearing those disgusting gloves around them. It was incredibly disturbing when they saw his scars, but when they inquired about them, he shut down and coldly told them to not worry about it. They stopped asking about them after that, but sometimes she and the others couldn't help but stare at them and wonder how he got them. But aside from that, the other problem was the fact that he only took them off when he was around them. When they went to class, the cafeteria, or into the city, he wore them. It was frustrating and made Weiss want to pull out her hair, but she had to remind herself. Little progress was better than no progress. Thankfully, she'd seen an improvement in Izuku's behavior. He wasn't acting cold and rude towards them, instead now just disinterested or confused. He chimed in a bit more when they were talking, and he started to relax around them more. Sure, it wasn't much, but it was a step in the right direction. Through all the time spent around Izuku, she could confidently say he was a good friend. Sure, he was somewhat cold and paranoid, but he was also incredibly quirky and somewhat awkward, which she found kind of cute, along with his unique and exotic appearance. But she would die before admitting that to someone else. But sometimes his quirkiness rose to incredible heights, like right now. What are you two doing? Weiss slurred, still trying to properly wake up. She pulled herself out of her bed and almost tripped over since her legs hadn't fully woken up yet. Belladonna asked us to continue our reading sessions together when we first met, and we both woke up early so we decided to do it now, Izuku claimed. Blake nodded in agreement, but didn't raise her head from her book. You aren't even reading the same book, Weiss pointed out. She doesn't have two copies of her book, Izuku retorted, locking his lifeless eyes onto her. Weiss opened her mouth to continue, but quickly shut it when she realized that she didn't have a counter to his rebuttal. She could only nod in bitter defeat. RWBY and Yang both slowly rose out of their beds as they woke up. I don't want to go to school today. Can we just skip classes just this once? Absolutely not. Weiss snapped at the blonde. Our education is important. Everything we learn will be important for when we become huntresses. She scolded, despite thinking about staying in bed earlier. Whatever you say, Ice Queen, Yang smirked, ignoring the harsh glare Weiss sent her. So anyway, what class do we have first? Yang yawned, stretching her arms out and inadvertently pushing her chest out. Izuku respectfully looked away, not wanting to stare at the girl's breasts. I think it was combat with Professor Goodwitch, he said, closing his book and handing it back to Blake. Thanks for the book. No problem. Do you want to do this again sometime soon? She asked. When he nodded his head, she couldn't stop the smile that appeared on her face. Combat class wasn't going great. Izuku was fine, but he started to notice John wasn't doing too hot. The blonde was up against Cardin Winchester, an arrogant boy who Izuku wasn't a big fan of. Sure, he didn't like most of the people at Beacon, but something about Cardin just rubbed him the wrong way. Cardin held his mace confidently, an arrogant smirk plastered on his face. While John was leaning on his sword, clearly struggling to stand. The orange-haired boy laughed at his opponent's tiredness, which irritated John. He gathered up his remaining strength before running forward and swinging his sword at Cardin. Said boy jumped out of the way and swung his mace. John quickly held up his shield, but the force of the blow sent him flying backwards. His shield flew out of his hands, leaving him with just his sword. John got back up and immediately rushed at Cardin again and tried to land a hit, but his blade was blocked by the mace's hilt. Their weapons locked and Cardin forced himself up, towering over John. "This is the part where you lose," he smirked. John's brows furrowed as he tried pushing harder. "Over my dead." Cardin swung his knee up and slammed it into John's stomach. John gasped in pain and dropped his sword before falling to his knees in pain. He tried to catch his breath, but it was too late. Cardin stood over him, his mace raised up high. John closed his eyes, preparing for the hit, but relief flew through his body as he heard the buzzer ring. "Cardin, that's enough," Glinda called out. Cardin reluctantly walked away and the woman took his place, fiddling with her tablet-sized scroll. "Students, as you can see, Mr. Ark's aura has now dropped into the red. In a tournament-style duel, this would indicate that John is no longer fit for battle, and the official may call the match." She turned to John and held up a smaller scroll which displayed a blinking red light under his picture. "Mr. Ark, it's been weeks now, please try to refer to your scroll during combat. Gauging your aura will help you decide whether to continue your assault, or move to more defensive moves. We wouldn't want you to get gobbled up by a Beowulf, now would we?" "Speak for yourself," Izuku heard Cardin mutter to his teammates. Glinda turned to the other students. Yang was punching the air in anticipation. Weiss was shaking her fist with an excited smile. Blake continued to look bored. Ruby was squealing softly as her body shook in excitement. Pyrrha was staring at John with a sad frown, and Izuku sat still as he looked at John with a furrowed brow. "Remember, everyone, the Vital Festival is only 3 months away. It won't be long before students from other kingdoms begin arriving in Vale, so keep practicing. Those who choose to compete in the combat tournament will be representing all of Vale," she announced before the bell rang. The students began to get out of their chairs and head towards the cafeteria for lunch. Except a few. John continued to sit on the floor, his head lowered so no one could see the tears forming in his eyes. Pyrrha continued to look at John with a sad frown. She wished she could have been more helpful, but she wasn't allowed to help her leader in that fight. Izuku continued to look at John with a suspicious gaze. "This doesn't make sense," he thought. Most of the students at Beacon were capable fighters, and whilst some weren't great at combat, they were leagues above John. Something wasn't adding up. He leaned forward, his head tilted to the side. The cogs in his brain began turning, as he laid out the puzzle in his brain. Even though he didn't have all of the pieces, he had enough to figure it out. Now all he had to do was figure out which pieces went where. The mess hall was filled to the brim with students, all chatting away as they ate their food. At one table sat Team RWBY and JNPR. Nora was telling an unbelievable story to everyone with Ren chiming. Weiss was filing her nails and looking towards the door. Ruby was listening to Nora's story while occasionally looking towards the door. John was staring blankly ahead whilst playing with his food. Pyrrha was pretending to pay attention to the story, but everyone could see she was more focused on John. Blake was reading, but sometimes she looked up to the door, and Yang was eating her food, while listening to Nora's story, but like the other girls on her team, she looked towards the door every now and again. "So, there we were, in the middle of the night," Nora told them all with wide and excited eyes. "It was day," Ren corrected. "We were surrounded by Ursai. They were Beowulfs. Dozens of them," Nora screamed loudly, jumping up with a crazy smile. "2 of them," Ren informed them. "But they were no match, and in the end, Ren and I took them down and made a boatload of lean selling Ursa skin rugs." Nora finished with a dramatic tone, holding her fist up in the sky. She's been having this recurring dream for a month now, Ren told them. Everyone nodded, but RWBY looked towards the door and shook her head sadly. I don't think he's coming to lunch today, she sighed. Don't tell me he's going to skip lunch again, Weiss groaned. That's the third time this week. And it's only Wednesday, Blake added, turning a page in her book, raising her eyes up from her book to the others. Okay, I'll head to the gym and drag him here, Young said, getting up out of her seat, but she stopped when she saw a familiar face walk towards their table. Never mind, she said, sitting back down. Everyone turned their heads to see Izuku making his way towards them, carrying a bowl of rice and chicken. He sat down in between RWBY and Weiss. Where were you? We've been waiting, Weiss snapped at him. I was busy, Izuku claimed, but he did not elaborate further. The girls frowned when they saw he still wore his gloves. It was disgusting enough that he wore them whenever he went out, but the fact that he wore them while eating just didn't sit right with them. Izuku, please, Blake pleaded. Take your gloves off when you eat. Izuku stared at her for a few seconds before looking around. He could see a few students staring at him before looking away when he looked at them. His skin crawled and he kept his hands on his gloves, not looking up to face any of the girls. They sighed in disappointment, but they couldn't pressure him. He was starting to trust them, and if they forced him to take off his gloves when he wasn't comfortable, they could lose the trust. Not to mention they were making good progress, and it would be annoying to lose that. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of pencils. The lead tips of them were cut off. He put both pencils in his right hand and, to their surprise, picked up some chicken and rice before putting it into his mouth. What the heck are those? Nora asked, staring at his pencils. Chopsticks, Izuku replied after he swallowed his food. It's how we normally eat in the place I live in. He educated them before looking down at his makeshift chopsticks. The only problem is that I don't have a chopstick rest. So I'm probably going to need to throw these out after I finish. Izuku muttered to himself. Why are you eating like that? RWBY asked curiously. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. I'm homesick. It's almost a month since I arrived here and I don't really have anything to remind me of home, he stated while expertly picking up a glob of rice. While Team RWBY were talking with Izuku, Pyrrha looked over to her leader, who was staring at his plate. John, are you okay? She asked concerned. John snapped out of his state and looked around to see everyone was now looking at him. Huh. Oh, why yeah, why, it's just you seem a little, not okay, RWBY said. Guys, I'm fine, seriously, look, he gave a very unconvincing laugh and held up his thumb shakily. His attention, along with everyone else's, was drawn to Team CRDL, who were surrounding a brown-haired girl with bunny ears. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly at the scene. He recognized the girl. She was the one to help him figure out where to go when he was looking for his dorm. John, Cardin's been picking on you since the first week of school. Pyrrha said. Who? Cardin Winchester. John nervously laughed and shook his head. Nah. He just likes to mess around. Practical jokes, you know. He's a bully, RWBY stated. Oh, please, name one time he's bullied me. John walked to class, carrying a large stack of books and paper. Homework sucks, he thought. He was unaware that Cardin was walking in his direction. When they passed, the taller boy bumped his arm into John, causing him to drop all his books. As Cardin walked away, he held his arms out wide, as if to dare someone to challenge him. Oh, come on, John groaned. John walked behind Cardin, holding onto his shield which was as small as he could make it. Once Cardin passed through the doorway, he turned around and tapped the shield, causing it to expand and get jammed in the doorway. John walked into his shield, and then tried to pull the shield out with no luck. Come on, John muttered. John watched as Professor Goodwitch showed them all their lockers in the locker room. Each of you will be assigned one rocket-propelled locker to store your weapons and extra armor. Additionally, your locker can be sent to a custom location based on a 6-digit code. Hearing this, Cardin looked at John with a devious smile. He quickly stepped in front of John, surprising him. He then shoved the blonde into the only open locker in the room. He slammed the door shut and pressed random buttons on the keypad. While Zhao pleaded to be let out. What? No, wait. You've got to let me out of here. Please. Don't do it, he pleaded desperately, but it was too late. The locker launched up into the sky and Carden watched as it soared through the sky. Oh, come on, John yelled from within the locker. I still don't understand why they put rocket propellers into the lockers. Izuku stated, shaking his head softly, it doesn't make sense. You don't have rocket-propelled lockers in your world? Blake questioned to Izuku, who shook his head. At most we have lockers that slide out of the wall, Izuku replied, who nodded her head. Hey, look at it this way. I didn't land that far from Beacon. John tried to laugh it off, but his act wasn't very convincing. John, if you ever need help, you can just ask us. Pyrrha tried to comfort him. Or just tell one of the teachers. Professor Goodwitch would probably help you out, Izuku added, his attention split between John and Carden. Or we could break his legs, Nora exclaimed with a not-so-sane grin. Guys, really, it's fine. John told them, besides, it's not like he's only a jerk to me, he's a jerk to everyone. Izuku frowned. This was way too familiar. The way John was defending Carden, the constant, I'm fine. It felt like when people asked him about Bakugo back in junior high. It didn't sit right with him. Ow, that hurts. The bunny girl cried out as Carden roughly pulled on her ears, please stop. The girl was close to tears, but the boy didn't stop. Instead he turned to his teammates and laughed at the girl's pain. Izuku blinked and all of a sudden he was no longer at Beacon. He found himself looking at himself from junior high. His back pressed against the wall as Katsuki stood over him with smoking palms. His classmates laughed at him while no one did anything to help him. The flashback left as quickly as it came and Izuku was filled with anger. Why was no one helping her? Was everyone too scared to stand up for what was right? Or did no one care enough to get involved? Izuku's chopsticks clacked onto the table and everyone turned to face him. A spark of life seemed to envelope him as Team RWBY and JNPR saw a shine appear in his normally dead eyes. Excuse me for a moment, he muttered in an eerily calm tone. I told you it was real, he laughed. He quickly stopped when he felt someone grab his wrist. Please stop, Izuku asked calmly. Oh look boys, it's the alien. Carden laughed, looking down at Izuku. What do you want? I want you to let her go, Izuku told him. Carden let go of the girl and she ran off, making Izuku's little mission a success. Unfortunately, he just turned all the attention onto himself. What, you think you can just come up to me and act like her knight in shining armor? Carden mocked. He stood up straight and looked down at Izuku. There was a large height difference between the two, but Izuku didn't seem fazed at all. I just wanted you to stop hurting her, Izuku replied in his normal dull voice. You think you can tell me to stop hurting something? Weren't you the one who beat a Grimm within an inch of its life and left it alive? Izuku flinched at that, which Carden noticed. Are you going to do the same to me? Come on, show everyone that you're no more of a monster than the Grimm. Carden taunted with a smirk. He knew Izuku wouldn't hit him. He always acted uncomfortable when around other people and would always try to avoid talking to them. He was shy, a perfect target. But when the smaller boy let out a hoarse laugh, Carden became confused. What's so funny? He demanded. Ever since I got here, I have been waiting for someone to call me that. I'm just surprised it hasn't happened earlier. Izuku admitted truthfully. Carden felt the air shift as Izuku looked up at him, one of his eyes covered by his hair. I don't care what you do to me. Soon I'll be back on my planet, and everyone I've met here will become nothing more than a memory. So in the end, you don't matter at all. Carden grabbed Izuku's collar with his left hand and lifted him up to his face. He raised his right hand and held it threateningly in his face. You better take that back, you bastard, he spat out in anger. He'd hoped that the smaller boy would back down and cower in his presence, but Izuku did no such thing. There are a lot of people here, Izuku commented, seemingly unfazed by the position he was in. And if you try to hurt me everyone here will see it, and when the teachers ask, who will they believe? 4 students, or nearly the whole student body. Carden looked around and saw a lot of people glare at him. He hesitated, prompting Izuku to continue, or would you rather turn this into a self-defense situation? His green eyes lit up as his aura coated his body in green lightning. Carden glared down at Izuku, who stared intensely into his eyes. With a huff, the bully pushed Izuku away and walked back to his table with his team, ignoring the looks everyone was giving him. Izuku watched the bully leave before fixing his shirt. The lightning disappeared and his eyes returned to their dull and lifeless look. He looked around and saw everyone's eyes were now on him, all looking at him with a mix of amazement, curiosity, and fear. He began to feel antsy. The looks everyone was giving him sent a shiver up his spine. He was about to leave, but then he saw the girl looking at him with a big smile. She mouthed the words, "Thank you," to him. A smile appeared on Izuku's face as he gave her a small nod. The attention didn't matter, the girl was safe and that was all that mattered. He walked back to his table, his head held high. He ignored everyone's gaze and sat down before picking up his chopsticks and quickly finishing the rest of his lunch. RWBY was the first to break the silence. "That was amazing, you totally got him to stop picking on that poor girl," she praised him. "Atrocious, I can't stand people like him," Pyrrha said. "It must be hard to be a fanus," Young commented. "Why did you all keep sitting down?" Izuku questioned. Everyone turned to face him as he put his pencil chopsticks down. "Why did none of you step in?" He asked again, giving each and every one of them a look of disappointment. Aren't huntsmen and huntresses supposed to help those in need? The group tried to counter, but found they had no answer. Izuku waited patiently, but when he saw they would not answer him he stood up and shook his head. "I'm disappointed in all of you," Izuku said before getting up and leaving the mess hall. Was he being harsh? Maybe, but they needed to learn that it wasn't all right to ignore someone in need of help. Even though he wasn't still in the best state of mind, he wasn't going to lie and say he didn't care about them. They treated him nicely and helped him understand some of their world's culture. So it would only be fair for Izuku to repay them. He wanted them all to be the best huntsmen and huntresses they could be, and for that to happen, they needed to understand their faults and work on them, and Izuku would help them while he was still on Remnant, and even if they didn't want his advice and help, he'd still give it to them anyway. Because meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. When Izuku arrived at the next class, he found that the seats next to RWBY, Young, and Weiss were occupied. Thankfully the chair beside Blake was free, so he took his seat there and waited for the doctor to start the lesson. Dr. Oobleck apparently did not believe in the word slow. He zoomed around the classroom, talking so fast it was hard for most of the class to keep up with the tall man's words. The man's messy green hair stuck out like a sore thumb. Izuku had even heard rumors made by people who did not believe he was from another world that he was Oobleck's son. And as much as Izuku didn't like that rumor, he couldn't deny the uncanny resemblance between their hair. Yes, prior to the Faunus Rights Revolution, more popularly known as the Faunus War, Oobleck zoomed over to a map covered in papers at the front of the room behind his desk. Humankind was quite adamant about centralizing Faunus population in Menagerie. He pointed to an island in the southeast of the map with his stick. As if he had a speed-type semblance, he glided over to his desk to take a big sip of his coffee before zooming back to where he was standing. Izuku wondered if the doctor was drinking RWBY's type of coffee. He was clearly hyperactive. Maybe that was his semblance, some kind of speed. Or it could be like Fat Gum's quirk, where he ingests caffeine and it builds up in his body. Or it could be, while Izuku was trying to brainstorm what type of semblance Oobleck had, the doctor kept talking. Now, while this must feel like ancient history to many of you, it is imperative to remember that these are relatively recent events. Why? The repercussions of the uprising can still be seen to this very day. Again, he moved over to his desk and sipped his beverage before dashing around the class. Now, have any among you been subjugated or discriminated against because of your Faunus heritage? He asked the small group of Faunus in the room. Izuku looked around and saw a few students raise their hands, the rabbit girl hesitantly raising her hand alongside them. He winced next to Blake. He knew what it felt like to be discriminated against. It was not a fun feeling, being looked at differently due to something you couldn't control. Being treated differently because you weren't the same as everyone else. It was a horrible feeling, and unfortunately, he felt that way in Beacon. No matter how much he tried to ignore it, he couldn't lie to himself. He was different from everyone else, and there were students who tried to steer clear of him because of that. Dreadful, Oobleck exclaimed, simply dreadful. Remember, Students, it is precisely this kind of ignorance that breeds violence. He sipped his coffee whilst shaking his head. I mean, just look at what happened to the White Fang. Izuku could see Blake flinch beside him, confusing him slightly, but he brushed it off. She might have been a victim to one of their attacks. He'd learned about the White Fang pretty quickly. A peaceful activist group turned into a terrorist organization led by the Faunus. Now, which one of you young scholars can tell me what many theorize to be the turning point in the third year of the war? Oobleck quizzed the class. Weiss raised her hand and the doctor called upon her. The battle at Fort Castle, Professor. Weiss answered confidently. That's Drive Oobleck, Ms. Schnee. He scolded the girl before nodding his head, and you are correct. Now, who can tell me the advantage the Faunus had over General Lagoon's forces? Unseen by the doctor, Cardin flicked a paper football at a drowsy John's head, causing him to snap back into reality. Hey! He exclaimed loudly, unintentionally drawing Oobleck's attention. The doctor zoomed over to John's desk. Mr. Ark. Finally contributing to the class. He proudly stated, "This is excellent." Excellent, he repeated, causing Izuku to wonder if the caffeine was starting to affect the man in the head. What is the answer? The answer. The advantage. That the Faunus. John stumbled over his words, unsure of the answer. But then he saw Pyrrha across the class, who was trying to get his attention and motioned to her lips as she tried to give him the answer, had over the other guy's stuff. He saw Pyrrha cup her hands over her eyes and went for the most obvious answer, binoculars. That answer got a laugh out of most of the class, Cardin laughing harder than the rest. Pyrrha sighed and slapped her hand onto her face. Izuku looked confused at John's answer, and Oobleck was not pleased. Very funny, Mr. Ark. Oobleck admonished before turning his attention to Cardin. Mr. Winchester. Perhaps you would care to share your thoughts on the subject. Well, I know it's a lot easier to train an animal than a soldier, Cardin proclaimed. That got him glares from all the Faunus present. Oobleck shook his head disapprovingly before noticing Izuku looked conflicted about something. He was interested in how the boy would react to Faunus, since he never talked about anything like them in his world. Granted, he never did talk about his world, which was causing many to get suspicious of him and believe he was from this world. Yes, he'd heard the rumors and found them hilarious. Mr. Midoriya, you look like you want to chime in on this topic, the doctor said. Izuku felt everyone's eyes turn to him. Well, Winchester is kinda right. It can be easy to train an animal. As soon as that left his lips, he could feel the room shift. Blake looked at him with a look of betrayal for some reason, and the rabbit girl was shocked at his words, as were most of the students. Oh, is that so, Mr. Midoriya? Oobleck questioned, his tone showcasing his disappointment. Yeah, but it's not just Faunus who are easy to train, Izuku continued. Oobleck's interest peaked as he leaned forward on his desk and waved his hand, silently asking Izuku to continue. Humans are just as trainable as animals. Rubbish, Cardin exclaimed. Why are you saying that we're the same as animals? Well, humans are animals as well, aren't they? Izuku asked, half rhetorically and half genuinely. There was a chance humans were classified as something completely different, so he wasn't going to risk it. And isn't this school all about training you all to be huntsmen and huntresses? And with some of the Faunus, I've seen them learn at the same pace as us. So why say that it's easier to train a Faunus than a human? The room was quiet, everyone staring at Izuku, some in shock, some in curiosity, and a very minor amount were glaring at him for his claims. Blake was staring at him so intensely, it felt like she was trying to peer into his soul and see if he was lying. What are you trying to imply, Mr. Midoriya? He asked. His tone didn't sound disappointed like it did before. Now he sounded kinda proud of the boy for some reason. Faunus and humans, what's the big difference? Just because they have animal parts doesn't make them more animalistic than us. In the end, we're all the same, regardless of how we look. We're just animals going around and living their lives. For the second time that lesson, Izuku felt the room's mood shift. Now many of the Faunus looked at Izuku in shock and awe. The rabbit girl smiled brightly at him, but the biggest reaction for him personally was that Blake was smiling at him, and it wasn't the half-assed and small smiles she gave everyone. Izuku could feel the joy radiating out of her smile. Now he was really confused. Well said, Mr. Midoriya. Well said. He praised the boy. Well, After that passionate, and completely true speech, he added, looking towards Cardin, "Can anyone keep up my good mood and answer the question correctly?" Night vision, Pyrrha called out. Many faunus are known to have nearly perfect sight in the dark. Cardin growled at the correct response, and Blake decided to rub salt in his wound by adding on to Pyrrha's answer. General Lagoon was inexperienced, and made the mistake of trying to ambush the faunus in their sleep. His massive army was outmatched, and the general was captured. She turned around to face Cardin and added, "Perhaps if he'd paid attention in class, he wouldn't have remembered as such a failure." Cardin stood up, clenching his hands into fists. Thankfully, Oobleck was having none of it. "Mr. Winchester, please take your seat," he scolded the boy. John laughed at his tormentor's embarrassment, but that joy quickly died when Oobleck turned his attention towards him. It wasn't just John the doctor was focusing on as he also turned towards Izuku. "You, Mr. Ark, and Mr. Midoriya can all see me after class for additional readings." John groaned and slumped over on his desk. Cardin growled and crossed his arms, clearly unhappy, and Izuku just looked around confused. "Now, moving on. You three have been struggling in my class since day one." Oobleck started. He turned to Izuku and gave him a small nod, indicating he wasn't in any trouble. "Now Mr. Midoriya, I understand, but you two have no excuse." He honed in on John and Cardin, whether it be a lack of interest or just stubborn nature, but whatever it is. "It stops now," he scolded the two older boys. "You've worked so hard to gain entrance to this school, and we only accept the best of the best, so I expect you to act like it. History is important, gentlemen. If you can't learn from it, you're destined to repeat it." Mr. Ark and Mr. Winchester, pages 51 to 91. "I want an essay on my desk by next class." Mr. Midoriya, "I want you to read through the entire book. I will quiz you next class on the events that took place." Izuku looked slightly miffed by the request, but he calmed that tiny amount of anger when he realized it wouldn't take that long. He just wouldn't sleep that night, no big deal, and the doctor was right. He still had a long time on Remnant, and Ozpin hadn't informed him of any updates on the plan to get him home, so learning more about this world would be a good idea. "Yes, sir," he nodded. The other two boys agreed, although with much more hesitance. "Good. Now, run along." And with that, Oobleck dashed out of the classroom and past a waiting Pyrrha in a green and white blur. Izuku walked out of the room first, trying to think of somewhere he could read without disturbing the girls. He wasn't in the mood to deal with Weiss lecturing him on his sleeping habits. He knew she meant well, but that didn't make it any less annoying. John walked out next, followed by Cardin, who shoved him to the ground. He laughed and walked away, but not before roughly bumping shoulders with Izuku. "You know, I really will break his legs," Pyrrha told the two boys as she pulled John to his feet. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head and a smile appeared on her face. "I have an idea. Here, come with me." She grabbed a confused John by the arm and dragged him down the hall, Izuku not too far behind them. A dejected John followed Pyrrha onto one of the many rooftops, with Izuku trailing right behind them. They had a clear view of the glowing green orbs in the central tower of Beacon. Pyrrha turned around to talk to John, only to realize Izuku was there. "Why are you here?" she asked politely. Izuku tilted his head slightly to the side and blinked. "Was I not supposed to come?" he asked, pointing towards the door. "Do you want me to leave?" "No, you can stay," Pyrrha told him. Listen Pyrrha, I know I'm going through a hard time now, but I'm not that depressed," John told the girl. Pyrrha and Izuku turned to see John looking over the edge and rushed to pull him away from the edge. "No, that's not why I brought you up here." She reassured John. "I know you're having a difficult time in class and that you're not the strongest fighter, so I want to help you." John flinched, and that's when Izuku saw the look in his eyes. He seemed nervous and afraid. It was at that point the pieces of the puzzle began to click together, one by one. "We can train up here where no one can bother us and Izuku can help." Pyrrha turned to the boy. "If that's okay with you, of course." Izuku didn't respond, only standing there with his brow furrowed, as if lost in another world inside of his mind. "You think I need help?" John asked with a slightly bitter tone. Pyrrha was taken aback by his tone and quickly tried to backpedal, and "No, that's not what I meant." She tried to calm John down. But you just said it, John pointed out. John, everyone needs a push from time to time. It doesn't make you any different from the rest of us. You made it into Beacon. That speaks volumes of what you're capable of. Hira encouraged. Izuku watched as John fidgeted uncomfortably and decided now was the time to step in. You're weaker than the other students, your fighting style isn't the greatest and you have trouble in class. Izuku spoke up finally, catching their attention. John winced at what the smaller boy was saying. Shni has been teaching me all about this world in her spare time, and I learned from her that you need transcripts in order to apply to Beacon. John's eyes flashed in rising anger, but Izuku didn't stop. If he wanted to help John, the boy was going to need to confront this. I've been trying to figure out why you have trouble, and I think I know why. You cheated your way in, didn't you? Izuku felt a fist slam into his cheek, sending his head snapping to the side. The punch reeked of inexperience, but it did leave a sting. John, Hira exclaimed out of shock, what's he talking about? I didn't earn my spot at this academy. John confessed. Izuku's right. I got my hands on some fake transcripts and I lied. He muttered quietly. What? Hira's eyes widened. Why? Because this was my dream. John yelled out, his voice starting to crack, to be the hero. A slayer of monsters, like my family before me. I was just never good enough. Then let us help you, Hira pleaded. But John shook his head angrily, his emotions taking over his mind. I don't want your help, either of you. I'm sick of being the lovable idiot in the tree while his friends fight for their lives. Don't you understand? If I can't do this alone, then what good am I? Hira tried reaching for his arm to console him, but he backed away from her touch. Just leave me alone, okay, he requested. Hira was clearly upset, but she slowly nodded her head. If that's what you think is best, she whispered before walking away, her footsteps getting softer and softer as she left the roof. John walked over to the railing, and lowered his head. Why are you still here, Izuku? He asked. Nico's is worried about you. Don't push her away and ruin your friendship, Izuku said, walking over to John's side and leaning on the railing with him. Why are you so concerned? John asked. Izuku sighed and looked out towards the sky. Back in my world, one of my classmates was having a tough time. He never used his full potential and was having trouble, but never came to anyone for help. Instead he pushed everyone away, like what you're doing now. No one else was doing anything, so I decided that I would be the one to help him out even if he didn't want me to. Izuku informed John, remembering what Todoroki was like before their fight in the sports festival. What did you do? John questioned. Izuku didn't respond straight away. Instead he reached for his gloves and took them off. John's eyes widened at the scars on his hand. I broke my bones over and over to try and get him to see sense. Eventually I got through to him and he became one of my best friends. He curled his fist and stared at his scars. These scars are a reminder that no matter how much people will push me away, I'll always be there to lend a helping hand to whoever needs one. With a small exhale, Izuku stopped leaning on the railing and turned away from the sun. What I'm trying to say is that I broke myself to help out a friend. Never assume I wouldn't do the same for you, John. John's eyes widened as he turned to Izuku, who was walking towards the door. He opened the door, but paused to say one last thing. One last piece of advice. John watched as shadows enveloped half of Izuku's face. Trying to go solo is not as fun as people make it out to be. Trust me, I know. After giving that last piece of advice he left, leaving John all alone. John stood there, shocked that Izuku called him by his first name, something he only called those he completely trusted according to RWBY and Yang. He took one shaky step forward. Wait, Izuku. He called out. He ran towards the door, but stopped when he heard a mocking laughter behind him. He looked towards the source and saw Cardin standing there with a grin on his face. Cardin. I couldn't help but overhear you three from my dorm room. He shrugged. So you snuck into Beacon, huh? I gotta say, John, I never expected you to be such a rebel. Cardin smirked. It was at this point that all the blood drained from John's face. If Cardin told anyone, he was finished. No more Beacon, no more friends. He'd be forever known as the boy who lied to get into a school. No combat school would ever accept him. His life would be over. Please, Cardin, please. Don't tell anyone, he begged. Carden chuckled, which only made John's heart drop further. John, come on. I'd never rat on a friend like that. A friend, John repeated, confused. Of course, Carden said, walking over to John and trapping the boy in a headlock. We're friends now, Johnny boy. And the way I see it, as long as you're there for me when I need you, we'll be friends for a long time. He released John, who gasped for air. That being said, I really don't have time to do all those extra readings Dr. Oobleck gave us today. Think you could take care of that for me, buddy? He rubbed John's head before walking over to the railing to climb back down to his room. Don't worry, John, your secret's safe with me, he said before vanishing out of sight. John rubbed his neck, his eyes wide. Carden knew, and it didn't take a genius to realize that if John didn't do anything Carden asked, the bully would go straight to Ozpin or Goodwitch and have him expelled. He wasn't just in a small bit of trouble. He was in deep shit. Team RWBY had always known Izuku was normally tense. From when they'd first met him to now he had gotten much better, but this was something new. When they walked into class, they saw him sitting down at the front of the class. His eyes remained forward, slightly narrowed, and occasionally his right eye would twitch just ever so slightly. His fists were clenched and his posture was hunched over. The girls looked at each other, confused. They'd gotten good at telling how Izuku was feeling just by looking at him, but they'd never seen him look like this. They moved closer to him in a group. Normally he'd look up at them and greet them, but he didn't even acknowledge their existence. Hey Izuku, what's up? Yang asked, flopping into the chair next to him. Izuku did not turn to face her. He just continued staring forward. On closer inspection, Team RWBY could see his body was tense, as he was a robot and someone had wound his springs too tightly. His mouth opened, but he did not talk, instead he whispered only one sentence. He wants to hurt me. That sentence and the way he said it sent shivers down the girls' spines. They looked around the room, trying to find who he was talking about, but the search was quickly over when they saw Carden staring at Izuku with a dark smile, as if plotting something. What makes you say that, Izuku? Weiss asked, making sure to watch Carden's actions. She watched as he leaned back, his arms disappearing beneath his desk. Izuku's eyes slightly widened, as if he had just realized what he said before shaking his head. He stayed silent, not opening his mouth. He slowly shook his head side to side, as if to tell them to not worry. Of course, they didn't listen. Blake watched as Carden sat up straighter and closed his right eye. While anyone would have assumed he was winking, his eye remained closed for much longer than what would have been a normal wink. She nudged the other girls and subtly nodded to Carden. They watched as he opened his eye, and then in the blink of an eye, he raised his arm and threw a plastic bottle filled to the brim with water at Izuku. Izuku, RWBY tried to warn him. Without even looking, Izuku leaned his head to the right, causing the water bottle to fly past his head and bounce heavily on the ground a few times before rolling harmlessly on the floor. Who threw that bottle? Professor Port ordered. Blake opened her mouth to answer, but Carden was one step ahead of her. It was Izuku, Professor. He told the man. Mr. Midoriya, I do not appreciate you interrupting the class. The man scolded the boy. Please do not pull another stunt like this again, or there will be consequences. The girls were about to protest, but before they could he told them all to be silent as he started the lesson. Team RWBY sat down with a frown on their faces, clearly unhappy with how the professor handled the situation. For some reason, Izuku didn't look fazed by the scolding, instead he only turned his head to look at Carden, who gave him a cocky smile. Their friend looked back towards the professor and then down to his book. Don't make a scene, he silently told them, he wants me, not you. So please, don't try to provoke him. The girls followed what he said, albeit unhappily. And so the lesson dragged on, thankfully with no further disruptions. Pyrrha stared out at the stars with a solemn look. John wasn't back yet, and she wasn't sure when he'd return. She turned her head towards her teammates. Nora was jumping on the bed like a young child before bed, and Ren was cleaning Stormflower. The room still had its nice and energetic energy, but it didn't feel the same for her without John. But whilst she was sad, she was also angry. He wasn't accepting her help and was stubbornly pushing her away, and it was starting to drive her nuts. How come John gets home so late? Nora asked from her bed. He has become quite scarce since he's started fraternizing with Cardin, Ren pointed out. And that was the other thing Pyrrha was angry with. She'd heard from Team RWBY that ever since John started hanging out with Cardin, the bully was starting to focus more on Izuku, getting him in trouble in class, and such. She'd seen what Izuku looks like when he's in the same room as the brute. He looked at Cardin like the bully was going to try and kill him or someone else. She could see Team RWBY were starting to get really upset at how paranoid the boy was becoming. He was starting to act like how he did when she first met him. That's weird, Nora commented, looking at the clock. Doesn't he know we have a field trip tomorrow? We need our rest, she said as she continued to jump up and down on her bed. I'm sure our leader knows exactly what he's doing, Pyrrha told them, her tone snappy and angry. Nora and Ren exchanged glances at how angry Pyrrha seemed lately. I guess so, Nora nodded. Unbeknownst to any of them, their leader was right outside their dorm, his hand on the doorknob and watching through the crack he'd made. With a sigh, he silently closed his door and hung his head in shame. Hey John, a cheerful voice called out. He turned around to see Ruby in her pajamas. Long time, no see. Did you lock yourself out again? She asked. Oh, nope. June reached into his pocket and pulled out his scroll and laughed a very fake laugh. Got it right here. He chuckled. Ruby nodded and rocked back and forth with her hands behind her back. So, where have you been? She questioned. John stammered, trying to think of a lie, but his mind was drawing a total blank. With a sigh, he came clean. I messed up. I did something I shouldn't have, and now Cardin's got me on a leash. Pyrrha won't even talk to me, and Izuku's now getting harassed instead of me. I think coming to this school was a bad idea. He rested his back on the door and slowly slid down to the floor. I'm a failure. Nope. Ruby shook her head with a smile. Nope. John questioned, confused. Nope. Ruby repeated. You're a leader now, John. You're not allowed to be a failure, she told him. But what if I'm a failure at being a leader? He asked. Nope. Ruby once again said. You're not the easiest person to talk about this kind of stuff. John dryly laughed. Nope. Ruby agreed. John, maybe you were a failure when you were a kid. John groaned and lowered his head, clearly upset with what Ruby just said. And you might have been a failure the first day we met. But, you can't be one now. You know why? Why? John asked, starting to get invested in what Ruby was saying. Because it's not about you anymore. You've got a team now, John. We both do. And if we fail, then we'll just be bringing them down with us. Ruby put her hands on her hips and continued. We have to put our teammates first, and ourselves second. Your team deserves a great leader, John, and I think that can be you. She walked over to her door and turned around. Have a good night, John. Also, don't worry about Izuku. Team RWBY will handle it, she said before going inside. John could faintly hear Ruby scream, pillow fight, followed by some trashing and Izuku trying to get everyone to go to bed. A smile came to his face as a newfound energy began to surge through him. He pushed himself off the ground and turned around to face the door. He put his hand on the knob and was ready to turn it when his scroll went off. He moved to the side of the door and checked it, finding a voice message from Cardin. Hey, it's your buddy, Cardin. I know you're probably busy with that dust project I gave you, but I'm gonna need you to go out and get me a bag of rapier wasps. And make sure they've got some really big stingers. It's important, so don't screw this up. John closed his scroll before the message could replay inside. He slowly wandered down the hallway and away from his room. Glinda led Team RWBY, JNPR, CRDL, and Izuku through the Forever Fall forest. The leaves were a beautiful blood red and the trunks were as gray as smoke. Everyone looked around, admiring the beauty of the forest as their professor spoke. Yes, students, the forest of Forever Fall is indeed beautiful. But we are not here to sightsee. Professor Peach has asked all of you to collect samples from the trees deep inside this forest, she told them. She then stopped moving and everyone stopped. John, who was struggling to carry a large case with 6 empty glass jars on top, accidentally bumped into Cardin. The taller boy scowled at the blonde, who looked away and tried to whistle innocently. Each of you is to gather 1 jar's worth of red sap. However, this forest is full of the creatures of Grimm, so be sure to stay by your teammates. We will rendezvous back here at 4 o'clock. Have fun, she told them. Izuku began to walk away with his jar, heading off to find some red sap alone. Team RWBY followed Izuku, wanting to be near him just in case Carden tried anything. John tried to sneak over to his team, but Carden noticed and grabbed the back of his collar. Come on, buddy. Let's go, he said cheerfully. John miserably looked up to his team. Nora and Ren were walking into the forest, heading where Team RWBY was heading, and Pyrrha was staring at him sadly. He looked away from the girl and followed Team CRDL, much to the disappointment of Pyrrha as she sighed and turned around to follow her teammates. Team CRDL were lazily resting as they awaited their lackey's return. Soon John wandered back exhausted with 6 full jars. He set them down carefully before falling face first into the ground. The team got up and walked over to the boy. Hey, great work, Johnny boy. Now that wasn't too hard, was it? Carden asked with a laugh. I think I'm allergic to this stuff, John muttered as his nose was completely blocked. Great, great. Carden waved his hands, not caring about his victim's state. So, John, I bet you're asking yourself, why did my buddy Carden ask me to collect 6 jars of sap when there's only 5 of us? He said with a high-pitched and whiny voice, pretending to be John. That is one of the many questions I've asked myself today. Yes, John tiredly agreed. Well, come with me, and you'll find out, Carden told him before walking away with his teammates. With a groan, John got up to follow them. They walked for a while until they arrived at their destination, a hilltop overlooking the other students. Team CRDL, plus John who was squashed between Carden and Russell, peeked their heads over the crest and watched as everyone collected their sap. John watched as Ren knelt down to collect some sap from a tree before passing a full jar to Nora who quickly ate it all. Ren turned his head around at the weird noises only to find an empty jar and an embarrassed Nora with red hands. Pyrrha laughed at the scene as she filled up her own jar. Team RWBY were collecting sap at a fast pace, but occasionally they stopped to watch Izuku, who was staring at the tree as he filled up his jar. See Carden, what's going on? Why are we here? He asked, although deep down inside, he knew exactly what all of this was for. Payback, Carden darkly stated as he pointed over to the lone figure collecting sap by himself. Izuku, John breathed out. He saw Izuku flinch and grabbed his head before his eyes narrowed. What are you? That little brat has been nothing but a pain in my side. Always trying to stand up to me, and he even has the gall to try and defend those rabid animals and embarrass me in the process, Carden explained as he pulled out a buzzing cardboard box with a large W written on the sides. Last night, old John here managed to round up an entire box of rapier wasps, and now, we're going to put him to work. Russell grabbed John, who couldn't even try, and nervously laugh. Now, according to one of the essays you wrote for me last week, these things love sweets. With a sinister chuckle, Carden glared at Izuku, who still collected sap, but now with a dark look in his eyes. The little hero always acts so tough. Well, let's see how tough he really is. He turned to John, and you're going to do it. Do what? He tried to feign ignorance as he tried to think of a way out of this situation, but nothing was coming to mind. Hit him with the sap. Either that, or I'll have a chat with Goodwitch, and you'll be on the first airship out of Beacon. Carden slammed the jar of sap into John's chest before pulling him up to his feet before crouching back down to whisper with his teammates. John held it in his hand and looked at Izuku, but felt his hand start to shake. This was Izuku, his first friend he'd made at Beacon. The boy who never laughed at his mistakes, and always helped him out when he needed it. But he froze when Izuku turned to face him. They locked eyes for a few moments, and Izuku could see the heads of Team CRDL all whispering to each other, not noticing the fact Izuku was looking right at them. Izuku's cold eyes then looked at the sap and then at the box labeled with AW next to him. He looked at John as if the boy had betrayed him, but then his eyes softened as if he realized something. They know. He mouthed to John. John slowly nodded his head, the jar shaking in his hand. Then Izuku did something that shocked him. He closed his eyes and stopped moving, making himself the perfect target. John's eyes widened as he realized what Izuku was trying to do. His words from the other night came rushing back into his mind. I broke myself to help out a friend. Never assume I wouldn't do the same for you, John. John felt that energy from the previous night returned to him. Izuku was willing to get himself hurt so John wouldn't be in any trouble. What kind of friend would he be if he wouldn't do the same for Izuku? With a steely gaze he turned around to face his bullies. No, he said. Carden blinked and then looked at John with a snarl. What do you mean, no? He asked threateningly. I said no, John yelled before throwing the jar at Carden. It smashed upon impact and covered the boy's breastplate in sap. The other team leader just stared at his armor before chuckling darkly. Oh, you've done it now. John humorously laughed to himself at the predicament he put himself in, but he knew that given the opportunity to go back in time, he would do it all over again. He raised his arms up in self-defense. But Dove and Sky grabbed his shoulders and dragged him away from everyone. John was thrown to the ground in a heap. Groaning, he looked up to see a sap-covered Carden loom over him. The taller boy picked him up with a grin then punched him back down to the ground. John coughed up a small amount of bile from the force of the punch and dry heaved. You know that wasn't very smart, Johnny boy. Carden told him before picking him up again while his teammates watched. I'm going to make sure they send you back to your mommy in teeny tiny pieces. He threatened. John grabbed the arm that was holding him, surprising Carden. I don't care what you do to me. He looked up, his eyes burning with fury, but you are not messing with any of my friends. Carden scoffed at John. What? You think talking like that makes you tough? He angrily asked. You think you're a big, strong man now? He sneered. John only smiled in defiance, who only pissed Carden off even more. He raised up his fist, ready to slam it into John's face, but just as the hit connected, a bright light shone, blinding everyone around them. Carden cried out in pain as he held his now bruised hand. John looked at his hands, which were glowing faintly. His body felt like it was as good as new, like he'd never been hit by anything in the first place. While he stared at his hands, Sky walked up behind him and kicked him in the back. He fell into his stomach and looked up to glare at an approaching Carden. Let's see how much of a man you really are, he growled out, ready to deliver the beating of a lifetime. But just as he finished, everyone heard a low growl emulate from the bushes. Team CRDL turned around to see a giant Ursa Major emerge from the greenery. Dozens of white spikes stuck out from its back, sharp enough that if anyone landed on them, they would be impaled. It slammed its massive paws into the ground, leaving tracks as it slowly walked closer and closer to them. Everyone was frozen in fear of the giant creature. They wanted to run, but their bodies just wouldn't obey them. The Ursa leapt over to them and sniffed the air before focusing on the sap covering Carden's chestplate. It stood on its hind legs and let out a mighty roar. This seemed to snap Russell, Sky, and dove into action. But they didn't try to help their leader. Instead they ran away, screaming their heads off. Carden remained, his fight, flight or freeze response stuck on freeze. He watched as the Ursa raised its paw before slamming it into Carden's side, sending him flying into a tree. The Grim noticed John and leaned in to sniff the boy. It could sense negativity inside the boy, but that didn't matter to it right now. It did not care about destroying anything harboring negativity. All it wanted was food, and this boy didn't have any. John watched as the Ursa wandered back over to Carden, who collected his wits and pulled out his mace, only for the Grim to swipe it out of his hands. It landed at John's feet. John looked down at it, conflicted on whether to fight or flee. Izuku opened his eyes and looked back to the top of the hill, but John was nowhere to be found. Danger sense was still going haywire, so Carden had to be somewhere nearby. When he saw John holding the sap, he felt betrayed, as if his assumption about this world was correct, but then he saw the look in John's eyes. That's when he realized that danger sense wasn't going off in reaction to John, it was reacting to the members of Team CRDL. And if he was with Carden, then something must have gone wrong. So he tried to silently ask John if they knew about him faking his transcripts, and to his horror, the blonde nodded his head. If that information got out, John's life would be flushed down the toilet. So he stopped moving and closed his eyes, making himself the perfect target. If John didn't throw the sap at him, it wouldn't end well for him. But for some reason, he still hadn't felt the glass jar smash on him. So something must have gone wrong. And his guess was proven correct when danger sense stabbed his head much harder than before, and then a roar echoed throughout the forest. Everyone looked up, unsure if they were just hearing things. Did you guys hear anything? RWBY asked. Grim, Izuku spoke up, his voice sounding more authoritative than dull. Somewhere over there, he pointed towards the cliff. Just as he did that, Team CRDL ran down the hill, without their leader. They were yelling and screaming like madmen. Russell turned his head around as he ran, as if something was chasing them. Ursa! Ursa! He screamed before crashing into Yang, who didn't even flinch. What? Where? Yang interrogated, picking him up by his shirt. Back there. It's got Carden, he cried out, pointing in the direction they just ran. John. Pyrrha gasped before running towards the hill. She quickly turned her head. Nora, Ren. You guys go get Professor Goodwitch. Kuso. Izuku cursed, not realizing he slipped back into his native tongue. He dashed after Pyrrha, leaving Team RWBY by themselves. RWBY quickly took charge and turned to her teammates. Yang. You and Blake go with Nora and Ren. There might be more Grim around. Weiss, come with me. The girls nodded and quickly sprung into action. Carden tried to run away from the giant beast, but it leapt over him and tried to claw him, but Carden quickly dodged the attack. He quickly turned to run in another direction, but his feet knocked into each other, causing Carden to lose his balance. He tried to get up while crawling away, but his legs felt like jelly. Pyrrha, Izuku, RWBY and Weiss appeared on the sideline and watched as the Ursa leaned over Carden, raising its paw before swiping down on the defenseless boy. But instead of slicing through the boy like butter, it clanged on John's shield. The owner was pushing up against the shield, trying to overpower the creature while Carden watched him. Izuku held up his hand as his aura started to flash around him. He curled his finger, but stopped when Pyrrha grabbed his arm. Wait. She told him. What? Izuku replied, but was shushed by the girl as she pointed towards the two boys. John took the shield from under Ursa's paw and quickly sliced at its stomach. It howled in pain and turned feral. It tried to crush the boy, but John quickly rolled out of the way. The Grim then tried to swipe at John's feet, but its prey only jumped over the attack. But as John was in the air, the Ursa swung a paw at him and knocked him far away. But John wasn't going to let that finish him off. Not even a second later, he was back on his feet and rushing the creature. The Ursa leapt over the boy and kicked him in the back while it was midair. John was knocked forward and hit his head on a rock. His aura protected him, but he was starting to worry how much he had left. He quickly tapped his scroll which was attached to the back of his shield and saw his aura was in the red. That only made him angrier as he started to run at the Ursa again. The Ursa ran towards him as well, each preparing a strike. Time started to move slow for both Pyrrha and Izuku as they saw John had left himself open to the Ursa's attack. Izuku looked like he was about to run in, but Pyrrha quickly held up her hand, gathering the dark red energy in her arm. Just as the Ursa was about to strike, the glow lifted John's shield up to block the swipe. John was surprised at what just happened, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. Using the surprise move, John leaned back on the ground, pushed his shield up and using his free hand, swung his sword at the Ursa, decapitating it with one slice. The body wobbled around for a few moments before falling to the ground with a heavy thud. What? RWBY questioned, confused on how the shield moved by itself. What the? Izuku muttered, looking back and forth between Pyrrha and John. How did you? Weiss muttered to herself, trying to figure out what just happened. Pyrrha smiled and gave a small shrug. Well, RWBY has her speed, you have your glyphs, and Izuku has his superpower. She questioned, unsure of what to classify what power Izuku had. My semblance is polarity. She told them. Izuku looked like he was hit with inspiration and started to mutter his native language about something she couldn't understand. Weiss nodded, understanding what Pyrrha was talking about, and RWBY. Whoa, you can control poles. She gasped in amazement. Wah, no, you dunce. It means she has control over magnetism, Weiss scolded. RWBY looked away, embarrassed. Magnets are cool, too, she whispered quietly. That's not entirely it, but you're on the right track, Izuku commented, breaking out of his mutter spree. Pyrrha nodded with a smile and began to leave, which confused Weiss. Wait, where are you going? She questioned. Yeah, we gotta tell them what happened. RWBY agreed. We could, Pyrrha agreed. Or perhaps we could keep this our little secret. She smiled with a wink before walking away again. RWBY, Weiss, and Izuku understood what she was trying to tell them. If John realized his big crowning moment wasn't even his, he would feel horrible. So the three of them followed Pyrrha back to find Professor Goodwitch. A bruised and battered John sheathed his sword before walking over to Cardin, who looked up at him. John stood there a few moments before offering the boy his hand. Cardin smiled and took it before he was pulled to his feet. Holy crap, John, Cardin said, amazed. But John wasn't having any of it. He squeezed down on Cardin's hand and stared him in the eyes. Don't mess with my team, or my friends, ever again. Got it. Cardin flinched in fear, and that was all John needed. He let go of Cardin's hand and turned around to walk away, his head held high. Never thought my uniform would feel this comfortable, John thought as he stared at the green lights of Beacon. He was on the rooftop again, but this time he went to another one, not wanting to be near Cardin. The moon was especially bright tonight, casting a glow over the rooftop. John took in a deep breath and exhaled, the feeling of pride still coursing through him, but he knew he'd need to swallow it up for what he was about to do. The sound of the door creaking open made John turn his head around. He saw Pyrrha and Izuku walked across the rooftop towards him. Thanks for coming, he nodded at them. No Cardin tonight, Pyrrha asked. I thought you two were best buds. What she said hurt John, but he sucked it up. Look, Pyrrha, Izuku, I'm sorry. I was a jerk. He turned to Pyrrha. You were only trying to be nice. He then turned to Izuku, and you were only trying to help, and, he shook his head, not knowing what to say. I had all this macho stuff in my head. John, Pyrrha yelled, snapping her team leader out of his apologetic rant, it's okay. Your team really misses their leader, you know. They shared a smile before John turned to face Izuku. Do you forgive me, Izuku? Izuku looked at him for a few seconds silently, which made John's stomach drop. After what seemed like forever, he spoke. You tried to hurt me, but I don't blame you. That caught John's attention as he stared at Izuku. You were being forced and you couldn't fight back. Not to mention, you never even threw the jar in the first place. Izuku took a deep breath and smiled at John. You're my friend, John, and just because you were forced to try and hurt me doesn't change that fact. John blinked a few times, tears starting to form in his eyes before he quickly brushed them away. Thanks, Izuku. His two best friends smiled at him. You should come down. Ren made pancakes. No syrup, though. You can thank Nora for that. You can come as well if you want, Izuku. We don't mind having you. Izuku looked away, slightly embarrassed. Nah, I don't want to intrude. Nonsense. I'm sure no one will mind, Pyrrha reassured him. They both turned around to leave, when John called out to them, wait. Izuku and Pyrrha turned around to see John looking sheepish. I know I don't deserve it after all that happened, but... John really didn't want to say it, but in order to get better, he needed to swallow his pride. Would you two be willing to help me become a better fighter? Pyrrha turned away so a worried John wouldn't see her satisfied smile. Izuku saw it though, and had to hold back a small chuckle. She turned back around and walked over to John before pushing him over. Hey, he yelped, your stance is all wrong. You need to be wider and lower to the ground. She offered her hand, which John accepted. Also don't fight with your mouth open. If you do, the opponent has a higher chance of breaking your jaw. Izuku added, walking over to John. I think I should train as well, if you'll allow me to join. Pyrrha and John stared at Izuku, unsure of what he meant. What do you want to improve upon? Pyrrha asked. I think it's time I started training my aura. I'll need it when I get back home. Izuku said, and I think we can kill two birds with one stone. His aura activated around his arms as he held them up to his face. With a smile he faced John. Now hit me. RWBY groaned as she entered her dorm room. Professor Goodwitch had assigned them homework on what to do when ambushed by Grimm. It wasn't fair that she had to study when it wasn't even her team that was hurt. but if it would help her be a better leader, then she was all for it. RWBY opened her desk's drawer and tried to search for one of her textbooks. There you are. She smiled before pulling it out, but as she did, something caught her eye. He put the textbook down on the desk and reached into the desk. Grabbing a lone piece of paper, she pulled it up and looked over its contents. A drawing of a huntsman outfit, but not just any huntsman outfit. One designed for Izuku. The homework was expelled from her mind as she looked over the drawing. It outlined what the suit was made from, the purpose of every piece of equipment, everything. RWBY stared dumbfounded at the piece of paper, it was so well detailed. How had she not found this earlier? RWBY's brain began to turn faster than it had ever gone before, trying to figure out the cost and time it would take to create the suit and weapons. She wasn't rich, but if she got her teammates to chip in, they could have this ready for him soon. Team RWBY all stared down at the drawing of Izuku's outfit. Weiss was impressed at how detailed it was. Blake admired the drawing for how the outfit looked. It was definitely an improvement over his weird and disturbing costume he wore when engaging students or Grim in combat. Like Blake, Young loved the costume, but unlike her teammate, she was going to miss being able to call him Demon Boy. And RWBY was staring at the weapons excitedly, her mind racing with possibilities. Wow, was all Weiss could mutter, staring at the drawing. This is impressive, Blake agreed. Wait, does anyone know where Izuku is right now? RWBY asked, her eyes darting to the door, praying that Izuku doesn't enter while they have the drawing out. Izuku's at the gym, he won't be back for a while. Yang reassured her sister. RWBY nodded her head before examining the drawing for the umpteenth time, and every time she looked at it she was impressed. It was well drawn and offered reasoning behind his choices. The gloves are basically the same as the ones he had now, but slightly upgraded to be able to use dust. His boots were the same, except they didn't look like talons anymore. Instead looking like normal high tops coated in iron. The mechanics were impressive, a blowback motion to enhance the kicks and decrease the recoil. The outfit was a whole different story. It no longer looked like some kind of monster. Heck, it no longer even looked like his costume. The respirator was still there, but that was probably the only thing apart from his gloves and boots he kept. It looked amazing. RWBY couldn't help but feel a small flutter in her chest every time she looked at the hooded cloak he added in. It looks like mine, she thought. Overall, it was a major improvement, and could definitely be made in around a week, but before they started on it, they needed to talk. Okay, there are a few things that might need to be changed, Yang said, looking over the weapons. I know a few good changes to make. RWBY agreed, he needs a lethal weapon. He might be able to knock out Grim easily, but that doesn't mean he won't come across something stronger. Weiss bit her tongue as Blake shook her head. I thought Izuku didn't kill. She questioned. He doesn't kill because he was taught it was wrong in his world. Weiss recalled her conversation with Izuku, not mentioning why Izuku wouldn't need a lethal weapon. He told me that if there was no other option, he would resort to ending a life. RWBY nodded. Well, if Izuku does decide that killing is the best option, he'll need something lethal just in case. RWBY added, but what weapon would be good for him? She muttered under her breath. A sword, maybe. A sword might not be good for Izuku. He has no training with one, Blake pointed out, and if he's leaving soon, then he won't get enough training to properly use one. Not to mention, it doesn't fit his fighting style. The other girls nodded, understanding where Blake was coming from. A sword required training and took time to learn how to properly utilize one. But Yang didn't abandon the thought like the other girls did. Maybe there was a way to combine the two aspects. Make something that wouldn't be too hard for Izuku to learn. Something that would attach to his gloves and could be used to kill if necessary. Something like a. Yang snapped her fingers with a grin. I have an idea of what could be used as a lethal weapon. She announced to her teammates. It wouldn't stray too far from his fighting style. It might take some time for Izuku to learn, but it should be easier to learn. What is it? Blake asked, curious as to what Yang was talking about. I'll keep that a secret between RWBY and I for now, Yang smirked. Okay, you'll have to tell me later. Moving on, what dust should we use? RWBY questioned, looking at the gloves. Izuku made a good base, but it could still be improved. She couldn't really blame him. He was still trying to learn as much about the world as he could. He only created a single area for dust, and even then it wasn't in the best place. RWBY could probably fit 4 slots of the gloves. Wind would just be a waste of a slot. Weiss claimed, happy to flaunt her knowledge on dust. Izuku's already able to fire wind without the use of any dust. She walked over to her desk and pulled out a piece of paper before sketching a rough idea of the contraption that would attach to Izuku's new gloves. We'd need to leave a slot open so Izuku can fire off air without any dust in case he doesn't need to use dust. So 3 slots would probably be sufficient. Alright Miss Know-It-All, calm down, Yang teased with a grin. So what dust do you recommend for the gloves? Fire, electricity and gravity, Weiss stated confidently. RWBY thought long and hard before nodding in agreement. Those made sense considering the way Izuku fought with his gloves. Compressed air blasts combined with dust could create devastating attacks, and the dust Weiss recommended would fit best with his attacks. Okay, RWBY smiled confidently. Now all we have to do is figure out how to build this all. Weiss blinked, trying to process what RWBY just said. She wasn't being serious, was she? Shouldn't we get a professional to make these? We're not professional blacksmiths, Weiss argued, but Yang and RWBY shook their heads. It would be a more thoughtful gift from us if we made it. He considers us friends, and we want to show him we think the same of him, RWBY smiled. Besides, at Signal, we had to create our own weapons, Yang added, leaning on her half-sister's shoulder. The gloves would be easy for me since I created my gauntlets, and RWBY knows the ins and outs of how weapons work. Not to mention she also created crescent rows. Weiss looked over to RWBY in shock and a hint of awe. That scythed sniper was incredibly well made, and the fact that RWBY built it all by herself was impressive. So now we need to figure out the outfit itself, Blake said, but it's weird how durable Izuku wants the clothing to be. It's understandable that he'd want protection, but why does the clothing need to handle hypersonic speeds? She said, tapping on the part that specified the requirement. In what scenario would he be going that fast? Weiss knew the answer. She knew that Izuku was holding back. If everything she'd seen was only 10% of his power, then there was a chance he could go past Mach 5, unless he was holding back even more power than he let on. But what were the chances of that? It had been almost 2 months since she met Izuku, and he never once displayed another power other than those black tendrils and his superhuman strength, speed and durability. But she wasn't about to tell the other girls that. She saw that he looked annoyed at himself for revealing that information when he let it slip. It was clear he didn't want other people to know that information, so Weiss wasn't about to go and tell everyone that fact. No clue, she said before attempting to divert the topic elsewhere, but I sincerely hope we aren't going to be creating his outfit for him. While you two may have made your weapons, I doubt you made your outfits. Nah, this would probably be a job for a tailor. The only problem would be finding the funds to make the outfit. Yang told her before adding, and finding a tailor. I can easily pay for all the funds, Weiss stated, looking around at her friends. Money won't be an issue. And don't worry about the tailor either. I know the perfect one. Well, if Weiss is able to pay the tailor, then we've got that base covered, RWBY said with a smile and an appreciative nod to her friend. So while Weiss goes to the tailor, Yang and I will make the gloves and boots. We'll need to make them in the room. So someone is going to need to distract Izuku for the day. Keep him out of the dorm, Yang said. Why not make them in the workshop? Blake asked. Because if anyone on Team JNPR walks in and sees us making it, they'll probably tell Izuku, so it's best if we keep this between us. I don't want to spoil the surprise for him, Yang told them her reasoning. Besides, there isn't a rule saying we can't bring equipment or supplies up to our room, she added with a devious smile. Okay, I have a plan. Yang and I will make the weapons and gear together. Weiss, if you could visit your tailor and pick up the materials we need, that would be great. Blake, I'll have you keep Izuku distracted for the day. I want this to be a big surprise for him. RWBY instructed her teammates, who all nodded in agreement. She put her hand out in front of her and looked at all her friends. Let's go make Izuku a cool costume. Go Team RWBY. Team RWBY. So why are we in Vale again? Izuku asked Blake, walking down the streets. The second he got back from the gym, he was dragged away from the dorm by Blake. Whenever he tried to ask her, she dodged his questions. So he kept trying. I just thought you needed a day out, she answered vaguely. I went out with Yang a while ago, Belladonna. He reminded the girl. That was a few weeks ago. You spend all of your free time in the dorm or the gym. It's not healthy, Blake pointed out. Izuku couldn't really argue with that. He hadn't gone outside unless it was for class. Okay, fine, he relented, but still not entirely happy that he wasn't back at Beacon. If he was going to stay on Remnant for longer, he would need more knowledge on how the world worked. He also knew that if he trained he'd be able to use more of One for All when he got back to Earth, which would increase the chances of the heroes winning. So where are we going first? Ruby told me of a cafe nearby she used to love visiting, Blake answered. I was thinking we'd go there first. Then have a walk around after that, she told him. Izuku nodded his head and the pair made their way to the cafe. Once they arrived, they took their seats and looked at the menu. It's always weird to look at the menus on Remnant, he admitted. Why is that? Blake asked, searching for a specific dish on the menu, but still listening to what Izuku was saying. My cuisine is different back home. We eat different types of food than you all, Izuku replied. Blake put her menu down and looked at Izuku. I know you don't like talking about it, but I was hoping that you could tell me a bit about your world. You mention it often, but never follow up on it. Izuku wanted to open his mouth and deny that claim, but he had to stop when he realized Blake was just stating facts. He'd barely told anyone about Earth or what it was like, mostly because he didn't want to think about what was going on there whilst he was gone. Izuku hesitated, unsure if he should tell her about Earth. But he quickly reasoned with himself in his mind. Blake and the other girls had taught him a few things about Remnant and it was unfair that Izuku wasn't doing the same thing. Not to mention Earth was still safe for the time being. He still had a little over 300 days left before the Vestiges guessed All for One would attack. And besides, he trusted Blake. So what's the worst that could happen? What do you want to know? Izuku said quietly. A smile came to Blake's face. What's your planet called? Earth. The second he spoke that word, a young woman with pink and brown hair with white streaks froze in her chair and turned her head to look at him. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't notice her. So he, nor Blake, noticed her. She quickly went back to drinking her milkshake, but kept her focus on the conversation. Earth. Blake hummed. It was a funny name, but that's probably because she'd never heard it before, and what's it like? A flash of pain appeared on Izuku's face before he shook his head. He took a small, shuddery breath before looking down at the table. Right now, it's horrible. Villains running wild, heroes retiring, and the ones that don't are struggling to keep order in check. People running around and using their quirks on those they find suspicious. I had to run around Japan non-stop with barely any sleep or food for months, trying to contain everything. I pushed my friends away in order to protect them. And sometimes it felt like I wasn't even doing anything, that everything I was doing wouldn't change a single thing. But I kept pushing on, because I wanted to see everyone smile freely, without having to look over their shoulders in fear. The conversation Blake had with Izuku and Ruby back when they first met played in her mind. At the time, she thought he was remembering someone close to her, but this was so much worse. It explained why he was so untrusting and tired when she first met him. He arrived in their world in the middle of trying to restore peace in a broken world. He was constantly battling people who were trying to hurt others. If he knew what she used to be. Blake shoved that thought away and instead focused on Izuku. In the span of a single conversation, he already looked so tired and beaten down, as if he was remembering how it felt. What was Earth like before all that? She asked, hoping to shift his focus to something a bit happier. She watched as a small, nostalgic smile formed on his face and a shine appeared in his normally dull eyes. It was amazing. It was a bit more advanced than your world in its buildings, but you have much more impressive technology. I went to a school like Beacon, meant to train us to become heroes. And my friends were great. They all supported me and helped me in more ways than one. Their quirks were also so cool. I remember trying to study them and figure out how they worked when I first saw everyone use their quirks. Blake nodded, happy to see Izuku much happier than he was before. She wanted to let him keep going, but her curiosity got the best of her. What are quirks? She questioned. He'd talked about them a few times before, but she still didn't know exactly what they were. Izuku snapped out of his daze and the shine in his eyes left, much to Blake's disappointment. Quirks are like your semblances, except most people normally gain them when they turn 4. He said, leaving out the part where he was part of the small minority who didn't gain one at birth. Blake was surprised to hear this. Normally semblances were unlocked during certain moments of a person's life. So to hear there was a world where people unlocked it just by hitting a certain age was strange to her. How did quirks start appearing? She asked, her curiosity only growing with every answer. No one really knows. Some people say that mice spread some kind of disease, others said it was just humanity evolving. There hasn't really been any proof on how quirks were created, but only scientists try to figure out how quirks spread throughout the world. Izuku shrugged, I've tried to figure it out once, but I stopped when I realized that I would probably never find any answers. Instead I dedicated my focus to studying how quirks work and what they could do. He informed the black-haired girl. So, you're some kind of scientist? Blake queried. Izuku shook his head, not really. I just like to see new quirks and how people could utilize them, he admitted looking down at the table, his eyes avoiding hers out of embarrassment. But because he wasn't looking at Blake, he failed to notice the young woman sitting behind her pull out her scroll and snap a photo of his face before getting up and leaving the cafe. How similar are quirks to semblances? Blake questioned. From what I've seen and read, they're very similar. There are a few differences, but it's mostly the same concept. Although we have so many different types of quirks that they have to be categorized into 3 different classes. Can you tell me about them? Blake requested. Izuku nodded his head and got himself into a more comfortable position. Okay, so the first type of quirk is an emitter. They're also the most common type of quirk. It basically allows someone to generate, control, or alter things around them. For example, Izuku held out his hand and a few tiny strands of black whip emerged. This is an emitter quirk since I'm generating it, he explained before the tendrils shrunk back into his body. Blake nodded, so Izuku continued, transformation quirks are the least common quirks. They allow someone to temporarily alter their bodies. A close friend of mine is able to harden his body to the point where it's as sharp as a rock. Interesting, Blake hummed. What's the final type of quirk? Mutant. Blake's eyes widened in shock, like looking different from someone else. She asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's like a transformation type quirk, but instead of being temporary, it's permanent. It normally had something to do with the person's quirk. One of my best friends has a quirk called Frog. It basically gives abilities similar to that of a frog, but it also makes her appearance look similar to one as well. Blake tried to picture someone with the appearance of a frog, but all she could think of was a human with a frog head. What does she look like? Izuku wanted to draw a sketch of Suyu, but he couldn't find a pen. So he decided to try and describe it to Blake. Well, imagine a regular girl. Make her eyes oval-shaped, and make her mouth wide that dips down a little bit in the middle, he gave a rough description of his friend. Blake did what he told her and the picture of her became much clearer in her mind. But she still wanted to know more, and tried asking a question, hoping it wouldn't reveal too much about her. If a faunus went into your world, how badly would they be treated? She asked. Izuku put his hand on his chin and hummed. Well, it wouldn't be that bad. People who look completely different are discriminated against the most, but if someone like the rabbit girl was to enter my world, the discrimination she would receive would be pretty low. Most bullies would make fun of her ears and that would probably be that, Izuku guessed. But he wasn't done just yet as he continued to talk, but everyone faces discrimination for their quirks. Because no matter what you have, someone else is going to hate it. Blake had to focus in order to prevent her jaw from dropping. Earth sounded so much better than Remnant in terms of how people judged appearance. How many people have mutant quirks? She asked. Quite a few. It's more common than people with transformation quirks, but emitter quirks are much more common. Izuku told her, but that doesn't mean that everyone with emitter quirks look normal. Most people I've met have something unique about them, even if they have an emitter quirk. One of my classmates is able to speak to animals, but his head takes the form of a rock. It's mostly hereditary. It's why I'm considered plain in my world because compared to nearly everyone else, I don't stand out in any way. Now Blake was really jealous. Jealous of how she was born into a world that pushed her kind away, spat at them, enslaved them, when there was another world out there that would have treated her much better. It wasn't really fair, but those were the cards God gave her. Sighing quietly, she decided to talk about something other than mutant quirks. So what's your quirk? She asked. Well, it's a combined quirk, Izuku told her. He'd been preparing for this question for a while, and he was shocked that no one had asked him yet. Superpower. While it was a good cover in his world, it wouldn't be now that he had two completely different quirks, but he came up with a good cover story. My quirk is called Stockpile. It allows me to store unneeded energy and converts it into raw power I can tap into whenever I want. So it's an emitter. Blake tried to guess what type of quirk it was based on what Izuku had told her. Izuku nodded his head with a small smile. Yes, but it's also under a subclass. Accumulation. Stockpile requires me to stockpile energy which I can use when I need to use it. Okay, so what are those black tendrils you use when fighting? Blake asked, not seeing how they matched with the quirk he just described to her. It's a mutation of my mother's quirk. Izuku lied through his teeth. She's able to pull small objects to herself. That combined with my father's quirk and it allowed me to produce physical tendrils made of my stored energy. I mostly use it to pull things towards me, wrap them up, or hook it into buildings so I can swing around. I called that half of the quirk Black Whip. Blake was fascinated by everything Izuku just told her. Most people if they heard that would think it was a book or movie, but this was real. In another dimension, there was the world Izuku just described. But then she thought of something strange. Hey, Izuku. With Black Whip, you're able to connect the tendril together, right? She asked. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed as he thought about what Blake had just told him. Yes, he answered with hesitance, unsure of where Blake was taking the conversation. If you can create multiple strands and piece them together, could you make objects out of those tendrils? She questioned. Izuku froze. Blake's words playing in his mind on loop, like a broken record. Could he create items with Black Whip? There wasn't anything that said he couldn't. Sure, he wouldn't be able to detach the items. It would take time to train, but if Blake was right, he could save so many more lives with this. Thank you, he whispered to Blake with a big smile. I never even thought about using Black Whip like that. You're incredible, he praised. A small blush arose on Blake's face as she looked away, not wanting anyone else to see her face. But that was when Izuku saw something strange occur. That's when he saw her bow twitch. Izuku blinked, unsure of what he just witnessed. He looked around, but everyone was too caught up in their own conversations to notice. He turned around to see Blake still looking away from him. Like with John, the pieces of a puzzle were starting to click into place in his mind. Blake flinched when they were talking about the White Fang. At first he thought it was just because they attacked her before, but then she smiled at him when he stood up for Faunus. Not to mention all the questions about mutant quirks. And sure, he didn't know as much about Remnant than the others, but he was pretty sure bows don't twitch. Speaking of which, he'd never seen her take off her bow. Even when she went to bed she wore that thing. So when he thought about it, it only made sense that she wore that to hide something. Something that could twitch and was triangular in shape. Like a pair of animal ears. Izuku wanted to ask her, but stopped himself at the last second. He'd seen how discriminated the Faunus were in this world. They were treated like dirt. It was clear to him that Blake was trying hard to hide it from everyone else so she wouldn't face the same fate as them. That was probably why she didn't step in to help that rabbit girl. She didn't want to attract any attention to herself. If he was to ask her, others might overhear their conversation. It would be like outing a quirkless kid in his world. Blake noticed him staring at her. Izuku. What's wrong? She asked, starting to get a little uncomfortable with how he was looking at her. Izuku blinked and shook his head. Sorry, I got lost in my head for a second. He let out a convincing chuckle. I do that sometimes. Blake nodded, accepting his answer before a waiter came over. She ordered grilled salmon, and he ordered a sandwich. After that, Izuku decided what to do about what he'd just discovered. That splice of information he found would stay with him until Blake told them about what she was. While Izuku was in the shower, Blake walked over to the other girls. So how did everything go? How long will it take before it's ready? She asked. My tailor said he should be able to get it ready in a couple of days, Weiss told them all. It was originally going to take a week since he had other orders. She'd paid a pretty hefty tip so he would make the outfit his priority. What about the gloves and boots? The boots are all done. RWBY exclaimed happily. Surprisingly, the boots weren't too hard to figure out. The blowback mechanic was kinda similar to a gun, so it didn't take long for her to figure out, but the gloves might take a bit longer to make. Rubes and I came up with a way to improve the lethal weapon so it can use dust, but it's going to take a few days to work out the kinks. But we should have it ready soon, Yang said happily. The girls all stopped talking when they heard the shower turn off and went back to doing what they were doing before, but their minds stayed on the costume. They couldn't wait to see how it looked on Izuku. Toshinori looked around at all the remaining heroes in the room. The mood was tense, justifiable considering their biggest hope had just been killed. Izuku's death had just made their strike much harder to pull off. So what's the plan now? Mount Lady asked everyone, unsure of where they'd go from there. We'll need to buy ourselves some time. Give us time to think of what we can do, Edgeshot told his teammate. We're already a step ahead of you all, Hawks stated, pulling out his phone. All Might contacted foreign hero agencies around the world, hoping that we could get some heroes on our side. Immediately the #1 hero in America agreed to help. She's on her way. Stars and Stripes, Kamui Woods questioned. Yes, All Might answered. Without young Deku here to help us, we're going to need someone who is capable of taking on All for One, and Stars and Stripes is the only other person here capable of doing so. He explained to them all. And what if she doesn't win? Endeavor asked, wanting to make sure they had a backup plan just in case. Then let's hope Stars and Stripes can hinder All for One long enough for us to come up with another plan. Izuku watched as banners were put up all around the city in preparation for the vital festival. Signs that welcomed the newcomers. Market stalls were placed along the road for people to see what was being made at Vale. He enjoyed wandering by the stalls, getting quick glimpses at things he'd never seen before. It reminded him of when he went to the I-Expo. Team RWBY were excited, not just for the festival, but because Izuku's costume was in their dorm. They were going to present it to him later that day, and they could not wait to see the look on his face when they showed it to him. Weiss looked around and a large smile came to her face. Oh, the vital festival. This is absolutely wonderful, she saw, twirling around to look at everything she could. What is the vital festival? Izuku asked, unsure of what the purpose of the festival was. Weiss stopped dead in her tracks and slowly turned to face the boy. It's been like 2 months since you've arrived here. How do you not know what the vital festival is? She exclaimed. Isn't the book you're reading right now supposed to explain it? I haven't gotten to that section yet, Izuku countered, feeling uncomfortable with how Weiss was staring at him. The rest of Team RWBY decided to keep quiet and avoid whatever Weiss was doing. All of them except RWBY. I don't think I've ever seen you smile this much, Weiss. She claimed with an uneasy look, it's kinda creeping me out. Weiss looked shocked at what RWBY just said. But instead of annoyance like Blake and Yang expected, they saw she was confused at how they weren't smiling like she was. How could you not smile? She questioned, completely astonished. A festival dedicated to the cultures of the world. There will be dances, parades, a tournament. That part caught Izuku's attention. Oh, the amount of planning and organization that goes into this event is simply breathtaking. Yang sighed and shook her head. You really know how to take a good thing and make it boring, she commented. No, I understand where Shni is coming from. Izuku interjected. It reminds me of a school festival my school held a while ago. All the different courses coming together to make one big event. Besides, it'll be interesting to learn more about the cultures of this world. He told them all. Thank you, Izuku. At least someone gets it. Weiss said, shooting Yang an annoyed look. Yang responded by sticking her tongue out at the girl immaturely. They walked past a few stalls before passing by a stall displaying multiple fruits. RWBY visibly perked up when she laid her eyes on the stall and quickly ran over. Blake, Weiss and Izuku all shared a look of confusion while Yang just smiled and shook her head. They wandered over to the stall to see RWBY staring at a particular fruit. You gonna buy the whole stall, Rubes? Yang questioned with a smile. If they can ship all the strawberries back to Beacon, yes. RWBY exclaimed. She turned to the shopkeeper with a smile, only for it to disappear as the man running the stall shook his head. Oh, okay, she said sadly before perking up again. In that case I'll take 4 punnets. While the shopkeeper grabbed the berries from the back, Izuku looked over all the fruits. They were exactly the same as the ones on Earth. Maybe not everything is different here, he thought before he saw a round fruit. A watermelon, Izuku questioned, looking at the fruit. In Japan they were normally square, so seeing a round one was very unique. The girls watched as his eyes became as wide as saucers when he looked at the price tag. Why are they selling it so cheap? He exclaimed. What do you mean? RWBY asked. Watermelons are really expensive where I live. They're given as gifts most of the time, Izuku explained, still staring at the fruit and its price tag in shock. Geez kid, I might have to set up shop wherever you live, the shopkeeper joked while handing RWBY her strawberries. Good luck with that, Young whispered to RWBY, who stifled a giggle. All right, we've gotten sidetracked. We need to go now, Weiss said before quickly walking in the directions of the docks. Team RWBY followed, majority of them confused as to why Weiss wanted to go to the docks. Izuku was about to follow them, but stopped when he felt a shiver crawl up his spine. He stared ahead for a few seconds, before turning around, only to find nothing out of the ordinary. He could have sworn someone was watching him, but he shook his head free of those thoughts before running after Team RWBY. Not noticing a young woman slowly peek her head out from a corner, staring directly at Izuku. The group soon arrived at the docks and looked around. They had no clue why Weiss wanted to visit the docks, and Yang voiced her confusion. Remind me again. Why are we spending our Friday afternoon visiting the stupid docks? She asked. RWBY breathed in through her nose before quickly plugging it and sticking her tongue out in disgust. Ew. It smells like fish, she exclaimed. I think it smells nice, Blake muttered, not seeing the look Izuku gave her. I've heard that students visiting from Vacua will be arriving by ship today. And as a representative of Beacon, I feel as though it is my solemn duty to welcome them to this fine kingdom. Weiss informed them all. None of her friends were believing her, though, she wants to spy on them so she'll have the upper hand in the tournament, Blake translated Weiss' words. You can't prove that, Weiss quickly rebutted with a glare, only proving Blake was right. Yang let out a laugh as RWBY chuckled. Izuku wasn't fully paying attention to the conversation, still feeling like he was being watched. He quickly turned around, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone, but yet again, he found no one. Instead he saw 2 policemen standing in front of a shop with yellow tape covering the doors and a broken window. What happened there? He muttered, catching the others' attention. They all wandered over to the policeman and RWBY piped up, what happened here? She asked the men. Robbery, one of them told the group of students with a sigh, clearly tired. Second dust shop this week. This place is turning into a jungle, he remarked, staring at the broken window with a scowl. He took another look at the group and noticed the weapons a few of them were carrying. Are you all huntsmen and huntresses in training? He asked them all. They all nodded and pulled out their scroll when the man demanded ID. The policeman took a look at it before nodding his head and backing off. You thinking of getting new gloves? Those look pretty worn out, he pointed out to Izuku, slightly sickened by whatever was coating the gloves. Whether it be dirt or dried blood, he didn't know. Maybe one day, Izuku replied with a small shrug, although I don't know anyone here who could make it. Not to mention I can't afford it, he told the officer, not noticing the girls behind him trying to hide their smiles. The policeman nodded his head before walking over to his partner who waved him over. They've left all the money again, his partner claimed. This caught the group's attention. That was weird. Why would someone rob a shop and leave all the money? Unless they didn't care about that at all. It doesn't make any sense. The first detective shook his head. Who needs that much dust? He questioned. His partner only shrugged. I don't know, an army. The second man guessed. The first man paused in thought before turning to his partner. You thinking of the White Fang? He asked. I'm thinking we don't get paid enough. The man responded before they both entered the building, leaving the group of students out the front. They all stood there, conflicting thoughts running through their minds on who did it, but Izuku didn't care about that. He only cared about why they did it. He knew dust was a powerful resource, and that too much in the wrong hands could spell disaster. So when he heard that this wasn't the first shop that had been raided of dust only raised one question in his mind. What were they planning? Weiss scoffed and shook her head disapprovingly. The White Fang. She repeated what the policeman said. What an awful bunch of degenerates. She said with a pompous attitude. Blake seemed to take offense to what Weiss just said. What's your problem? She asked, a hint of hostility laced in her voice. My problem, Weiss repeated. I simply don't care for the criminally insane, she stated. The White Fang is hardly a group of psychopaths. They're a collection of misguided faunus. Blake countered. Misguided. They want to wipe humanity off the face of the planet. Weiss argued. Blake stumbled over her words, unsure of how to respond before settling on a very weak argument, so they're very misguided. Either way, it doesn't explain why they would rob a dust shop in the middle of downtown Vale. Blake finished. Izuku looked at the shop before feeling someone softly nudge his side. He turned his head to the side to see RWBY looking at him. Do you think it could be the Torchwick guy we ran into a couple months ago? She asked the slightly taller boy. Was he trying to steal dust when you first saw him? Izuku questioned. RWBY let out an, oh, when she remembered Izuku only arrived late in the fight. He didn't see Roman stealing the dust when he showed up. Yeah, he was, RWBY nodded. Izuku hummed and looked back at the shop. It's definitely possible, he thought out loud. That still doesn't change the fact that the White Fang are a bunch of scum. Weiss continued on with her tirade, much to Blake's growing anger. Those faunus only know how to lie, cheat and steal after all. Now Izuku was starting to get uncomfortable. Weiss was starting to sound like a quirkist. Like the people he'd saved that fox lady from. Schnee, stop, he told the girl, wanting this conversation to end. But, enough, Izuku said again, and Weiss stopped talking for now. He noticed that Blake seemed very happy, but something was nagging at the back of his mind. He knew Blake would be defensive of faunus, but why would she be defending a terrorist organization? Hey, stop that faunus, a loud voice boomed out. The group quickly ran over to the source of the yelling to help. Once they arrived, they saw a tan boy with blonde hair running down the length of a boat. But what everyone focused on was the golden tail attached to his backside. He leapt to the edge of the boat and turned his head to face the two sailors who were pursuing him. Thanks for the ride, guys. He smiled cheekily before leaping onto the dock and running away, laughing all the while. You no good stowaway, one of the sailors yelled. The boy jumped up onto a lamppost and used his tail to hang on while he peeled a banana he pulled out from his back pocket. Hey, the boy exclaimed, offended. A no-good stowaway would have been caught. I'm a great stowaway, he proudly declared. He was about to take a bite of his banana when a pebble flew past his head. The boy looked down to see a policeman angrily stare up at him. Hey! Get down from there this instant, the officer demanded before throwing another pebble. The boy quickly devoured the fruit before dodging the pebble. In retaliation, the faunus harmlessly threw the banana peel at the policeman's face. It landed with a splat and a growl was heard as the man slowly grabbed the peel and threw it expertly into a bin not too far from him. The boy laughed in amusement before twirling around to crouch on the lamppost. He leapt off the structure before running away from the detective and right by the group. Izuku was conflicted on whether to apprehend the boy or not. Danger sense wasn't going off at all, meaning the boy meant no harm, but that didn't mean he should be out here causing chaos just for the fun of it. Blake watched as his eyes looked into hers. Her eyes widened as she prayed that he didn't know what she was. But before she could stop it, her bow twitched. The boy noticed this and gave her a small wink before running off. Well, Weiss, Yang broke the silence between them all. You wanted to see the competition, and there it goes, she said, watching the faunus run away. Weiss held up her finger, silently telling Yang to shut up, quick. We have to observe him, she declared before running after the boy. Weiss, RWBY and Yang ran after the boy. Izuku was about to follow, but stopped when he noticed Blake was still frozen. Hey, Belladonna, he said. She quickly snapped out of it and looked at him. Are you okay? He asked, concerned. Why yeah. Blake confirmed quickly, come on. She instructed him before running after the group. Izuku was about to run after her when he felt someone watching him again. He quickly turned around, hoping to catch whoever was watching him, but the only people he could see were a group of bystanders, talking about what had just transpired. None of them were looking at him, but Izuku still couldn't shake the strange feeling. He wanted to walk over to the group and see if someone was in fact looking at him. But if he didn't go now, he might lose sight of the girls. So with a frustrated sigh, Izuku ran off after Team RWBY. He quickly caught up to them due to his speed. He followed them as they turned a corner, but instead of finding the Faunus, Weiss bumped into someone and fell over on top of them as they both tripped over. Weiss didn't look apologetic, or embarrassed that she knocked someone over, instead she was mad that she lost sight of the monkey Faunus. No. He got away, she complained. Weiss. Yang spoke up. When Weiss looked at Yang, she found her pointing to the person underneath her. Weiss looked down to see the girl smiling widely at her. She panicked and quickly got up and took a few steps back, creeped out. Salutations. The girl waved with a large smile. Izuku got a proper look at the girl when Weiss got off her. Her short, but curly orange hair was splayed out across the pavement, almost covering the pink bow on the back of her head. Her light green eyes looked over all of them from the floor. Her eyes stayed locked onto Izuku's for a few moments longer than the others. He felt like she was analyzing him. He also noticed the black and green collar covering her neck. Hi, RWBY nervously waved back. Are you okay? Izuku asked, concerned. I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking, the girl cheerfully said, still laying down on the ground. Do you want to get up? Yang asked. The girl paused for a few moments before nodding, yes. She leapt back up and did a flip before landing onto her feet. Her blouse and dress combo flew up while she did that, giving them all a look at her underwear. Izuku's face turned red and he quickly looked away while the other girls took a small step back. My name is Penny. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Penny greeted them. Hi Penny. I'm RWBY. RWBY greeted the girl kindly. Penny blinked and stared at RWBY for a few seconds before looking at the others. One by one, they all told her their names. I'm Weiss, the white-haired girl said curtly. Blake, the black-haired girl gave a small nod. Izuku, the green-haired boy said with a dull tone with a touch of hesitance mixed in as his eyes kept facing the side, as if he wanted to turn around and look for something or someone. Are you sure you didn't hit your head? The blonde said before Blake elbowed her in the side. Ow. I'm Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Penny repeated what she said earlier. You already said that, Weiss told the girl. Penny froze for a few seconds before moving again, so I did. Weiss nodded slowly, kinda disturbed. Well, I'm sorry for running into you, she apologized before turning around walking away, wanting to get as far away from the strange girl as possible. The others followed, but RWBY turned around to give one last wave to the girl. Take care, friend. She said, not noticing Penny freeze in place again. Well, she was weird, Yang said once she thought they were out of earshot of the girl. I'll say, Weiss agreed. Now, where did that Faunus riff-raff run off to? She muttered quietly. In the blink of an eye, Penny appeared in front of Weiss. What did you call me? She asked no one in particular. The white-haired girl let out a cry of alarm and took a step back before looking at the girl and where they last saw her. Yang looked embarrassed, thinking the girl was talking about her. Oh, I'm really sorry, I didn't think you heard me, she apologized with her head hung low. No, not you, Penny told Yang before walking through the group and standing in front of RWBY. You. RWBY looked startled, unsure of what she did wrong. Me. I don't know. She stumbled over her words, unsure on how she was supposed to respond. You called me a friend. Am I really your friend? Penny questioned. RWBY let out a sigh of relief, happy that she wasn't in trouble, but now how was she supposed to respond to this? She looked behind Penny to see her teammates motioning to deny the girl. She then looked to Izuku, who only shrugged, unsure of what to do. Why yeah, sure, why not? RWBY smiled at Penny. Weiss, Yang and Blake fell over when RWBY accepted the girl's request. Izuku looked at them, concerned if they were okay. Penny looked overjoyed and let out a laugh. Sensational. We can paint our nails, try on clothes, and talk about cute boys. She slowly turned to Izuku and gave him a once-over before turning back to RWBY. I have found a boy. Do you think he's cute? RWBY opened her mouth to respond but found no words were coming out. Her cheeks felt hot as she thought about what Penny had just asked. Was Izuku cute? Well, when he wasn't wearing that creepy costume, yes, Izuku was kinda cute, at least to her. But to admit that to everyone would be seriously embarrassing. Not to mention she didn't want Izuku to know that. When the girl realized RWBY wasn't going to say anything, she turned to Izuku. Do you classify yourself as cute? She asked in the same tone as when she asked RWBY. Izuku was slightly weirded out by how the girl was acting, but she didn't look like she was trying to cause any harm to anyone. Maybe she just didn't have much social experience, like May. People call me plain, Izuku answered after a moment of silence, remembering how Ochako described him to present Mike. The girl stared at him for a few moments before nodding her head and turning back to RWBY. We shall find a boy who is considered cute later, she announced. He is cute, RWBY quickly blurted out without thinking. She didn't know why she did it, maybe it was because Penny didn't think Izuku was cute. But now after saying it, she wanted the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Izuku blinked, trying to process what RWBY just said before a small blush appeared on his cheeks. Thank you, RWBY, he said, looking to the side. Yang watched the scene play out with a small smile, but something wasn't right. Why was she feeling slightly jealous? It didn't make any sense. She didn't like Izuku like that. He was fun to tease and a good friend. That was it. Case closed. RWBY snapped out of her stupor and leaned over to Weiss. Was this what it was like when you met me? She asked the girl. No. Weiss disagreed, much to RWBY's happiness, only for that to fade when she added, she seems far more coordinated. While RWBY looked at Weiss in betrayal, Yang decided to inject herself in the conversation. So, do you live around here? She awkwardly asked, cringing to herself. She was starting to get flashbacks from when she tried to help RWBY make friends with Blake. I'm here to fight in the tournament, Penny answered. Weiss quickly turned to face the girl, hoping to find out more about her just in case they had to fight each other. You're fighting in the tournament? She asked again, just wanting to be sure. I'm combat ready, Penny saluted. Weiss had to stifle a snort. Forgive me, but you hardly look the part. Says the girl wearing a skirt, Blake commented with a bitter tone, still annoyed at her comments towards Faunus. Don't you fight in a regular skirt? Izuku said at the exact same time as Blake. Without looking, Blake held out her fist to the green-haired boy, who bumped it awkwardly. It's a combat skirt, Weiss retorted quickly. RWBY, who was wearing a skirt, agreed loudly, rushing over to Weiss, sighed. The heiress held out her hand and RWBY gave her a low five with a smile on her face. Weiss' eyes then widened before she ran over to Penny and grabbed the girl by her shoulders. Did you see which way that monkey-tailed rapscallion went? She interrogated. The who? Penny replied. Weiss sighed in frustration before pulling a piece of paper. She placed it on the wall before drawing a quick and crude sketch of the Faunus before showing it to Penny, the filthy Faunus from the boat. Kachan, Izuku thought, staring at the drawing. Why do you keep saying that? Blake angrily asked, walking over to Weiss, who looked over to the girl. Stop calling him a rapscallion. Stop calling him a degenerate. He's a person, she argued. Oh, I'm sorry, she sarcastically apologized, letting go of Penny and motioning to their surroundings. Would you like me to stop referring to the trash can as a trash can? Would you like me to stop referring to this lamppost as a lamppost? She sassed. Stop it, Blake warned. But unfortunately, Blake did have the fear factor that Izuku did, so Weiss did not stop. Stop what? He clearly broke the law. Give him time, he'll probably join up with those other Faunus in the White Fang. She told her. You ignorant little brat, Blake growled. Weiss looked offended by what Blake told her, and when the girl walked away, she followed. How dare you talk to me like that? I am your teammate. You are a judgmental little girl, Blake insulted Weiss, who looked shocked at the accusation. What in the world makes you think that? You're classifying him based on his status in the world. You're being extremely unfair. Izuku scolded the girl, appalled with how she was behaving. It was like people judging others for having villainous quirks. She was discriminating against an entire race just because a terrorist organization was comprised of said race. Izuku, you've only been on Remnant for 2 months. Don't pretend like you know everything, Weiss snapped at the boy. Izuku wanted to retort, but he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. While Blake and Weiss were arguing, he pretended to listen in on the conversation before whipping around as fast as he could. He was expecting to find no one like the last couple times. But this time was different. Izuku caught a glimpse of someone ducking into an alleyway, and while that wasn't too concerning, what put him on edge was the fact that the figure was looking directly at him while doing it. So he wasn't going crazy. Someone was watching him. Danger sense wasn't going off in his mind, so the figure wasn't trying to hurt him. But that didn't mean he felt any less on edge. While Weiss and Blake were arguing with each other, RWBY noticed Izuku looked a little bit off and asked him about it. Izuku, you okay? He turned to the smaller girl, then back towards where he saw the figure. There was a tiny chance he was just imagining things, but if he was being followed, then he'd just have to handle it himself. He didn't need to make RWBY or the others concerned for him. Everything's fine, don't worry. Even after the group had made their way back to their dorms, the argument between Weiss and Blake did not stop. It was starting to get on Yang and RWBY's nerves. They'd hoped the argument would have stopped before they got to their room, but it did not. I don't understand why this is causing such a problem, Weiss exclaimed. That is the problem, Blake countered with an angry tone. Girls, Yang tried to inject herself into the argument, how about we just stop all of this? Besides, don't we have something to show? Stay out of it, Yang. Both of them yelled at the blonde. Yang's eye twitched in annoyance. This was supposed to be the moment they showed Izuku his new costume, and those two were completely ruining it. Weiss quickly turned her attention back to Blake. You do realize you're defending an organization that hates humanity, don't you? The faunus of the White Fang are pure evil. There's no such thing as pure evil, Blake shouted back. Izuku wanted to tell her that wasn't true, but with how things were going and how they yelled at Yang, it would probably be a bad idea. He didn't want to pull them apart just yet since the argument had remained semi-civil throughout their journey. For now he'd just watch and step in when things got too intense. Why do you think they hate humanity so much? Blake questioned Weiss before pointing at her with a scowl. It's because of people like Cardin, people like you. That forced the White Fang to take such drastic measures. Weiss looked taken aback at the accusation. People like me? She questioned, shocked at the accusation. You're discriminatory, Blake shouted. Rage bubbled up in Weiss' chest before she quickly retorted, I'm a victim. She yelled angrily, staring into Blake's eyes. You want to know why I despise the White Fang? Why I don't particularly trust the faunus? She asked quietly as she leered at Blake. It's because they've been at war with my family for years. War, as in actual bloodshed. My grandfather's company has had a target painted across its back for as long as I can remember. And ever since I was a child, I've had to watch family friends disappear, board members executed, an entire train car full of dust stolen. And every day, my father would come home furious, and that made for a very difficult childhood. Weiss finished by banging her hand of the bookshelf she was leaning against. Izuku, RWBY and Yang were shocked, and suddenly Weiss's hatred for the faunus began to make sense. For Izuku, it didn't excuse her behavior towards the faunus, but he could understand where the hatred was coming from. Weiss, RWBY tried to speak, but Weiss quickly shut that down. No, she yelled at RWBY before turning back to Blake. You want to know why I despise the White Fang? She asked again. It's because they're all a bunch of liars, thieves and murderers. Well, maybe we were just tired of being pushed around, Blake shouted at the girl. After that proclamation the room fell silent. RWBY and Yang stared at Blake in shock. Weiss backed up slowly towards the rest of the group. And Izuku's eyes widened, but only for a moment. He mentally kicked himself, angry that he didn't step in earlier, but he needed to shove that anger down for later. Because the floodgates had just opened, and he was going to be needed very soon. Blake's eyes widened in horror as she realized what she'd just yelled. She stammered, trying to find the words, but when she looked into her teammates' eyes, she found nothing but fear and unease. She felt horrible, but what really broke her was that she didn't see any fear in Izuku's eyes. Instead she found nothing but concern. Not for the others, but for herself. She quickly turned around and bolted out of the room as fast as she could run, wanting to get away from everyone as fast as she could. RWBY and Izuku ran over to the door. "Blake. Wait, come back," RWBY yelled while remaining at the doorway. Unlike RWBY, Izuku decided to exit the room and run after the black-haired girl. Yang sat down on the bed, completely shocked with how the night had turned out. And Weiss looked down at the floor, unsure what to feel at the revelation. Blake found herself standing out front of Beacon, looking up at the statue. It depicted an armored man with a sword and a hooded woman wielding an axe on an outcropping. She stared down at the Beowulf underneath the heroes and focused on that. She'd completely blown it. She came to Beacon to get away from the White Fang, to make up for what she did in the past. But all of that was gone now. They'd never let her back into the school. Her teammates must hate her now. She had nowhere to go. She was all alone, or so she thought. "You know," a voice rang out behind her. She turned around to see Izuku walk up to her with sympathetic eyes. "You're pretty fast," he told her. Izuku could see Blake was emotionally unstable at the moment, and he didn't blame her. So being nice and slow when talking to her was the best approach. "Izuku," Blake choked out, trying to hold back her tears. Did you come to arrest me?" She whispered quietly. "Why would I do that?" he questioned softly, catching Blake off guard before his voice got a bit more serious and his eyes darkened. "Have you killed anybody?" She shook her head and the soft look came back in his eyes. "Then why would I arrest you?" "Because I used to be a member of the White Fang," she answered miserably. "Used to be?" Izuku repeated what she just said. "That means you aren't a part of it anymore. And if you say it's because you're a Faunus, remember what I said in Dr. Oobleck's class. I don't think there's any difference between Faunus and humans. So when I found out you were a Faunus, I didn't see any reason to treat you differently," Izuku told her. Blake's eyes widened in shock and her jaw trembled. "Why, you knew?" she whispered. "How?" "When you took me out for the day I saw your bow twitch. Then I just pieced together all of the puzzles and you being a Faunus was the only solution I could come up with," Izuku answered with a soft smile. Blake looked down at the ground before slowly removing her bow with shaky hands, revealing her cat ears to the boy. "I thought it might have been a cat. You do like fish a lot," he said. "Do you think Weiss is right? Do you think that the White Fang is a terrorist organization?" Blake asked. "I can understand where Schnee is coming from," Izuku answered. Blake looked shocked at what he just said, but before she could say anything Izuku continued, "It's why the White Fang hate humans. You've both ruined lives. Both of you are in the wrong, but refuse to admit it. It's just a never-ending cycle of hatred and pain," he finished. Blake felt a surge of anger burn through her body, and before she could even think about what she was about to do, her mouth opened. "Stop pretending like you know what it's like to be a Faunus. You have no clue what it's like to have people look at you and think what a waste of space." After she blurted that out, regret filled her body. Izuku was being nothing but nice to her. He didn't deserve that. She looked at her friend and saw his eyes were narrow. Izuku held out his hand and Blackwhip shot out. Blake flinched, thinking he was going to hurt her. Instead, he pushed it into the concrete and dragged it along the pavement, creating a small, but visible line which he made into a pyramid with 5 layers. "You wanted to know more about my world, right?" he asked the girl. Without waiting for a response, Izuku pointed to the top layer of the pyramid. "In my world there's a hierarchy. People try to deny it, but it's very obvious to anyone who looks." He began. He pointed to the first section at the top. At the top are those with powerful quirks, fit for pro heroes. These people get everything handed to them. They have higher chances of getting the jobs they want. If they're a bully in school, the teacher might ignore it depending on who the kid is bullying. With a sigh, Izuku used Blackwhip to tap the top section. "This is the elite class." Next he tapped the section below it. "This is the common class. People with regular quirks that aren't flashy or powerful. This is where the majority of the population rests. They don't get special privileges. They're treated fairly by the population since there isn't anything disturbing about them." Then he tapped the next section. "These are people with full body mutation quirks. It's when the mutation affects most of their body. Lots of people are hesitant about them. Normally, they would get a lower salary and are discriminated against by a lot of people. After that, he tapped the second last layer. This is where the people with so-called villainous quirks stay, he said, making quotation marks with an angry scowl. If you have a quirk that people are scared of, you'll be classified as a villain by a lot of people. The chances of getting a job are pretty much thrown out the window and you'll be pushed away by society. Eventually, it will get to the point that being a villain is the only thing you can do to survive. Then Izuku sighed heavily and stared down at the bottom layer with a look Blake couldn't decipher. Remember how I told you everyone had a power in my world? Well, that's not really true. A tiny percent of the population are called quirkless. They don't possess any sort of power or ability. And in a world where your quirk is what makes or breaks you, this is the worst card you could have been dealt. No one will care about you, your dreams mean nothing to others, and you'll be picked on relentlessly since you're different from everyone else. You'll be treated like a wooden figure. Just something for people to mess around with when they please and abuse with no consequences, he said with a heavy frown before shaking his head and taking in a deep breath. Blake noticed the way he spoke about the quirkless people was very similar to the way she spoke about Faunus, but she didn't understand why he was divulging this information to her. Why are you telling me all of this? Blake asked quietly, looking at Izuku from the sides of her eyes. Where do you think I sit on this pyramid? Izuku questioned. Without hesitating, Blake pointed to the top layer and Izuku nodded. Yeah, but I've only stayed in that section for around a year, he claimed, causing Blake to blink in confusion. For the first 15 years of my life, I was down here, she watched in shock as Izuku tapped on the bottom layer. The quirkless layer. What? She whispered, shocked at the revelation. Believe it or not, I didn't develop my quirk until I was 15 years old. He chuckled dryly, clearly uncomfortable with what he was spilling out, but he was fine with doing it. If it meant that Blake would understand he knew what it was like, then so be it. Ever since my diagnosis, I was ignored by my peers, made fun of, bullied, and even told to go kill myself. Blake's eyes shot wide open and her head turned to look at Izuku with a horrified expression. He didn't return the look, instead he kept looking up to the sky. Then I got my quirk, and I met some of my first true friends, but years of bullying don't go away that easily, he admitted before turning to face her. I don't know exactly what you went through, since we led very different lives. You decided to stand up and fight for what you believe in, and I just closed my eyes and pretended that everything was okay, but I know enough to tell you I can understand how you feel. Blake stared at Izuku, a boy who knew what she was going through, a human who'd suffered like her. She didn't know what to do or say, and her emotions took over. For the first time in her life, she broke down in front of a human. I just don't know what to do. I tried to do peaceful protests and that made no difference. Then I tried stealing supplies which were used to harm us, and that only made things worse. It feels like nothing I do makes any impact. I just want to live in a world where I'm not treated like dirt. She confessed. She felt like she was about to start crying, but then Izuku said something that made her freeze. Then come to my world. Blake felt her mind shut down for a second before rebooting. She looked at Izuku, eyes wide with shock. What? Blake stammered out, unsure if she heard him correctly. You can come with me to my world. Like I said a couple of days ago, a Faunus wouldn't face as much discrimination as they do here. You could join my school if you wanted. You can't kill villains like you do Grimm, but capturing and detaining villains helps the world just the same. The culture is also a bit different, but I can teach you everything you need to know. He offered. Blake was stunned. Part of her wanted to accept the deal, to go to a world where she wouldn't be judged, but she couldn't accept it. I don't want to leave my family behind, Blake whispered quietly. She'd left them behind when she stayed with the White Fang, but to go to a completely different world was too much. Then bring them, Izuku responded instantly, catching Blake off guard again. I'm sure that my principal will be able to help you and your family. You won't have to live in fear of being treated like dirt. You'll be treated much better in my world. And I'm sure my classmates would love to meet you. Blake stared at Izuku, completely silent. She could feel her eyes start to water as she replayed what he'd said to her. Why? Blake whispered, shakily, why are you being so nice to me? Why are you treating me like a good person? I've robbed people, I've hurt people. I'm the type of person you fight in your world, so why are you helping me? She cried out, collapsing onto her knees as tears started rolling down her cheeks. She looked to the ground, refusing to meet his eyes. There was silence for a few moments before it was broken. Blake, Izuku's voice rang out, his tone soft and kind. Look at me, please, he requested. Blake did as he requested and turned her head up to face him. Her breathing stopped as she stared at the item in Izuku's hand. Or to be more specific, attached to his hand. The moon rose over the statue, the moonlight shining over both of them, giving her a better look at what he was holding. It was a rose made completely out of Blackwhip. It takes a lot of concentration to connect Blackwhip like this, not to mention I can only produce 6 tendrils right now. But with training, I can save so many lives with this ability, he told her. Blackwhip untangled and retreated back into Izuku's skin, and every life I save will be because of you. Izuku held his hand out towards Blake and she took it. He helped her to her feet before staring into her eyes. You asked why I wanted to help you. It's because when I look at you, I don't see a criminal. I don't see a villain. I don't see a former member of a terrorist organization. I see a girl wronged by society. I see a girl trying to make up for her past in the best way possible. I see Blake Belladonna, one of my friends. Blake stared at Izuku in silence for a few seconds. The boy started to get concerned before she moved forward and wrapped her arms around him in a big hug. Izuku froze for a second, unsure of what to do before wrapping his arms around her and rubbing her back softly. They stood like that for a few moments, enjoying each other's touch before Blake reluctantly pulled away. She looked into his green eyes. Eyes that shone no hatred towards her, no fear, only compassion and care. She felt her cheeks burn and her heart start to beat faster. Slowly, she started to lean towards Izuku. She didn't know what she was doing, but she didn't want to stop. Her face got closer and closer to his and her eyes closed, waiting for the contact. But it never came. I thought you might have been a faunus, a familiar voice rang out. Blake quickly pulled away from a confused Izuku and they both looked up into the trees to see the monkey faunus from earlier. Blake quickly tried to calm herself down from what she almost did while the boy jumped down from the trees. How long have you been watching us? Izuku asked, hoping he just didn't give away information to a complete stranger, and to his dismay, he did. A while. The boy informed Izuku, I'd heard rumors of a boy from another dimension from my school. I was hoping to meet him, and it looks like I just did. Izuku wanted to be annoyed at himself for spilling information he only wanted Blake to hear, but then he heard a bunch of voices get closer and closer and it wasn't the rest of Team RWBY. Although we can talk about that later. Right now I think it's time we scram. The tanned boy said. Izuku and Blake looked at each other before nodding and the three ran off into the night. Izuku and Blake stared at the one bed in the hotel room. They'd asked for a 2-bedroom hotel, but the receptionist had informed them that this was the only room available. So with no other choice, they took it. Blake opened her mouth to say something, but Izuku beat her to it. You can have the bed. I'll sleep on the floor, he told her. Are you sure? Blake questioned. You can have the bed instead. I'll be fine on the floor. She tried to reassure her friend, but he wasn't having any of it. The first night at Beacon I slept on a windowsill, and it was the best sleep I'd had in a long time, Izuku reminded her, not to mention I've been able to go weeks without sleeping. One bad night's sleep isn't going to affect me in any way. He told her before hopping down on the floor. Blake wanted to object, but if she knew anything about Izuku, it was that he was stubborn. So she nodded and slid into the bed, but not before throwing one of the 2 pillows down to Izuku. Here, I only need 1 pillow. Thanks, Izuku said before getting up and turning off the light. He crawled back onto the floor and rested his head on the soft pillow. Good night, Blake, Izuku said. Good night, Izuku, Blake whispered. Thanks for standing up for me, she added quietly. No problem. Always happy to help out someone I care about, he said before going silent. Blake laid in the bed, looking up towards the darkness. Her mind replayed all the shit that happened that day. From their outing, to her accidentally revealing she was a faunus, to Izuku standing by her, and to her almost kissing him. Her cheeks grew hot as she remembered that small event. What was she thinking? Pulling a stunt like that. It was just the heat of the moment. Blake thought to herself, I didn't mean anything by it. It didn't mean anything. Right. Well, this is awkward, Izuku thought as he took a sip of his water. Looking around the cafe, he could feel a warm and friendly aura surrounding the other tables. But their table was filled with awkward silence and shifty looks towards the monkey faunus from both Blake and himself. Why are we here? He asked. Finally, they speak. Nearly 2 days and you both have given me nothing but small talk and weird looks. In response to his claim, Blake gave him a weird look. Yeah, like that, the faunus nodded. You didn't answer my question, Izuku said. Why are we here? He repeated. Well, I wanted to make some friends here in Vale, and you two were the first people I ran into who didn't want to arrest me. The boy shrugged. Name's Sun Wukong. My friends call me Sun. Blake. His friend introduced herself. Izuku introduced himself, not wanting to be rude. Silence filled the table yet again, but unlike last time, it was broken fairly quickly. So you want to know about us? Blake questioned. Sun nodded his head, but Izuku quickly interjected. Should we really trust him? Some random stranger you just met? He asked with an uncertain look on his face. When he's not trying to talk to you, he's trying to ask me questions about my world. I'm curious. Sue me. Sun shrugged. Wouldn't you want to find out more about a kid from another dimension? Izuku sighed and put his face in his hands while Blake shook her head. She wanted to get this off her chest for a long time. Sun, are you familiar with the White Fang? She asked. Sun scoffed. Of course. I don't think there's a faunus on the planet who hasn't heard of them. He leaned back on his chair and shook his head. Stupid, holier-than-thou creeps that use force to get whatever they want. He reached over to his banana smoothie and grabbed it. Bunch of freaks, if you ask me, he finished, taking a sip of his drink. I was once a member of the White Fang, Blake told him with a blank face. Sun choked on his drink and entered a coughing fit. He put his drink down and quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. Once the coughing stopped, he stared at Blake with a shocked look. Wait. Hold on. Time out. You were a member of the White Fang. He whispered, looking around the cafe to make sure no one heard them. Blake nodded. That's right, she confirmed before taking a sip of her tea. I was a member for most of my life, actually. You could say I was born into it. She sighed and looked out the window with a faint smile. Back then, things were different. In the ashes of war, the White Fang was meant to be a symbol of peace and unity between humans and the faunus. Of course, despite being promised equality, the faunus were subjected to discrimination and hate. Humanity still thought of us as lesser beings. And so, the White Fang stood up as a voice of our people. And I was there. I was at the front of every rally. I took part in every boycott. Blake let out a dry chuckle and shook her head. I actually thought we were making a difference. But I was just being a youthful optimist. A grim look appeared on her face as she looked down at her tea. Then, 5 years ago, our leader stepped down, and a new one took his place. A new leader, with a new way of thinking. Suddenly, our peaceful protests were replaced with organized attacks. We were setting fire to shops that refused to serve us, hijacking cargo from companies that used faunus labor. And the worst part was, it was working. We were being treated like equals. But not out of respect. We were being treated like equals out of fear. She took a deep breath to recollect herself and continued with her story. So, I left. I decided to no longer use my skills to aid in their violence, and instead, I would dedicate my life to becoming a huntress. So here I am. A criminal hiding in plain view, all with the help of a little black bow. She wiggled her ears, letting her bow twitch. Sun stared forward and let out a heavy breath, trying to comprehend all the information that was just dumped on him. But Blake wasn't worried about what he thought of her. She was worried about what Izuku thought. He didn't know much about what she did, so she feared what he would think of her now. But her fears were put to rest when Izuku rested his hand on hers and squeezed tightly, letting her know he was here for her. Blake turned to face him and gave him a small smile, his hand as warm, she noticed, enjoying the feeling of it on hers. So have you told your friends any of this? Sun asked when he fully processed the information. Blake fidgeted in her seat. The only person who really knew about it was Izuku. Her teammates only knew a tiny amount due to her outburst. Izuku could see Blake was getting upset and uncomfortable, so he stood up and gained their attention. We should probably go. It's getting crowded, and I don't like large groups of people, he lied. Blake saw him give her an inconspicuous look and her sadness was replaced with relief. Sure. Let's go. Sun looked slightly upset. He hadn't even finished his drink yet. But judging from the look in their eyes, they weren't going to stay. So he chugged his banana milkshake as fast as he could and stood up, not wanting to be left behind. Okay. The trio left the store and began wandering the streets aimlessly. Sun, still curious about Izuku, decided to try asking him a few questions. So, can you tell me more about your world? I just want to know. I don't think so. Izuku cut the fondness off. He was regretting telling people he was from another world. He should have just kept that to himself. I have no clue who you are or what you want. So I'm sorry, but I don't really trust you with information about my world. Oh, come on. What about last night? I already heard about how your world judges people by their power, Sun pointed out. Then that's all you're going to know for now, Izuku countered. Until you prove yourself trustworthy, I'm not telling you about my world. Okay. Sun held his hands up in surrender before putting them behind his head. So what's the plan? He changed the subject. Izuku and Blake shared a look. They had no clue what to do. Izuku started to try and think of a plan, while Blake spoke to Sun. I still don't believe the White Fang are behind these robberies, she stated, although Sun could detect a hint of uncertainty behind her voice. They've never needed this much dust before. What if they did? Sun asked. Blake turned to look at him with a frown. But if you think they're innocent, then we should head to the place the robbers would head next. If the White Fang don't show up, then we know they aren't to blame. Right. The only problem is that I have no clue where the robbers will target next, Blake said. It would have to be somewhere with a lot of dust. Izuku pondered out loud. Like another store, or possibly something larger. He turned to the others. Is there anywhere that houses more dust than a shop? Like a factory or a warehouse? A freighter, Sun told Izuku, catching his attention. When I was on the ship, I heard some guys talking about offloading a huge shipment of dust coming in from Atlas, he informed the two Beacon students. Are you sure? Blake questioned, wanting to be sure he wasn't just messing with them or heard something wrong. When the boy nodded her head, she looked at Izuku, who gave her a small nod. So what time? Sun's grin faltered. I have no clue, he confessed. Izuku let out a small sigh. Well, we might as well go there now, he said. The other two nodded and then started walking to their destination. Blake, Izuku, RWBY and Yang shouted out loud, hoping that one of the two would hear and find them. But the only response they got was weird looks from the civilians they passed. Where are you guys? They shouted out as loudly as they could, but nothing. Panting, RWBY turned around to see Weiss not really doing anything. Weiss, you're not helping, she complained. Oh, okay, she nodded, turning away and cupping her hands over her mouth. Izuku, where are you? She shouted out. She turned back to her teammates only to find them glaring at her. What? I'm helping, she stated snarkily. Yeah, but you're only calling out Izuku's name. You're not fully helping, RWBY told her. Oh, you know who I think could help us in this situation? Weiss asked with a fake smile. The police, she told the two sisters. RWBY groaned. They'd talked about this already, but Weiss didn't seem to understand what would happen to Blake if they told the police. They needed to hear Blake's side of the story first. Weiss, she warned, it was just an idea. Weiss tried, and failed, to defend herself. Yeah, a bad one, RWBY countered. Weiss, I think we should hear her side of the story before we jump to any conclusions. Yang tried to diffuse the rising tension brewing between the two girls. I think that when we hear it, you will all realize that I was right, Weiss argued. And I think Weiss' hair looks wonderful today. A familiar voice spoke from right behind Weiss. The heiress turned around and found Penny was standing right in front of her. She let out a yell of surprise and took a few steps back. Penny, RWBY exclaimed, not expecting to see the girl. Where did you come from? Hey guys, what are you up to? She asked cheerfully, completely ignoring RWBY's question. RWBY faltered. Was it okay to say they were looking for their missing friends? She looked over to Yang with panicked eyes, trying to indicate she didn't know what to say. Thankfully, Yang understood her and nodded her head. We're looking for our friends, Blake and Izuku, Yang told the girl. Oh, you mean the Faunus girl? Penny said with a smile. RWBY, Weiss and Yang froze and turned to look at Penny with shocked faces. Wait, how did you know that? RWBY asked the question they were all thinking. Penny looked confused and motioned towards the top of her head, the cat ears. Yang let out a small laugh. What cat ears? She wears a. Ooh oh. The realization left them stunned. An awkward silence filled the air, only broken when a tumbleweed blew past them in the wind. She does like tuna a lot. RWBY whispered to herself. And Izuku, he is the plain-looking cute boy, correct? She questioned, turning to RWBY for validation. RWBY squirmed, her face red with embarrassment. She already called Izuku cute out loud and it was really embarrassing. It was definitely easier to say it out loud without the boy present, but why did she still feel weird confessing that to the others? That's the one. Yang nodded. Although take out the plain-looking part, she added. RWBY turned to her sister in shock. How was Yang able to say that so easily? Weiss also looked at Yang with a small frown. What? You guys know it's true. Out of the two options, Izuku's definitely cuter than plain-looking, the blonde defended herself. So where are they? Penny asked. With a sigh, RWBY told her friend the bad news, we don't know. She admitted. They've been missing for nearly 2 days. That's terrible, Penny gasped. She walked past Yang and Weiss and towards RWBY. Placing her hands on the girl's shoulders, she smiled. Well, don't you worry RWBY, my friend. I won't rest until we find your friends. She declared loudly. RWBY continued to smile, but this time it was more forced than natural. She didn't really want Penny to tag along with them, but at the same time she didn't want to be mean and push her away. That's really nice of you, Penny. But we're okay. Really. Right, guys. She leaned to the side and looked over Penny's shoulder, hoping to see her teammates agree with her. But instead she found no one. Did they really leave her alone with Penny? An awkward silence spread throughout the air. A gust of wind blew the same tumbleweed past them silently. It's windy out here, RWBY commented, trying to break the awkward silence between them. Penny turned around and saw that the other two girls had disappeared. Oh, I wonder where they went. RWBY opened her mouth to answer, but Penny spoke up again. They must have gone looking for Blake and Izuku. Splitting up is always a great option to cover more ground. We should team up and keep looking around, Penny stated before walking away. RWBY watched as the strange girl walked away before quickly running after her. Even though Penny was kinda weird, RWBY wasn't going to be a jerk and leave her all alone to look for her friends. That would be unfair. As the two walked together, Penny decided to engage RWBY in some idle conversation, wanting to learn more about the two runaways. So Blake and Izuku are your friends? She asked. RWBY sighed, not really in the mood to chat, but still went along with it. Yes, Penny, she nodded. But you're mad at them? Penny questioned. Yes, RWBY nodded automatically before quickly shaking her head. Well, Yang and I aren't. Weiss is angry, but not at Izuku. I think she's more concerned about him. She told the orange-haired girl. Is she friends with Blake? Penny queried. RWBY shrugged. I don't know. That's kinda up in the air right now, she informed. Penny froze for a second before continuing to walk. But why? She asked. RWBY sighed again. She was fine with giving away details, but telling Penny that Blake used to be a member of the White Fang could go poorly. Well, you see. She struggled to find the words. Blake might not be who we thought she was, RWBY cryptically told her. Penny gasped in shock. Is she a man? RWBY thought, trying to process what Penny just asked. What? No. She's. RWBY shook her head and let out a sigh. I don't know what she is. She didn't exactly talk to us before she decided to run off. The only person who probably knows is Izuku, and he's gone silent. Penny nodded slowly before stopping. I don't have a lot of friends, but if I did, I would want them to talk to me about things, she told what was probably her only friend. RWBY looked down at the ground. Me too. She said sadly before the two continued walking. Penny noticed RWBY seemed downtrodden. She didn't like seeing her friend like this, so she tried to take the girl's mind off Blake. What about Izuku? Is he your friend? She questioned. RWBY was caught off guard, not expecting the girl to start talking about Izuku. She quickly nodded, but Penny could detect a hint of uncertainty inside the girl. Yes. He's the best boyfriend. Wait, no, I mean. He is the best friend I have. That's a boy. Why yeah, that's it. That's all it is, RWBY finished, looking to the ground with a sad expression plastered on her face. Is something wrong, RWBY? Penny asked, tilting her head to the side quizzically. It's just. RWBY sighed and shook her head. Izuku is one of my best friends. He tries to act all tough and cold, but whenever my teammates or I need help, he's always the first one to show up. He'll make you happy when you're feeling down. He'll always protect you, no matter the situation, she told Penny. He sounds like a nice boy, Penny commented. But then there are times where he puts himself in danger to help someone. He's barely ever happy. I've only seen him smile on certain occasions, and they aren't even big happy ones. RWBY continued with a small frown. She crossed her arms and looked down with a pained face. There are times when he doesn't tell us when he's in trouble. Yesterday he looked distracted and uneasy, and when I asked him he just lied and told me everything was fine. I don't like it, she admitted. I just feel like he's hiding a lot of stuff from me. Penny froze for a couple of seconds before looking RWBY in the eyes. I don't know much about Izuku, but to me it sounds like he wants to do things alone so he doesn't bother his friends. The best thing to do in this situation is sit down with him and tell him how you feel. Communication is crucial in a special relationship like you have with him. RWBY nodded. It made sense. If she came to Izuku and confessed her worry, the boy would try to calm her down, but with enough pressing, she could get Izuku to admit what was troubling him. Maybe the only way for Izuku to help himself was to help them. RWBY's thoughts stopped when she processed the last bit of what Penny had told her. Wait, what do you mean by special relationship? She questioned with an odd look on her face. Penny froze before answering. You called him your boyfriend just then. We're talking about a couple who are experiencing trouble in their relationship, are we not? She asked innocently. What? RWBY exclaimed in shock. A blush coated her cheeks and she shook her head back and forth. No, you got it all wrong. Izuku is just my best friend. That's it. She quickly shut that idea down. Oh, I apologize. The way you talk about him and how you looked at him yesterday made me think you two were a couple, Penny apologized. RWBY sighed in relief. How Penny came to the conclusion of them dating was beyond her. Was it the way she talked about him? No, it couldn't be. All she did was tell Penny how she was concerned about him. But what about the way she looked at him? She didn't look at him any differently yesterday, did she? She just looked at him the same way she always did. Right. It all started to mix in her mind, meshing and blending together into the big question that she honestly didn't know how to answer. Did she like Izuku like that? Yang and Weiss exited a store. Yang turned around and waved at the person on the register. Thanks anyways, she said happily. Once the door closed, the smile disappeared from her face and she sighed. This is hopeless, she stated. Looking over to her teammate, she found her staring forward, with a heavy frown on her face. You really don't care if we find her, do you? She asked with a frown of her own. Don't be stupid. Of course I do, Weiss snapped at the taller girl. I'm just afraid of what she'll say when we find her. Not to mention what she might have said to Izuku. She frowned before looking to the ground. He has enough on his plate now. I don't want her adding to his list of problems, she whispered quietly before walking away. Yang stood still and sighed before looking up towards the sky. She knew Izuku had a few issues, but it was starting to sound like Weiss knew something she didn't. I hope you're okay, Izuku, she thought before walking after Weiss. Blake laid on her stomach, watching the shipping yard for any sign of activity. Sun had gone to grab some snacks and Izuku had followed him, not trusting the boy to not steal any food. She took a deep breath and looked down with a frown. The optimist in her really hoped that Sun was wrong about this. But the realist inside of her knew she was just trying to be the youthful optimist she'd once been. When she heard footsteps behind her, she panicked and turned around. only to see Sun and Izuku walking up to her. Sun, to no one's surprise, was holding a banana. Izuku was holding a piece of a watermelon and an apple. He sat down next to Blake and handed her the apple. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got you an apple, he admitted. Blake gave him a warm smile in return. Apples are great, thanks Izuku, she said before taking a large bite out of her apple. I take it you got a watermelon because they're so expensive where you're from, she asked. Izuku nodded his head in agreement, and that was when Blake realized something. Wait, did you two have any money for this? Yeah, but I stole it anyway. Sun smiled. Blake's eyes narrowed at Sun before she turned to face Izuku. You really let him steal stuff in front of you? She asked in disbelief. Izuku shook his head. No, I paid for it, he told her. That perplexed Blake greatly. Izuku had no lien, so how did he pay for the food? Do you even have lien? She voiced her confusion. Again, Izuku shook his head. No I don't, he said before turning to Sun. Hey, Sun. Catch, he said, throwing something at the other boy. The faunus quickly caught it and examined it. His eyes widened when he saw it was his wallet. While he wanted to be annoyed at the green-haired boy for taking his wallet, he couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Well played. So do you always break the law without giving a second thought? Blake asked dryly, staring at him with a disapproving gaze. Hey, weren't you in a cult or something? Sun tried to defend himself. He quickly realized the error he made when both Blake and Izuku shot him dirty looks. Okay. Too soon, I get it. He backed down. Izuku shook his head and laid down next to Blake. So, has there been any sign of them yet? Not ye. Just before Blake could finish her sentence, a loud whirring sound filled the air. The trio looked up to see a bullhead shining a searchlight on the ground, trying to find a place to land. It soon descended in the middle of some cargo containers. A ramp extended out of the side and the door opened, allowing the passengers to disembark. A group of black hooded individuals walked out. They wore metal masks with fangs to hide their identity, and when one of them turned around, the three students saw a familiar emblem on their clothes. Oh no, Blake whispered. Is that them? Sun whispered to Blake. Yes, it's them, Blake confirmed Sun's question. The group watched as one of the White Fang looked over towards the other members coming off the bullhead. All right, grab the tow cables, he ordered, motioning towards the cables with his rifle. You didn't think they were behind it, did you? Izuku asked, noticing how sad Blake looked. With a sigh, Blake shook her head. No, she told her friend, deep down I knew. I just didn't want to be right. She closed her eyes in despair, only for them to snap open when hearing a new voice. Hey, what's the holdup? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Izuku whispered under his breath. Roman Torchwick made his way out of the bullhead and stared, gesturing wildly. We're not the most inconspicuous bunch of thieves at the moment, so why don't you animals try to pick up the pace? He yelled at them all. This isn't right. This is wrong, Blake thought, staring at the scene from the rooftop. The White Fang would have slaughtered him the second he called them animals. Instead they continued working as if the man hadn't just called them one of the most offensive slurs. This isn't right. She relayed her thoughts to Izuku and Sun. The White Fang would never work with a human. Especially not one like that. She unsheathed Gamble's shroud and it morphed into a sword. She began walking to the edge, much to the confusion of her two companions. Hey, what are you doing? Sun whispered. Blake, stop. Izuku tried to tell her, but she didn't listen. Blake fell to the ground silently and hid behind a container. She peeked over the container to see Roman berate a White Fang soldier while holding a coil of rope. Silently, she stalked towards her prey. No, you idiot. This isn't a leash, Roman complained, annoyed at the organization. His mood only got worse when he felt a blade pressed against his throat. What the? Oh, for foo. Nobody move, Blake shouted to all the White Fang soldiers. The other faunus quickly raised their guns and swords in response to this random girl taking Roman hostage. Whoa, take it easy there, little lady. Roman held his hands up in mock surrender. Blake watched as the White Fang slowly closed in on her, so taking in a deep breath, she used her free hand to remove her bow, showing everyone her faunus ears. Brothers of the White Fang, why are you aiding this scum? She shouted. The soldiers froze and looked at each other, unsure of what to do. If this was just a regular girl, they'd have no problem with wiping her out, but this was one of their own. A faunus just like them. Roman laughed and shook his head carefully, making sure to not cut his neck against the blade. "Oh, kid, didn't you get the memo?" he asked with a chuckle. "What are you talking about?" Blake growled, holding her weapon tighter. "The White Fang and I are going on a joint business venture together," Roman informed the girl. Blake pressed the blade harder onto the man's throat. "Tell me what it is or I'll put an end to your little operation," she threatened. The sound of turbines spinning distracted Blake. She looked up in horror to see two bullheads float above the ongoing heist. "I wouldn't exactly call it a little operation," Roman smiled before aiming his cane down and firing it at Blake's feet, resulting in a large explosion. Ruby and Penny's heads whipped around when she heard the explosion. Even in the night, she could see smoke rising from the docking bay just a few buildings away. "Oh no," Ruby whispered before running towards the explosion. Blake quickly rolled out of the way and ducked behind some containers. Her head hurt and the world was spinning, but aside from that she felt fine. Roman continued to fire missiles out of his cane, melodic cudgel, blowing up multiple containers in order to find the girl. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," Roman taunted as he searched for the girl. Just before he found her, a banana peel landed on his face. He growled and tossed it aside. Looking up he saw Sun cheering at his successful hit. The faunus jumped down and landed in front of Roman with his fist raised, ready to fight. "Leave her alone," Sun commanded. The two bullheads' doors opened and a bunch of White Fang members. They all jumped down and aimed their weapons at Sun. The boy gulped and quickly ran behind a container before he was shot. Roman shook his head. "Can't I do my work in peace?" he quietly muttered to himself. When he heard something land down behind him, he sighed and turned around only to find a familiar masked boy crouching on one of the containers. "Hello, Torchwick," Izuku said. Roman stared at the boy before sighing and pinching the bridge of his nose. "And just when I thought my day couldn't get any worse," he muttered before quickly firing a shot at the boy. Izuku leapt back, avoiding the bullet, but that gave Roman enough time to issue an order to the White Fang. "Aim all your weapons on green," he shouted. Danger sense immediately kicked in and Izuku quickly ran around the battlefield, ducking and jumping over the hail of bullets. Thankfully they were just pistol and assault rifle bullets and not sniper bullets. Otherwise he would have had to increase to 45% and he didn't want to show off that amount of power just yet. With all the goons shooting at Izuku, that gave Sun the opportunity to take out multiple members who had guns, which in turn gave Izuku a bit more breathing room. Danger sense quickly went off and Izuku dove behind a shipping container. How did he know? Roman thought. He'd only started raising his gun before the boy turned around and jumped out of the way. Like he knew what Roman was about to do without even seeing him. Blake quickly emerged from her hiding place and rushed towards Roman. "Blake, don't be reckless," Izuku shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. Blake ran at Roman before activating her semblance. A bunch of clones appeared out of nowhere and began to slash at him with Gamble Shroud. Roman quickly backed away and began deflecting every blow at unbelievable speeds. Getting hit by any one of the clones could mean his end, so he stayed on alert. The real Blake dashed, hopped and slid around the criminal, trying to find a weak spot. One of the clones managed to land a hit on Roman, slicing his arm. Roman grunted in pain, but didn't let that little mishap bother him. He couldn't afford to lose concentration. He continued to block hits before swinging his cane into the clones. The clones disappeared, leaving only the real Blake. Roman tried to punch the girl in the face, but his fist slammed into a newly created clone. Blake rushed forward and swung her weapon at Roman, but he quickly blocked it. She pulled her weapon back to try and hit him again, but he quickly jabbed her in the side with his cane. Roman laughed as he landed a few more hits on Blake. He raised his cane to slam it against her head, but he felt something collide with his back and he was sent flying into a container. Roman groaned and looked up to see Izuku had his fist held out. What does that kid eat? Roman thought, grasping his stomach in pain. He saw the boy make his way towards him slowly with his fists clenched. Looking up, he found a container hanging above the boy. A sinister smile came to his face as he raised his weapon and shot the supports, which caused the container to fall down. Izuku just braced himself and caught the container. He could feel his body strain under the weight before throwing it at one of the two bullheads. It knocked one of the engines off the ship before it lost control and crashed into the other one. The remaining White Fang soldiers inside quickly jumped out before it crashed into the ground and exploded. Roman just stared at Izuku dumbfounded, but then his and everyone's attention was diverted to a few newcomers. "Hey!" RWBY's voice called out nearby. Izuku turned his head to see RWBY standing there with crescent rows out, ready to fight. "I leave you alone for 2 days, Izuku," Weiss shouted at Izuku from the other side of the shipyard. "Sorry we're late to the party." Yang smiled next to Weiss. "Well, hello Red. Come to help out Green." Roman sneered, "Isn't it past your bedtime?" From out of nowhere, Penny appeared on a roof near RWBY. "RWBY, are these people your friends?" she asked, looking around at the destruction caused. RWBY turned towards the girl, leaving herself wide open. "Penny, get back," she warned her friend, not aware that she was the one in danger. Roman pulled something out of his pocket and threw it at the girl before raising his cane. "RWBY," Izuku shouted, dashing towards her. RWBY turned her head, confused at why Izuku was screaming her name. Then she felt something collide with her feet. Her eyes widened when she saw it was a dust crystal. This one was twice the size as the one Roman threw at her the first time she'd encountered him. Before she could even think, a loud bang filled her eardrums, quickly followed by someone shoving her away. The push was so powerful that she found herself basically gliding backwards. Her eyes widened when she saw Izuku had taken his place. He quickly covered his face with his arms as the bullet came into contact with the crystal. The dust exploded and sent a shockwave blasting in every direction, only increasing the distance she flew backwards. Her back slammed against a shipping container as she watched the flames rise as if they were trying to reach the clouds. Even from where she was she could still feel the heat of her face. Izuku's body flew out of the flames, the explosion sending him flying into the sky. Parts of his costume had flames licking the fabric and the parts that weren't completely destroyed were damaged. "Izuku!" Team RWBY cried out, watching him fly through the sky. But then something happened that none of them were expecting. Instead of falling down to the ground, he remained floating in the sky. His body rotated so he was standing upright. A large gust of wind blew by, extinguishing the small flames. Izuku grabbed his mask and pulled it back, letting everyone get a good look at his face. He looked down at them from the skies with a terrifying look. It was then he realized he'd activated float on instinct. It had been nearly 2 months since he'd used it. He'd missed the feeling of feeling weightless. But then he realized that everyone could see him. He had used a quirk he'd tried to keep hidden. Well, there was no use crying out that now. He'd shown off one of his hidden cards, and now he was going to play it. A smile came to his face as he floated above them all. His attention turned towards an approaching bullhead as it aimed its guns at him. But before it could even fire a single bullet, Izuku flew towards it at high speeds. He landed on the roof of the bullhead and used Black Whip to wrap around one of the engines. Izuku pulled hard and heard the sound of metal creaking combined with the control panel blaring from within the ship. Letting out a yell, he ripped the engine clean off. The airship started to spin towards the ground. Without wasting a second, Izuku jumped off the ship and then used Black Whip to hook onto the cockpit window. He quickly used the tendrils to pull himself to the glass, where he saw 2 White Fang members trying to regain control of the craft. Izuku punched the glass and it shattered into shards. Another 2 strands of Black Whip shot inside and wrapped around the 2 White Fang members. He quickly jumped back out, taking the 2 criminals with him. He landed on the ground gently, but slammed the 2 White Fang members into the ground hard, knocking them unconscious. RWBY was so engrossed in the fight that she almost didn't notice Penny step onto the ledge to join in on the fight. "Penny, wait, stop," she tried to tell the strange girl. But Penny just turned around to face RWBY with a smile. "Don't worry, RWBY. I'm combat ready," she told her friend. Penny's backpack mechanically opened up, and from it came a single sword. It extended out of her bag before splitting into several smaller blades that hovered around her backpack. She leapt from the rooftop and sent 2 blades flying into 2 White Fang soldiers, knocking them out. When she landed on the ground, she flung another sword at another soldier. Not wasting any time, she quickly threw another weapon and impaled a soldier's hand to the wall. Ignoring his screams of agony, Penny rushed towards a group and rotated the swords at high speeds before letting them go. The blades crashed into the criminals as if they were bowling pins. "Whoa," Sun whispered, watching everything unfold with wide eyes. Penny looked up when she heard the sound of multiple ships approaching, and sure enough, there were 3 bullheads hovering over her in a matter of seconds. The ships began to open fire, but 2 blades flew out of her backpack which pulled her to safety. Once safe, the blades rotated in a vertical circle. Energy started to form in the middle of it before forming into a beam which shot towards the bullheads. The ships were completely destroyed the second the beam came in contact with them. The White Fang members fell out of the ships and fell down to the ground below. Izuku quickly leapt up and used Black Whip to wrap them all into one big cocoon before slamming it into the ground. When he unraveled the tendrils, he found all the members were knocked out. "These kids just keep getting weirder and weirder," Roman whispered to himself before running into the bullhead he came in on. It quickly powered up and started to fly away, but Izuku quickly used Black Whip to hook around the ship. Not this time, green. Roman thought before activating a feature he'd had installed in case something like this ever happened again. The bullhead hummed as electricity began sparking on the outside of the ship. The electricity ran through Black Whip and connected with Izuku. He screamed as electricity coursed through his body and he deactivated Black Whip, allowing Roman to fly away. "Nandeo," Izuku weakly whispered, still trying to regain his senses as Team RWBY ran over to him. Izuku sat on a crate, watching as the police interviewed Weiss. The cops got here not too long after Roman escaped and arrested all the White Fang members. The others had been interviewed and sitting on the crates away from him. The reason for this was because he needed some space. And also because he smelled like cooked Izuku. After the explosion in the Hibori woods, his costume was extremely damaged, but it could still be worn. But looking at it now, this was probably the last fight he'd have in this version of his hero costume. The upper right sleeve was gone. The left arm was torn in multiple spots. The mid-gauntlets were still wrapped around his arm, but the metal was starting to peel back and bend out of place. And his respirator and hood. If they looked monstrous before, then they looked demonic now. Thankfully, the cape he wore around his neck hadn't taken much damage. The edges were singed on some parts, but that was about it. His lower half thankfully took very little damage. A few cuts here and there, but they stretched with every movement. His gloves were horrible, many of the fingers were ripped and shredded. But what made him upset was the fact that he was almost positive they were broken. To test it out, he held his hand towards the sky and flicked his fingers. A groan came from his gloves followed by a loud hiss as his gloves tried and failed to funnel the air from his flick. Yep, it was broken. While Izuku stared at his gloves in disappointment, Young walked over and sat down next to him. "You doing okay?" she asked, concerned for her friend. "Honestly, not really," Izuku admitted with a heavy sigh. "I'm happy that we were able to stop the White Fang from stealing the dust, but Torchwick still got away. And my costume is pretty much ruined now. I don't have anything to wear when I'm fighting." Yang felt bad for Izuku. He seemed to really care for the costume, but she also couldn't help but feel happy since he had a brand new one waiting for him back at their dorm room. "Well, who knows? You might get a new one soon," she nudged his shoulder. They'd give it to him soon. And if Weiss or Blake ruined it again, they would be sorry. Izuku smiled and let out a small laugh. Yang felt her face heat up from what she was about to say. Normally she just teased him because it was fun, but this time it was going to be genuine. "You have a really cute laugh, Izuku." Izuku looked in her eyes and saw she wasn't trying to tease him. A small blush came to his face from the compliment, "And you have really nice eyes." He tried to compliment her back. Yang laughed loudly. Even though he normally acted tough and strong, he was just an awkward kid. "No problem, Izuku," Yang smiled. Izuku smiled back, but the smile disappeared when he saw Weiss walk back from the questioning, heading straight for Blake. "Uh-oh," he muttered, getting off the crate and heading towards the others, Yang following behind. Weiss walked over towards the group with a frown on her face. RWBY quickly got in her way to try and defuse the situation before anything happened. "Look, Weiss, it's not what you think," she explained the whole thing. "See, she doesn't actually have a bow, she has kitty ears and they're actually kind of cute. Weiss just ignored the younger girl and stood in front of Blake. Weiss, I want you to know that I'm no longer associated with the White Fang. Back when I was with the, Blake tried to plead her case to Weiss, but the girl was having none of it. Stop, she commanded, making Blake stop. Do you have any idea on how long we've been searching for you? Weiss asked. As Blake went to answer the question, Weiss started speaking again. 12 hours. That means I've had 12 hours to think about this, and in those 12 hours I've decided. RWBY, Yang and Izuku watched on with worried looks, hoping that this didn't go like last time. I don't care. Blake's eyes widened in surprise. She'd expected Weiss to say a lot of things, but never in her mind did she imagine this outcome. You don't care. She repeated quietly, wanting to make sure she wasn't imagining things. You said you're not one of them anymore, right? Weiss questioned. Blake immediately shook her head. No, I haven't been one since I was younger. Ah bah bah bah. Weiss held up her finger to stop Blake from continuing. I don't want to hear it. All I want you to know is that the next time something this big happens, you'll come to your teammates and not. She shot Sun an untrusting look. Someone else. Blake looked around at her teammates, who all gave her a warm smile. She quickly wiped away a tear forming in her eye. Of course, she whispered. Yeah, Team RWBY is back together. RWBY cheered, before pulling her teammates into a group hug. Izuku watched from the side as the team reunited, but he wasn't expecting the girls to wave him over. Come on, Izuku. The hug isn't complete without you. Izuku stood still for a few moments before a smile came to his face. He looked at his friends who were waiting for him. A shining light began to appear in his eyes as he walked over and was quickly pulled into the group hug. From within the hug, Weiss poked her head out and looked at Sun. I'm still not sure how I feel about you, she said. Sun just let out an awkward laugh in response. Hey, where's Penny? RWBY asked, noticing her friend was nowhere to be found. She must have left while we were talking, Izuku speculated. Maybe she had to go home. He pondered. Speaking of that, I'm going to head out. Got to get back to my friends before my scroll blows up. It was nice meeting you all and I'll see you all soon, Sun chuckled. He gave them a wave before running off. Blake and Izuku waved back. Weiss watched the Faunus run off before noticing Izuku was looking at her. Yes. She questioned, unsure of why he was looking at her. Izuku just shrugged. I was just thinking of how far you've come since the day I met you. You've really grown. He smiled, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm proud of you, Weiss. Weiss, jaw dropped in shock before she quickly snapped it close. She gave him a small smile before she felt her face heat up slightly. She didn't know why, but him calling her by her first name made her chest feel weird. Hey, Izuku, RWBY asked from the side, gaining his attention. Back when we were fighting Roman. How did you fly? The rest of Team RWBY quickly looked over to Izuku, who was frozen in place. Yeah, Yang nodded. I thought you only had strength power and those black whips you use. Izuku's brain quickly went into overdrive, trying to find an excuse. I never said they were the only two quirks I had. He tried to lie, but the girls weren't having it. You told me that you only had stockpile and black whip, Blake pointed out. You never said that you had a flying power. Izuku stopped moving, his brain trying to find a way out of the hole he'd just buried himself in. When he realized there was no way out, he just decided to tell the truth. I didn't want people to know I had these powers. I didn't want to be taken advantage of when I first entered the world, and I didn't know how to showcase them without raising questions after a while. So I just decided to hide them, he confessed. The girls nodded. It made sense with how untrusting Izuku was when they first met him. But then RWBY asked a question. How many powers do you have? Izuku froze for a split second and looked at the girls. Was it worth telling them about his other quirks? Would they keep it a secret or would they go telling other people? Would they try to use it against him? No, they wouldn't. Izuku mentally scolded himself for thinking like that. They were his friends. He trusted them. But telling them out in the open was risky. Anyone could be listening in from the shadows. I'll tell you later, I promise. Izuku promised the girls. They looked upset, but nodded their heads. Izuku looked up to the moon before looking back at the girls. Let's go back to school. It's getting late. he said. The others nodded and the group made their way back to Beacon, all happy with how the night went. Penny watched the group from within a nearby car. The tinted windows blocked her face from anyone who tried looking in the car. You should know better than to go running around in a strange city, the driver scolded her. I know, sir, Penny replied before the car started driving away. Ozpin sat in his office alone. He held his scroll up and watched as news played. He leaned forward, intrigued, when he saw Team RWBY and Izuku being interviewed. It looked like they stopped a possible attack that was being laid out by the White Fang. While he watched the news, his scroll buzzed. A message popped up from one of his most trusted allies. But what was said put him on edge. Hero. Queen has pawns. A brief flash of panic flashed through Ozpin's eyes before he quickly shelved that emotion away. She was starting to make her move, and if they didn't act fast, their world would come crashing down. But all is not lost, Ozpin thought, looking down into his cup. He tilted his head upwards and his eyes settled back on the interview, but instead of focusing on what was being said, he was looking at two people in particular. Roman placed his briefcase on his desk before collapsing in the seat with a sigh. Tonight was a shitshow. If it was just those two Faunus, he would have had little trouble. But then Green showed up and decided to ruin everything. The kid caught and threw a shipping container for God's sake. And then out of nowhere he started flying. That just raised the question on how many semblances the kid had, and if he had any more hiding up his sleeve. And to make matters worse, Red and her friends decided to show up as well, and one of them took down multiple bullheads with a single attack. He was lucky to get away. He almost didn't, but luckily he made sure to add a special feature due to the incident that happened when he first met those two kids. If he didn't, he'd be spending his time in a jail cell. But he'd be out when his partner heard what had happened to him. Maybe if she was there, he would have won. Who was he kidding? They would have gotten destroyed, but a little more backup would have been nice. But he wasn't at the hideout when he left. She'd informed him that she might be occupied for a while due to something coming up. It was confusing and annoying, but he'd never seen that look on her face before, so he allowed it. When he tried to probe for information, all she'd told him was there was this kid who might know something important. May God have mercy on that kid's soul, Roman thought, resting his head on the desk. He took a deep breath and gently shut his eyes, only for them to snap open when a familiar voice spoke up behind him. How very disappointing, Roman. Roman swung his chair around to see the silhouette of three figures, their faces covered by the shadows. I wasn't expecting to see you guys so soon, he commented. The middle figure stepped out of the shadows. Her amber right eye shone brightly while her left was covered by her long black hair. We were expecting more from you, she shook her head, like a mother scolding a child. Roman let out a laugh before his face turned serious. Hey. You were the ones who suggested working with those stupid mutts from the White Fang. He pointed accusingly at her, and besides, that kid in the costume was there. And he was way stronger than we originally thought, Cinder. Cinder froze and her eyes narrowed slightly before chuckling darkly. You will continue to work with the White Fang, she ordered. Roman opened his mouth to protest, but Cinder beat him to the punch. We have big plans for you, Roman. All we ask is a little cooperation. Roman glared at the woman for a few seconds before shaking his head. What do you need? Cinder gave him a chilling smile. Tell me everything you noticed about that boy. Team RWBY laid in their beds. It was hard to sleep. Their heads filled with thoughts on what had happened that night. Fighting Roman and the White Fang, stopping a heist, finding out that Izuku had more powers. They focused more on Izuku. He was a mystery that they were starting to unravel, and the further they got, the more engrossed they became. But that wasn't what drew them to him. He was a great friend, and they could easily say that to anyone who asked about him. The way he always stood by them. The fact that put them above himself. The way he treated them. He was probably one of the kindest boys they'd met, despite how he normally acted. They enjoyed spending time with him, but they also felt something when they spent time with him. It was a strange feeling, and each of them knew exactly what it was. A thought popped into their heads. It was an intrusive thought, but they didn't push it away immediately, instead allowing it to rest and grow in their minds. Did they want to try and take their relationship further? Izuku put his toothbrush away and looked at himself in the mirror. It had been a hectic couple of days. Scratch that, it's been a hectic couple of months. From arriving to a new world, to enrolling in a school to fight monsters, to dealing with criminals and terrorists. He didn't envision this happening at all. A large part of him wished he was still on Earth, but another part of him also enjoyed his time here. He'd made quite a few friends, and it would hurt to leave them behind when he had to go back to Earth, but who knows? Blake might take him up on his offer and come to Earth with him. He was about to turn and walk back to his hanging bed, but then he stopped and leaned forward to examine himself in the mirror. He looked different from when he first arrived. He wasn't covered in grime. His eye bags were gone. And then he noticed the biggest difference. A spark of life appeared in his normally dull eyes. But unlike the previous times where it only occurred for a few seconds, this spark never faded. He slowly raised his hands to his face before lowering them. This didn't mean he was fine staying in Remnant. He still had to get home. Not to mention deal with whoever was stalking him. But right now, at this moment in time, he was happy. Weiss snuggled further into her bed, enjoying the nice warm feeling it provided her. She let out a large yawn and emerged from her bed. Sitting up and yawning, she heard Blake say something. Chato Mat. Izuku's voice rang out before saying it again slower. It means wait a minute or hold on a second. It's informal, so you should only say it to close friends or family. Oh, okay. Blake accepted the criticism and tried again. Chato Mat, Midoriya-kun. What? Weiss trailed off, still trying to wake up. Ohio. Schnee-san, Blake said, giving her a small nod in acknowledgement. She turned her head to see Izuku give a nod, letting her know she said that correctly. Weiss looked around the room, unsure if she was just having a weird dream or not. Everything seemed to be in order, nothing was out of place. So she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. Please speak English. Don't speak whatever made-up nonsense you're spewing out, Weiss grumbled, trying to get out of her bed, but it was way too warm. That's Japanese. My language, Izuku said, slightly offended at what one of his best friends said. Weiss' eyes widened and she immediately apologized, but then a thought crossed her mind. Why are you learning his language, Blake? She asked, confused. Izuku shot a glance towards his friend, who seemed to be frozen. The truth was that Blake wasn't sure what to do about Izuku's offer. On one hand she did want to go with him and take her family, but a small part of her knew that if she did, she would just be running away from her problems. Still, if she did decide to leave Remnant, she should probably know a little bit of Izuku's language. I just thought it would be interesting to know how Izuku normally talks in his world, Blake lied through her teeth. Weiss gave a small nod, accepting her answer with little suspicion. So what are we doing today? She asked. Izuku looked at her before looking away. Let's wait until RWBY and Yang wake up. I think I owe you all an explanation. Team RWBY watched in amusement as Izuku rushed around the room, making sure no one was outside, double-checking the window was closed, then going back to the door. It was slightly funny to watch him scramble around, but it also made them worry. I don't think anyone is listening, Izuku. RWBY tried to calm his frazzled nerves, but it didn't look like it worked. I can't be too certain. Izuku replied, going back to check for anywhere someone could listen. This is stuff I don't want people knowing. Anyone could be listening, he said frantically. Paranoia, everyone's coming to get me, Yang sang out teasingly, earning a tiny glare from Izuku. That's not funny, Yang. Izuku scolded her before going back to checking everything. Once he was absolutely certain no one was listening, he sat down in the middle of the room. Team RWBY sitting in front of him. I'm not really sure where to start, he admitted. How about you start by telling us how many of those powers you have? Weiss suggested. Yeah, I can do that. Izuku nodded his head. He wanted to tell them, but he found the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. He was scared that they might go tell other people. No. They wouldn't do that. They were his friends. He trusted them. And so taking in a deep breath, Izuku answered their question. 7. All the girls gawked at him, not expecting that many powers. They knew he had 3, and expected that to be it, or another power he kept hidden. They didn't even think for a second that he would have 7. Stockpile is the first one. I've already told this to Blake, but it basically allows me to stockpile unneeded energy and that converts into raw power. Hence the name. I limit my power in percentages, since the more energy I produce, the more strain gets put on my body. He explained. The girls noticed him subconsciously rub his right hand, where his scars were. If I use too much energy, I break my limbs. He admitted, before coming here, I could use 30%, 45% if I push my body to the limit. He informed them all. Thinking on how much he trained, he estimated how much of one for all he could use now. I think I could probably use 40% as a baseline and push to 50% if needed, he guessed. The girls nodded, but Yang was curious. Hold on, so you output your power in percentages? She asked. Izuku nodded and she continued, so how much power have you been outputting with us? Maximum. Yang nodded her head. I've been using 15% of stockpile. I don't think I've gone over that, he told the girls. The girls were filled with a mixture of things. Shock, amazement, and fear. The fact that he managed to throw an entire shipping container with only 15% of his power was incredibly impressive. But deep down they wondered what would happen if Izuku lost control. What would happen if he went to 100%? No, they couldn't think like that. Izuku was their friend, a good person who looked out for others. Sure, he acted tense and untrusting, but he never hurt innocent people. Not to mention he couldn't kill. He wouldn't go out of control. Taking the silence as a hint to continue, Izuku explained his second quirk. My second quirk is Black Whip. You've already seen it before, so I don't think I need to show it. It allows me to produce the energy tendrils from any part of my body and control them however I want. The only problem with this quirk is that it's controlled by emotions. If I lose control of my emotions, I lose control of Black Whip. He told them before quickly adding, I've only lost control once, and that was when I first unlocked the quirk. I can control it now. What was it like when you lost control? RWBY asked. Horrible, Izuku answered with a sigh. I was being pulled around by the quirk, smashing through buildings and pipes. It felt like my body was being torn apart. He shook his head, remembering how Black Whip really worked. It sucks because the angrier I am, the stronger Black Whip is. We can trust that you won't lose control of your anger, right? Weiss asked. She trusted Izuku, but she also knew that people could blow up unexpectedly. And it was worse for the boy she admired since he could end up destroying everything around him. Yeah, I lost control of my anger before coming here, and I was able to manipulate Black Whip to work in my favor. Unless it's something really horrific, I will be able to control Black Whip, Izuku replied to her question. Good, good. Weiss nodded her head. What about that flying power? The one you showed off last night. Out of nowhere, Izuku slowly floated up into the air. They all stared up at him with the same expression they held when he first showcased this quirk. They still haven't grasped the idea of the new power. Float. It's a simple quirk. Allows me to float in midair and fly at high speeds. He did a small flip in the air before gently landing on the ground. The next quirk I can't really show since it activates inside my body. It's called Danger Sense. I get a quick but sharp pain in my head whenever someone around me wants to hurt either other people or myself. Izuku tapped the side of his head. Weiss nodded her head alongside the other girls, but then she suddenly remembered something. We've seen you use it before. I thought it was just luck when I saw it at first. When Carden threw his water bottle at you, you dodged it even though you couldn't see it. Weiss stated. The girls hummed in agreement, the memory coming back to them. Danger Sense pinged, so I reacted. I don't need to be thinking for it to activate. It's a passive quirk. Izuku nodded his head, letting Weiss know her assumption was right. With no reason, the girls watched as Izuku started to look around the room. Are you okay, Izuku? Yang asked, unsure of what had gotten into him. Are there any smoke detectors in the room? He pondered out loud. Right there. Blake pointed to the smoke detector up on the ceiling. Izuku looked up and let out a small hum. He wasn't sure if smokescreen would trigger the alarm, and he didn't really want to risk it. Smokescreen is another quirk of mine. I can produce purple smoke out of my body. I would showcase it, but I don't want people asking why we triggered the smoke alarm. He stated. What are the last two? RWBY asked. wanting to know more about her crew, best friend. Her best friend. Fa Jin is one of the more powerful quirks. I can build up kinetic energy and release it whenever I want. Izuku gave a brief summary. He didn't really know much about the quirk, or at least how the quirk mixed with One for All. He'd only used it twice. How much energy do you output? Blake questioned. I'm not really sure. I used 45% of stockpile in Black Whip alongside Fa Jin and I was able to move at around 100% without any drawbacks. I'd say I can increase my strength or speed around 40%. Izuku answered, but he knew that was a lie. He'd been storing up kinetic energy and unleashed most of it during the fight with Lady Nagant. Sure, he'd been saving it up since he arrived, but he only had a limited amount and it took a while to get that kinetic energy back. Deciding not to think about that, he segued to the final quirk. Gear Shift is the final quirk. It's also the quirk you'll probably never see me use. It allows me to basically change the speed of anything I touch. I put them into gears, with low gear being the lowest and top gear being the highest. Izuku wasn't about to tell them that he'd never used the power, or that he didn't know what it feels like to use it. It was a last resort for a reason. Will you ever use those other powers? RWBY asked, really wanting to see Izuku in action. To her disappointment, Izuku shook his head, only if absolutely necessary. I don't trust other people to know about what I can do. He told them all. The only people he trusted with this information were Team RWBY, and maybe John. He probably wasn't going to tell John about his other powers since he never saw Izuku use float or any of the other quirks. And if he was being honest, he probably wouldn't have told the team about his powers if they never saw him use them. So in short, you have 7 powers that make you incredibly strong. You could probably destroy all of us without trying. You've been holding back this entire time, and you haven't even unlocked your semblance yet, Yang clarified. Izuku nodded his head, agreeing with everything she said. Is there anything else you aren't telling us? Weiss interrogated him. Izuku was caught at a crossroads. On one hand, he didn't want to tell them about One for All or the Vestiges. On the other hand, they were his best friends here. He trusted them, so he decided to settle for a compromise. There are a few other things, but they're very personal. Maybe one day I'll tell you, but just not today. The girls were disappointed, but they let it go. The fact they were able to get this much out of Izuku was a miracle in itself. So that creepy costume you wore, was that meant for aesthetics, or was it more to help control your quirks? Blake asked. The latter, Izuku answered, looking towards the closet where his broken and torn costume lay. The boots allowed me to increase the strength of my kicks. The gloves helped focus my air blasts, and those pieces wrapped around my limbs were used to protect my body in case I damaged it. Although seeing as I haven't had to go over 15%, I doubt I need them on Remnant. He finished. RWBY and Yang already knew what the boots and gloves were for, seeing as they designed the new equipment using his drawing as a reference. Thankfully Izuku wrote it in very high detail. RWBY did have a bit of trouble working on the boots, but she felt she was able to somewhat replicate the blowback mechanic. They weren't able to create the braces for his arm though. The costume was actually made by my mother. Izuku surprised them. Well, kinda. She bought the jumpsuit and I worked my costume around it. I never changed that bit because that was my mother telling me how proud she was. And now it's completely ruined. The girls watched silently as Izuku closed his eyes and tried to hold back tears. The costume clearly meant a lot to Izuku. To see this emotion come out of Izuku was also refreshing to see. Not because he was sad, but because unlike every other time they spoke to him, he was showing how he really felt. He was being honest with them. And now I'm going to have to wear my uniform when I go into battle. Izuku grimaced. He knew that fighting in his uniform would be restrictive, and not to mention the small side effect, and that's not going to work because the more power I use, the more force is produced. If I hit a high enough percentage, my clothes will start to tear apart. He explained the side effects. All the girls blushed, the image of a naked Izuku rushing into their minds. RWBY forced the thought out as fast as she could. Same with Weiss. Blake thought about the image for a few moments before pushing it away. And Yang. Well, Yang just saved that image for later. So it's going to be a bit hard trying to find a material that can handle a lot of energy. Izuku sighed and leaned back slightly, not to mention a material that's able to support me going Mach speeds. And I don't even have any money in this world. I'm just going to have to hope that my uniform can hold me over until I go home. Well, we have something for you that might fix that issue. RWBY chimed in, wanting to cheer him up. We were meant to show it to you before you and Blake ran off, but now's a good time. And this won't be interrupted, right you two? Young asked, slowly turning her head and staring at Blake and Weiss with an uncanny smile. Both the girls nodded their heads out of fear. Young kept staring at them for a few seconds longer before looking at Izuku with a very genuine smile. Izuku looked at them, confusion written all over his features. Huh. RWBY opened the closet and pulled out one of the drawers allocated to her. It contained a briefcase with the word, to Izuku. From Team RWBY, written on the side. Go into the bathroom then come out. We want to see how it looks on you. She smiled brightly at the boy. Izuku took the briefcase and moved into the bathroom. Locking the door behind him, he put the briefcase on the counter and clicked it open. Looking through it, he was shocked to find a shirt, pants, jacket and were those his boots and gloves. Moving quickly, Izuku got dressed into the new outfit they had given him. He faced away from the mirror as he did. After a few minutes, he adjusted his clothes and stepped out into the main room. When Team RWBY saw him, a large smile broke onto everyone's face. It came out much better than they expected. Izuku looked down at the new outfit and examined it closely. He wore a simple dark crimson shirt. It may not have looked like much, but if he got hurt and bled, no one would see it unless they looked really hard. Covering that was a long-sleeved, dark green jacket that went down to his thighs. A black utility belt wrapped around his waist. And some black trousers that were tight, but were loose enough so that he could comfortably move his legs into any position without much constriction. He didn't have a cowl anymore to cover his face. Instead it had been replaced by a dark green hood with a versus shape that went to the bridge of his nose when pulled up. It wasn't attached to a cloak like he drew, instead it was attached to his jacket, sewn together so well Izuku couldn't even tell if it was custom made for him or not. The belt contained 2 pouches on his left. The right side had 3 small, pill-shaped plastic containers, all containing different kinds of powered dust. Red, yellow, and black. Weiss had taught him the different types of dust, so on his belt were fire, lightning, and gravity. On his thigh was a knife holster which contained a combat knife. That would probably be for emergencies only, though there could be some uses for it. Such as cutting himself free of a trap. It was also hidden by the jacket, so it could be used as a surprise weapon. His boots had been repaired, looking brand new. However, he didn't have any more knee pads. It still has the blowback mechanic. RWBY chimed in, I wasn't sure how to recreate it perfectly, so I just imagined it like the blowback of Crescent Rose. Finally, Izuku looked at the gloves. They looked different from his Air Force gloves. His left glove looked very similar, but the right glove was completely different. For one, there was what seemed to be metal surrounding the double band near his wrist. The top slot was empty, but there were 3 containers that held dust located on each side and underneath his wrist. Testing something, Izuku pushed against it. It spun around like the barrel of a revolver, clicking to whichever capsule Izuku wanted. And finally there were small cyan spots on each of his fingertips. This was the costume he designed that one night. Albeit with some changes. He didn't have the weapon he drew, but that was to be expected. He couldn't master a katana that could turn into a gun in a few months. Not to mention he was mostly a brawler. It would have been wanted on him. How did you design this? Izuku asked, already knowing the answer. RWBY shuffled on her feet and sported a nervous smile. Well, remember the day when John and Cardin were attacked by that Ursa Major? She started. Izuku nodded his head and she continued. Well, I was looking for a textbook for the assignment Professor Goodwich gave us, and ended up finding the drawing you made. That explained it. He didn't exactly hide it. Not to mention he put it inside RWBY's desk and forgot about it. He would have been an idiot to not realize RWBY would find the drawing soon. But he didn't expect them to build it for him. The tailor was able to make it from extremely powerful fabric. So you don't have to worry about the force from the stockpile tearing up your costume. Weiss stated. This is amazing, he muttered, clicking the revolver gloves to the fire dust. However, he was curious about his gloves. The design was different to what he drew and wrote, so he turned to Yang and RWBY. So how do they work? He asked, holding up his hands. When you flick your fingers, we've noticed the band flicks outwards. So we put in some dust containers. When the band flicks, it will ready the containers to spray out dust. RWBY cheerfully told him how it worked. Yang then continued her half-sister's explanation. Then just before you flick your finger, it will spray out a small amount of dust. The dust then mixes in with the air blast. Then all you need to do is activate the dust and boom. Yang snapped her fingers and gave him a smirk. You've got a fireball. Yang smirked. Or a ball of electricity. RWBY chimed in before also adding, or a ball of gravity. Izuku admired the gloves. They were amazing. Exactly what he wanted and more. Words couldn't even describe how grateful he was towards his two friends. These are incredible, you two, he praised RWBY and Yang. They both sported a small blush and smiled at him, glad that he liked the gloves. And there was also one other thing. Blake spoke up, gaining his attention. Izuku watched as all the girls' faces turned slightly tense. Worried, he turned to Blake. What's wrong? He asked, expecting something bad. We've seen you on the battlefield. You are powerful, there is no denying that. Weiss nodded at him. But you have one weakness. Izuku blinked, confused about what they were talking about. He knew he wasn't invincible. That he could be killed if careless. But he didn't notice any noticeable weakness. Wanting to know so he could fix it, he looked at the girls. What's the weakness? Your inability to kill, Weiss answered bluntly. Izuku sighed and shook his head. He'd already had this talk with Weiss, but apparently she hadn't told the others about it. That or something clicked in her mind. We know you don't like killing, but you might one day have to. RWBY told him, hoping he didn't get uncomfortable with this, so we gave you a weapon to help you. What's the weapon? Izuku asked tiredly, not wanting to have this conversation. Activate the dust in your gloves. Right at the fingertips, Yang instructed him. Izuku looked at his hand, but didn't know what to do. He'd never used dust before. He tried flexing his fingers, but nothing happened. Weiss shook her head at Yang and sighed. Try channeling your aura into it, she suggested. Izuku nodded his head and focused on the aura floating around inside his body. He frowned when he realized he'd never channeled his aura into something before. Thinking quickly, he remembered how he channeled One for All into his finger on his first day of UA. Focusing on his aura, he pretended it was One for All and channeled it into his hands. He could feel it mingle with the dust in the gloves. Activating the cyan crystals on the fingertips, he watched as it took the form of small claws. They weren't giant, maybe around 6 centimeters. Studying their shape, Izuku noticed that they looked very similar to a wolf's claws. What is this? He asked. This is hard light dust. The rarest type of dust. Normally it would be impossible to find it, but since my family owns the Schnee Dust Company, it was no trouble at all. Weiss said before delving into an explanation, you'll never run out, so you can activate and deactivate the claws at will without limit. Izuku stopped feeding his aura into the gloves and the claws disappeared, retracting to those cyan dots on his fingertips. I made those just in case. Once you decide to start killing. Yang admitted, I thought this might make it easier for you. Izuku stared at the girls before standing up. They were worried that he got mad at their conversation and was about to pull a Blake, but he merely moved over to the desks and shook his head softly. I know that one day, I will have to kill, Izuku said softly and without anger. Sitting down on one of the chairs, he rested his head on his new glove. I've known that for a long time, and the amount of times that's popped up in my mind has only increased since joining this school. Sighing, he looked at them. The mask he normally wore cracked slightly, allowing them to see his raw emotions. I just don't know if I can take it. I know you all see them as monsters with no souls. That's just not how I think. When I look at them, I see living creatures, just like me. The thought of ending a life, it scares me. It really does. Even if I'm fine with watching you all kill the Grimm, it doesn't mean I'm fine with doing it myself. Izuku looked out the window and scratched the back of his neck. I come from a world where killing is normally frowned upon. Even heroes get into big trouble for killing an opponent unless it was the only choice. So to switch to being okay with killing in an instant isn't going to happen. The girls remained silent, listening to everything Izuku was saying. They had to admit that it made sense. It wasn't like Izuku would be okay with killing in an instant. It would have been unrealistic expectations if Izuku instantly started killing Grim. But Izuku spoke up again. I know that I will have to kill someday. Maybe it will be tomorrow, or the next day, or even the day after that. I'm always thinking about that. Even if I don't want to do it, I will if there is no other choice. Holding up his gloves, he activated the claws again and stared at them. A gentle smile appeared on his face, but thank you. I might never use these to kill, but they are a part of this outfit. The huntsman outfit you all took your time to make and your money to buy the materials. You all crafted this for me with your own time, even though you didn't need to. So thank you. The girls felt that same warm feeling from the previous night bubble in their chests. They tried to ignore it, but all they could focus on was Izuku's smile and the way his eyes shone appreciatively. But there was a small thought resting in their minds. Did his eyes always shine like that? Shaking her head, Yang tried to take her mind off it by telling Izuku one last thing about his costume. Actually, there is one last feature. She said to Izuku, flip up your hood for me. Izuku looked around at the others, confused on why he had to do that. Internally shrugging, he pulled up his hood. He didn't feel any difference and his vision didn't change either. However, the girls saw something completely different. His face was completely covered in shadows, with his green eyes shining dangerously out of the darkness. You managed to scare a Grim, so I personally decided to give you a bit of a fear factor. Yang tried to suppress her laughter. Wait, what? Izuku ran into the bathroom. It was silent for a few seconds before Izuku walked out, his hood off, and shaking his head. Really? He weakly questioned, causing all the girls to begin laughing. He watched and let out a small chuckle alongside them. After calming down, Izuku looked down to the floor and took a deep breath in. Hey, he gained their attention. Thank you for making this for me. It really means a lot to me. It will take some getting used to, but the fact that it's made by my friends really makes me happy. I know I don't say this much, but I want you all to know. Thank you for being my friend. I'm glad I met all of you. Izuku gave them all a smile. After hearing what Izuku had to say, the feeling returned, but this time the effects felt like they had been amplified to unimaginable heights. They tried to ignore the warm feeling in their chests, but no matter how much they focused on something else, that feeling was all they could focus on. It was clear to them what was happening and they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. For better or for worse, they had a crush on Izuku Midoriya. A few days later, Izuku slowly woke up to the sound of the girls chattering and the sound of a zipper. He rolled over on his bed and peeked his head out. Looking down, he saw RWBY packing a suitcase. Confused, he looked around the room, to see that Weiss and Yang also had suitcases near them. What's going on? Izuku mumbled, leaning even further out. It got to a point where he lost his balance and fell from the bed and onto the ground head first, scaring the girls. Ow, he muttered from the ground. Are you okay? Weiss asked, staring down at Izuku. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku groaned, slowly rising to his feet, rubbing his head and looking around. His vision was shaking slightly. Shaking his head, he opened his eyes and focused back on the suitcases. Why are you packing? What's going on? He asked, now fully awake. Didn't you get the notification on your scroll? Yang asked. What notification? Izuku questioned, unsure of what they were talking about. Team RWBY looked around at each other, the realization of why Izuku didn't get the notification popping into their minds. It's for school break. RWBY explained shyly, not meeting his eyes. Yang and I promised our dad we would visit him when school break came. My father has requested my presence back home, Weiss said stiffly. So I won't be here either. I'm going to be staying here at Beacon, Blake said. Noticing that Izuku still looked confused, RWBY explained what was happening. Yesterday we all got a notification on our scrolls telling us that school break is coming soon. We needed to fill out a form saying that we would be going home. I didn't get a notification about that. Izuku muttered confused. It took him a few seconds to remember that he didn't have anyone to go home to in this world. His thoughts flashed to his mother, and how he hadn't seen her in so long. She must be worried sick about him. RWBY noticed Izuku's face grow sad and a thought popped into her mind. An idea that she hoped would cheer him up. "Do you want to come home with us?" RWBY offered kindly. She knew that Izuku didn't really have anywhere else to go besides Beacon, so she thought letting him stay with her and Young would make him feel better. That, and she wanted to spend more time with him, but the other girls, nor Izuku, needed to know about that. Izuku shook his head no, making RWBY's smile drop slightly. "Thanks, but Blake also isn't going home, so I don't want to leave her all alone here," he told RWBY. That was a half-truth. On one hand he didn't want Blake to be all alone. But on the other hand he also had other things he needed to do. If he told the other girls, they would either worry about him, or try and talk him out of it. RWBY, Young and Weiss all felt a small pang of jealousy aimed towards Blake. The fact that she'd get to spend 2 weeks alone with Izuku didn't sit right with them. But they quickly acknowledged there wasn't really anything they could do. Besides, what was the chance Blake had a crush on Izuku or vice versa? RWBY's scroll pinged and she quickly glanced at it before her smile came back. "Miss Goodwitch has agreed to it," she exclaimed happily. "Agreed to what?" Weiss asked. "Yesterday, I asked Miss Goodwitch if we could book a training room for you to try out your new huntsman outfit. And she just said yes." RWBY jumped up and headed towards the door. "Come on, let's go. Do we even know which room has been reserved?" Weiss questioned, raising an eyebrow at her young leader. RWBY stammered over her answer before deflating. "Well, Weiss, RWBY and I will go double-check what training room we'll use. We'll text when we've gotten confirmation," Young said before the three of them left, leaving Izuku and Blake by themselves. Blake sat on her bed in silence, looking down at her hands which rested on her legs. Izuku moved over to her and asked the question that was on his mind. "Why aren't you going to go see your parents?" Izuku asked, sitting down next to Blake. Blake sighed and lowered her head. "My parents also used to be a part of the White Fang," she confessed to her best friend. "You remember how I said we used to be a peaceful organization before switching to more violent methods?" Izuku nodded, recalling the conversation she had with him and Sun. "Well, it was at that moment my parents quit the White Fang, not agreeing with the new methods. I got into an argument with them and said some horrible things." She shook her head softly, wishing she could go back in time and slap her younger self for being stupid. "After that I left and never saw them again." "Why not try and go see them again? They might forgive you," Izuku suggested. "I can't," Blake admitted, a small amount of fear in her eyes. "I said some really bad stuff. I'm scared that they'll just turn me away and tell me I'm no longer their daughter." Izuku saw how anxious Blake was getting as she imagined multiple scenarios in her mind, none of them ending well for her. He gently placed his hand on top of hers and gave it a comforting squeeze. Blake looked up and saw him give her a comforting smile. "I think you should go and see them. Otherwise you'll spend the rest of your life thinking about what could have happened," he advised her. "But if you aren't ready to talk to them, then I won't push. It's your decision and only you can decide when you're ready to face them." Blake smiled at Izuku and leaned in to give him a hug. She felt Izuku's body go stiff before he relaxed and returned the hug. "Thank you, Izuku," she smiled. Since Izuku couldn't see her face, he completely missed the small blush that adorned her cheeks. She pulled away from the hug and their scrolls rang out. Izuku checked his scroll and saw that RWBY had messaged them saying they were allowed in a training room. "Well, time to see how this gear works," Izuku said as they walked down to the lockers so Izuku could put on his huntsman outfit and give it a test run. Izuku double-checked his dust force gloves were properly attached before tapping his toes against the ground, making sure his boots were comfortable. He didn't know why, but they felt slightly off. He couldn't put his finger on it, but the area around his toes felt weird, completely different than his normal ones. Although Izuku just chalked that up to him being used to wearing his broken clawed boots. He turned around to face his best friends in this world. "So what's first?" he asked. They knew more about his equipment seeing as they were the ones to design them. "We'll start with the gloves." RWBY smiled nervously. She wanted to get the worst thing out of the way before they went on to the other pieces of equipment. Izuku tensed his hands, channeling his aura into the gloves. The claws popped out and Izuku wiggled his fingers. He could feel the extra weight that the claws brought to his gloves. It wasn't much, but it was definitely noticeable. So what's this dust again? He queried. Like I said yesterday, the claws are made from hard light dust. Weiss informed him before delving more in depth. The dust is a combination of fire, lightning, water and wind dust. They can't run out, so you'll always have those claws. And the claws are burning to the touch. So if you slice a Grim with those claws, it'll be like slicing a hot knife through butter. Blake claimed. Izuku slightly fidgeted, uncomfortably with the conversation being presented. The claws disappeared and he decided to shift the topic to the gloves. Or more specifically, the dust mechanic that had been added in. So, remind me how the gloves work. It wasn't hard for the girls to see what Izuku was trying to do, but they played along with it. I'll answer those questions. I built the gloves after all. Yang bragged. She may not have been as weapon savvy as RWBY, but the gloves weren't complicated at all. So, they work just like your other gloves, but now you can switch those plain air shots with special shots. Flick to the fire dust. Izuku used his left hand and spun the mechanism on his glove. With a click, he rolled it to the fire dust. It stayed stable, not moving unless he rotated it. Now, just aim at the training dummy and let her rip. Yang said with a grin on her face, excited to see the gloves in action. Izuku aimed his right hand at the dummy and used his left for stability, not knowing how bad the kickback was going to be. The second Izuku flicked his fingers, he activated the fire dust. Before the dust combusted, it was mixed around and spread throughout the air in mere milliseconds. Then when the dust blew up, it was evenly spread out, coating every section of the air blast. Izuku watched as his air blast erupted into flames and flew towards the target. It exploded with a loud boom and the flames reached as high as the ceiling. Izuku watched as the flames slowly died out until he got a good look at what was left of the dummy. It was charred, smoking, and parts of it were still on fire. Weiss quickly ran over with the fire extinguisher and sprayed the flames with the foam, extinguishing the flames. Once she was finished, she turned her head to look at Yang. Just how much dust did you put in those gloves? She cried out, just as shocked as Izuku. Calm down, princess. That was amazing, Yang said with a grin on her face, clearly taking pride in how big the explosion of flames was. She looked at Izuku with a large smile on her face. You have enough fire dust for 5 shots. Then add in the dust container on your belt and you have 10 fire shots. She explained to the confused boy. I think we'll save those dust shots for when and if they're needed. Weiss suggested. Agreed, Izuku said, switching the revolving mechanic back to no dust, much to Yang's displeasure. Sorry Yang, but that was way too big. If I use something like that in a forest, I might start a fire. It's kinda overkill, he told the girl. Yang sighed in response and slowly nodded her head, accepting Izuku's reasoning. She still didn't like that he wasn't going to use her favorite mechanic of the gloves. Although she hoped that he would use them more in the future. So the other two are lightning and gravity? Izuku questioned, holding up his right arm and pointing to the 2 other capsules. Yeah, lightning basically makes it into a lightning ball. Can be used to shock an enemy. I scaled back the amount that's sprayed out so you won't kill anyone or anything you hit. You have 10 shots with the lightning dust. Yang explained before delving into the last type of dust he possessed. Last is gravity dust. She trailed off, unsure of how to properly explain it. It all depends on how you channel your aura into it. You can have the things around the blast either be pulled towards it or pushed away from it. You have 3 shots with this. Izuku blinks and looks down at his gloves, shocked. So you're telling me this can drag everything towards it like a black hole? Hold on there, Greenie. It's not that powerful. You won't be creating a black hole or anything close to that. As long as it isn't strong enough to resist it, you can group up enemies in one location and then fire off an attack to take them all out at once. Yang finished her explanation of the gloves before quickly adding, also when you've finished with the capsules make sure to store them. You can get the dust refilled and reuse them. My turn, RWBY called out, knowing Yang was finished with her explanation. She'd been waiting for him to try out the new boots she made him. Although there was a small part of her that was worried. In truth, she didn't know much about his original boots or how they worked. All she knew was they had a blowback mechanic from the notes on his drawing. The only blowback mechanism she knew about was from guns. So that's what she used. And dear God, did she pray it was the correct mechanism. Izuku nodded as RWBY brought out a new training dummy. So these should work exactly like your old boots. But I just want you to double check they work like your old ones. She smiled, trying to mask her nervousness. Izuku nodded and looked at the fresh dummy in front of him. He didn't want to destroy the dummy, so he decided not to use one for all. Izuku ran towards the dummy before jumping up into the air and delivering a hard kick to the training dummy's head with his right foot. The toe soles sprang out, but barely delivered much of an impact. He raised his eye at that, wondering where the blowback mechanic was. What came next only took a second, but it felt much longer to Izuku. He felt a small shudder in his boots. Nothing more than a little shiver, but it was more than enough for alarm bells to start ringing inside his mind. His mind thought of the blowback mechanic RWBY mentioned, and his eyes didn't even have enough time to widen before the extended toe soles snapped back into place with the force of RWBY's crescent rose. Izuku went flying across the room, spinning around like a helicopter's propeller due to the force being applied to his right foot, before crashing into the wall face first before falling in a heap on the ground. Izuku! The girls cried out, running over to him. Groaning, Izuku slowly sat up. He could feel something wet run down his nose. Confused, he brought his hand up to his nose and wiped it. Looking down, he found his fingers smeared with a crimson liquid. He stared at it, shocked. Just how powerful were these boots? Why isn't your aura healing you? RWBY asked, moving around Izuku quickly while touching him, making sure he wasn't critically injured. Once she was sure he was okay, she slowly backed off, nervous and horrified that her gift to Izuku had hurt him. I don't have much aura. Izuku lied. They didn't need to know about how much his aura was preventing his right arm from dying. Soon the blood stopped dripping from his nose, but Izuku knew that was more natural healing rather than his aura. What happened? Yang asked, unsure of what the heck just occurred. What was that, RWBY? Izuku questioned, his voice sounding confused instead of angry like she'd thought. It was the blowback mechanic. She admitted before coming clean. I didn't know how your boots worked, and I didn't want to ask you because that might have spoiled the surprise. So I used the same mechanic that's in Crescent Rose. She stated, feeling horrible about herself. Izuku's face softened, seeing how upset she was about this. It's not your fault. I should have been more specific in my drawing. Izuku knew that he was never going to write down how the mechanism in his boots worked, but he didn't want RWBY feeling at fault. The toe soles spring out to deliver the enhanced power to my kicks and lessen the strain on my legs. Then the soles would reconnect with the rest of my boots. He explained how his boots worked. RWBY nodded, a small smile appearing on her face at his words. I promise to work on them when I get home. She promised. Izuku nodded and gave the girl a small smile, and I look forward to testing them out. They stared at each other in silence for a few seconds before Blake coughed. How about we clean this up before Miss Goodwitch scolds us? Blake suggested. The group nodded before getting to work. The next day, the group of friends stood outside of Beacon, surrounded by other students. It was time for everyone to go home for the holidays. Izuku and Blake had come down to see their friends off. So we'll be gone for 2 weeks. RWBY said as the other students started boarding the bullhead. She turned to Izuku. I promise I'll fix your boots the second I get home. You don't have to do that. Izuku firmly told her. Enjoy some time at home. I can wait. The final call was announced through the speakers. Well, guess this it. Group hug, Yang said, holding her arms out to the side. They all shared a hug before RWBY, Yang and Weiss stepped into the bullhead. Izuku and Blake waved goodbye as the bullhead ascended into the sky and flew away. They stood there for a few moments longer before Izuku turned around and began walking back to the dorms, Blake following close behind. However, because Blake was behind him, she didn't see the changes to Izuku's face. His happy expression turned into a cold and determined one. Now that most of the girls were gone, he could focus on the next issue bothering him. The girl who was stalking him. Blake was worried about Izuku. He seemed distracted, eyes constantly darting toward the window, as if he was looking for something. And when he did look out the window, his eyes narrowed and focused. She'd seen him act in many different ways, and the closest she could remember was when Cardin was picking on him. She tried asking what was wrong, but he kept saying he was fine. A phrase Blake was starting to hate. She would have called him out on it, but she didn't have any proof of Izuku doing anything strange to warrant her asking about it. So when she woke up to see Izuku, fully dressed, about to leave the dorm, she knew she found her chance. She frowned when she saw the old boots, but it didn't take her long to realize that RWBY had his new ones, meaning he had to wear those, or nothing at all. Izuku, she groggily called out to the boy, making him flinch. He slowly turned to face him, and the first thing Blake noticed was the look of annoyance on his face. It wasn't directed at her, but rather towards himself. "Good morning, Blake," Izuku greeted the girl. "Where are you going?" the faunus questioned, rising up from her bed so that she was no longer laying down, but rather sitting up. "The gym." "Don't lie to me, Izuku." Blake immediately cut Izuku off from his bullshit. "You normally go earlier in the morning, and you aren't wearing your gym clothes," she finished. Izuku stood there, his eyes closed, and took a deep breath out of his nose. He was about to speak again when Blake stopped him. "Please. No more secrets," Blake begged. Izuku wavered, unsure of what to say before sitting down next to Blake on her bed. "I'm being stalked by someone," he said with a troubled face. He faced her, but his eyes didn't meet hers. Blake opened her mouth, then closed it when she couldn't find the words. She sat, trying to speak until she eventually sputtered out a, "What?" Izuku flinched at the volume of her voice before raising a hand, hoping that she would be silent and listen. "It started back when we all went to the city to look at the Vital Festival. That was a week ago. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Blake finally found her voice. "I didn't want you to worry," Izuku retorted before sighing. "It's been going on for a while now. Whenever I go out, I can feel their eyes on me." He rubbed the back of his head. "So I'm going to go confront them." Blake shot out of bed and began walking towards the wardrobe, but Izuku grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" he asked with narrowed eyes. "I'm going with you," Blake responded in a matter-of-fact tone. "No you aren't," Izuku countered. "This could be dangerous. I don't want you getting hurt because of me." Izuku knew he wouldn't be hurt since danger sense never once activated when his stalker was following him. However, if he added in a new factor, it could turn bloody very quickly. Blake was about to speak when she stopped after looking into his eyes. They were reassured and calm, the exact opposite to what she was feeling. "I have a plan. I've been prepping it for a while now. It won't put me in any danger, and if it does, I can just run or fight," Izuku told her. Blake was hesitant to let him go alone, but she knew he would be fine. But she was still hesitant to leave him alone with a stalker. Seeing that he almost convinced her, he finished his argument. "I'll be safe. I'll be back as soon as I can, and then we'll do whatever you want. You promise?" Blake looked him in the eyes. "I promise," Izuku said before walking over to the door and opening it. "I'll see you soon, Blake," he smiled before closing the door, leaving Blake all alone. "Please be safe, Izuku." So, Yang trailed off, standing outside her house. She looked over to see RWBY fighting nervously before looking at the flower garden their father took care of. "You think he's seen the news?" "I hope not," RWBY whispered. "We were shown in the security footage fighting. A security camera had recorded everything. From Roman arriving to Izuku, Blake and Sun fighting, and then of RWBY arriving and being pushed from the explosion. Which broke the camera, so thankfully it hadn't shown Izuku flying, but that was really the only positive she could think of. If their father saw the news broadcast, they would be in big trouble." The sisters shared a look before Yang went to open the door. Before she could grab the door handle, the door swung open. A pair of tanned, muscular arms wrapped around the girls. The only thing they could make out was blue eyes and subdued blonde hair before they were pulled into a massive hug. The man's stubble prickling their skin. The girls smiled and hugged the man back. "Hi Dad," RWBY said, hugging the man back tightly. Tai pulled back from the hug and smiled at the girls. "We've got a lot to talk about," he said. The girls froze, thinking he was talking about their fight, but their fears were put to rest when he added, "I want to hear everything about your time at Beacon." Tai turned around to walk into the house but he paused mid-step. "Oh yeah, before I forget," Tai turned around and looked at the girls, his smile still present on his face. You're both grounded. Weiss sat in her room, her suitcase not even unpacked. She honestly just couldn't find the energy to put all her stuff away. Maybe she would do that later, or have one of the many servants do it for her. Weiss huffed and shook her head. That would be a stupid request. With only a few suitcases, she could easily unpack it all by herself. She didn't need to bother the servants over such a silly little thing. A dry laugh came from her mouth as she realized that old Weiss wouldn't have just thought what she did. Her friends were really rubbing off on her, weren't they? As her mind shifted to the thoughts of her friends, she looked out the window to the skies above. The second she arrived home, none of her family greeted her. Father was too busy to talk to her. Mother was drinking away her sorrows. Sister was too busy working at the military to visit, and brother didn't interact with her unless he wanted something. Looking around her pristine and fancy room made her feel sick. When Weiss thought of home, she imagined her messy dorm with Izuku and her teammates. Not a fancy house with her crumbling family. A knock at her door brought her out of her thoughts. Enter, she called out to the person on the other side of the door. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, a familiar happy voice spoke up as the door opened. A large smile appeared on Weiss' face as a man with balding brown hair walked into the room. A smile underneath his large mustache. Klein. Weiss smiled brightly. Hello, Miss Schnee, Klein greeted the young girl. Weiss smiled at the man she'd call her first friend. The man who took care of her when her parents didn't want to. He always gave good advice, and she really needed some right now. How much time do you have? I need to ask you about something. Klein pulled his pocket watch out of his coat before checking the time. I have plenty of time. What is troubling you? Weiss looked down to the floor. She'd never had a crush before, so she honestly had no clue what to do or what to say. She also felt nervous about telling Klein, but she knew he could be trusted. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at the man and decided to tell him the truth. There's this boy I like. The boy from another world. Weiss was caught off guard at how quick Klein guessed it. Waha, how did you know? I always believed an incredibly unique boy would catch your eye. And to my knowledge, he's the most unique in the world, Klein said. A thoughtful look dawned on his face when he remembered the newspapers talking about it. Many still don't believe it, including your father. But I believe in Ozpin. If he says the boy is from another world, then he's from another world. He is from another world, Weiss stated. Klein nodded and gestured towards a seat in her room, asking permission to sit down. Weiss nodded and the butler pulled the chair out and sat across from her. So, what about him attracts your interest? Honestly, it's everything about him. He's incredibly caring and thoughtful. He's very smart and uses that in battle when deciding his next move. And unlike most of my teammates, he's also incredibly mature. The words died in Weiss' mouth when she remembered the chat they shared at the start of school. How his maturity was forced upon him, what it did to him. He isn't without faults though. He's stubborn, paranoid, and always bottles everything up because, I don't want you to worry about me. It's annoying, but I hope to help him break some of those habits, Weiss admitted. Klein hummed in thought. It sounds like this boy has some demons, but who doesn't? What's important is to let him know that you're there for him, whether he likes it or not, he finished. Weiss was reminded about all the times he'd helped other people, even if they didn't want it. Like when he talked to her after battling the Borbatusk. She felt a sinking feeling in her gut when she recalled all the times he'd helped her, but she never really paid him back. I want to get him something. A gift to show that I'm grateful for having him in my life. Weiss decided on what she wanted to do. She knew it wouldn't pay back all the things he's done, but it was a start. Klein smiled at that idea. Does the boy like giant surprises? Or is he more the type to appreciate small, but thoughtful gifts? He questioned the girl. Weiss looked down to her hands and thought about Izuku. He was standoffish, but he cared more than anyone on the team. He was strict, but very patient when they made mistakes. Powerful, but not prideful. Scarred, but not a lost cause. He wasn't the type to want new jewelry or fancy things. Heck, he probably didn't care about what she'd give him as long as it came from her. But Weiss didn't just want to give him some random object. She wanted it to mean something. She wanted to get him something he would appreciate. Her eyes lit up as she thought of something he talked about once. I know the perfect gift, Weiss said with a smile. Well then, tomorrow would you like me to accompany you to pick up this gift? Klein questioned. I'd like that, Weiss smiled. Izuku walked through the streets, a subtle frown on his face. He honestly just wanted this to be over and done with. Many people shot him weird glances, most likely due to his shoes. Once he was done here, he could go back and enjoy spending time with Blake and hopefully convince her not to tell the other girls about the stalker. Moving to a large open area, Izuku sat down next to a fountain and looked into the water. He could see some lean resting at the bottom, which only reminded him he'd need to find a way to make money. Dust was a core part of his gloves. Even if he might not use them that much, he didn't want to run out. And the only way he could replenish the dust was by buying it. Putting that thought on hold, Izuku waited patiently. He felt himself being watched when he left Beacon's ground. It went away, and came back randomly. It was clear his stalker was losing him amongst the crowd. So all Izuku needed to do was stay still long enough for them to find him. Feeling a set of eyes on his back, Izuku suppressed a smile. There you are, Izuku thought. He waited a bit longer before getting up and moving away. Just as he suspected, the person began to follow him. Close enough so they wouldn't lose him, but far enough away that he wouldn't notice them. Izuku continued walking forward before making a sharp left turn into an alleyway. He'd checked the map earlier to devise a plan. This alleyway cut straight through town, so it wouldn't be weird for him to go through it. However, there was a smaller alleyway right in the middle of it. Making another turn, he found himself at the end of the smaller alleyway with only one way out. He continued walking until he stood in the middle before speaking up. I know you're here, Izuku announced, turning around to face the entrance of the alleyway. You've been following me for a while now. He got no response, but he didn't care. He could faintly see part of their shadow on the ground. They weren't moving, but Izuku was able to see the hair of the shadow move around slightly due to the wind. I'm sure you saw me fight at the docks, Izuku began with a cold tone. You know I'm fast enough to dodge bullets. And there is no one close to us. So I'm sure you know what's going to happen if you try running. So show yourself. He wanted to make it clear that the stalker hadn't backed him into a dead end. He'd lured the stalker into an isolated area. So even if they tried to run, he would easily find them before they could find a crowd to hide in. And his threat worked. Someone stepped out from the corner and he finally got a look at the person stalking him. It was a girl, looking to be in her early 20s. The first thing Izuku noticed was her hair. The left side of it was brown, the right side was pink with white streaks in it. Her heterochromatic eyes matched her hair perfectly. She wasn't tall in the slightest, and that was even with her heels on. Izuku's face devolved into a small glare while her face stayed in a happy, yet curious expression. Who are you? So, Tai clapped his hands with a smile while sitting on the couch with his two daughters sitting in front of him. Both of them had an unhappy look from being grounded. How's Beacon going? RWBY was the first to speak. It's going really well. Classes are hard, but fun. And I've made a lot of new friends, she told her father. Tai let out a laugh. Glad to hear you're having a great time there. What about your teammates? Are they nice? He questioned, wanting to know all about their time at Beacon. Yeah, Yang said with a nod. We have 2 other girls as our teammates. And a boy as a backup team member, she said, thinking of Izuku. Tai nodded along with what she was saying before pausing. Wait, you have a backup member. When he was at Beacon there was no such thing as backup team members. It was always a team of 4. No more, no less. Maybe he'd research the matter later. Was the boy at the fight you were in? The girls nodded. Which one would that be? The monkey Faunus, or the green-haired kid who pushed you away from the explosion? The green-haired boy, RWBY answered. Izuku Midoriya, Yang told her dad his name. He's one of our best friends. He's super kind and always willing to help us out, RWBY gushed. He's super smart and always helps me out with my homework if I have any. Not to mention he's probably the most powerful kid in our year, Yang added. Yeah, he has all these cool powers. He has. RWBY trailed off before quickly speaking up again, too. He has 2 powers. One of them is a stockpile ability and an ability to produce these cool tendrils from his body. RWBY, what's wrong? Tai asked, unsure what brought about this sudden change in attitude. RWBY paused and shared a look with Yang. They shouldn't tell him. Even if Tai was their father, they promised Izuku they wouldn't tell anyone. Sorry, she apologized to her father. We promised him not to say anything about his powers. Tai nodded, but his face took a more serious look. One RWBY and Yang only saw when he was worried. Before we continue, I need to know, he looked at both his daughters. These secrets he has, will they hurt either of you or anyone else around you? RWBY and Yang looked at each other in thought. They thought about what consequences would happen to them if they continued to hide Izuku's powers from everyone. But they couldn't really think of any off the top of their heads. Izuku has shown that if needed, he will showcase his new powers to protect people from harm. With that thought in mind, they both shook their heads. Tai visibly relaxed. Good, he whispered with a nod before his personality went right back to normal. Well, he sounds like a great kid. I'd love to meet him one day, Tai says honestly. Well, you know the rules. No leaving the house. I need to go buy something though, RWBY stated. Tai raised an eyebrow, unsure of what she was so desperate to buy. RWBY opened up her suitcase and showed her father the 2 boots she made. I made these for Izuku, but I made a big mistake and they hurt him instead of helping him. I promised to fix them for him, she said. Well, you're still grounded. You aren't allowed to leave unless it's an emergency, Tai stood his ground. This is an emergency, RWBY almost yelled. The father and daughter stared at each other in silence for a few seconds before Tai sighed. How about this? You write me a list of materials, and I'll go grab them for you. Sound fair? Tai offered a compromise. RWBY immediately nodded. As long as she got the materials and tools for Izuku, she was happy. All right, write the list and I'll head off. Why aren't you answering me? Izuku interrogated the girl, who hadn't uttered a single word. She just kept staring at him with that damn smile. He watched her every move. So when he saw her reach into her pocket, he didn't hesitate to act. One for all activated and in the blink of an eye, he dashed towards her. He pushed her against the wall, doing his best not to hurt her. Izuku held her arm up high. She was shocked, but still said nothing. He glanced at to see what she was holding in her pocket. What? Izuku thought. In her hand was a small scroll. On it was a notepad application. Thinking quickly, his gaze went back to the girl. You don't talk, he asked. When the girl nodded, he released the girl. That did not mean he wasn't prepared to act if she did something else. The girl immediately started typing on the scroll. After a few seconds, she turned it around for him to read. My name is Neapolitan. Neapolitan, Izuku muttered to himself. Quickly looking back at the girl, he decided it was time to get to the bottom of this. Why are you stalking me? Earth. Izuku's eyes widened. How did she know what his planet was called? From memory he's only told Blake the name of his planet. How do you know about Earth? He voiced his thoughts. You were talking about it and your abilities to that girl with the bow. Damn it, Izuku thought. First son and now this. He really needed to keep his trap shut before he spilled out more information that could be used against him. Neapolitan stared at him as he looked angry at himself. The shape of his eyes, his curly green hair, the diamond-shaped freckles, and even the structure of his face. While they weren't identical, Izuku shared many physical traits of him. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Izuku soon noticed Neapolitan was staring at him. What? Why are you staring at me like that? You just look like someone I used to know. Someone you used to know? Izuku asked, but Neapolitan was too busy writing in her scroll to pay attention to him. I'm interested in you. I wanted to know more about you, but you were always around other people. I just assumed you didn't want random people to know about your planet, so I tried waiting until you were all alone. Izuku froze and looked around, the cogs in his head turning. That made sense. Why he always felt the eyes on him, but she never interacted with him. If she approached with his friends, they might be hostile to her. And if she talked around other people, they might overhear and the situation would repeat itself over and over again. Well, thanks for waiting till we were in private, Izuku thanked the girl. Neapolitan flashed him a smile before quickly reaching into his pocket and grabbing his scroll. "Hey," Izuku shouted. He was about to grab it back when he saw what she was doing. She soon gave it back to him before giving him a wink and a wave right before she ran off. Izuku stood there, dumbfounded. Before he tried to comprehend what just happened, he glanced at his phone's contacts and shook his head. Neapolitan. Izuku sighed and shook his head. He wasn't going to go after the girl. Danger sense didn't trigger at any point during their interaction. It didn't even trigger when she was stalking him. She wasn't a threat. She didn't give him much to go off of. She was interested in him. That made zero sense to Izuku. But then again, he did just talk about another world in her presence, so that made sense. It all made sense, but that's what confused him the most. Even if she had a solid explanation, something just didn't sit right with him. There was something different about her. Izuku sat down and leaned against the wall while looking up at the sun. This world is weird, he began to reflect on everything that had happened to him. From being sent to Remnant, to meeting Team RWBY. Having to navigate around this new world and figure it out. This was a strange situation, and he was beginning to have mixed feelings. On one hand, his world was stuck without him, having to deal with All for One. Without him, they wouldn't stand a chance against the man. On the other hand, he was beginning to enjoy this world. The crazy events and the people he'd met along the way. Barely anything went his way in this world, but oddly enough, he wasn't complaining. Hell, he was starting to enjoy the adventures he was being dragged along to. But even though he was beginning to enjoy Remnant, he still had a duty to uphold. Earth was his top priority, no matter what. Izuku looked down at his fist before clenching it tightly. Just hang on, guys. I'll come back. Izuku couldn't move. He was stuck standing on the sidelines and All for One stood above Toshinori with a large smile on his face. Izuku tried to move, to do something to help his mentor, but he couldn't move. He wasn't even sure he had his body anymore. It felt like he was just a floating spirit, observing the scene in front of him. Shame your protege wasn't here to witness it. Although I must admit it was new for me. Normally the student abandons the master to save themselves. This time, you left the next vessel of my brother's quirk to die. All for One let out a raspy chuckle. Toshinori growled and tried to fight the man, but it was hard when his entire body was burning and he couldn't move. Noticing helicopters in the sky, All for One turned and looked at the man who had injured him greatly. Why not give me one more smile, All Might? After all, this will be your last one to show to all the people that believed in you heroes, the man taunted. Toshinori gritted his teeth and glared up towards his archenemy with nothing but pure spite and hatred in his eyes. When All for One saw how angry All Might was, he simply smiled and raised his fist. Well, I enjoyed our fight, but alas, everything must come to an end. Every battle must have its victor and its loser. His smile turned predatory as he looked down at the broken man. And I am the victor. Izuku's body lurched upwards out of his bed and slammed his head into the roof before his body flopped back onto the bed. His breathing was erratic and his mind in shambles. He squirmed around in his bed, trying to move his body, but he felt paralyzed. Ninth, calm down. En clamored from within his mind, trying to help the boy remain calm. All Might, was all that came out from Izuku's mouth, tears now rolling down his cheek. What's wrong with Toshinori? Nana's vestige floated beside En. He died. UA was destroyed. All for One won, Izuku exclaimed. Eighth is fine. He hasn't appeared. You just had a nightmare. Yoichi calmed Izuku down to the best of his abilities. Izuku, still feeling scared, closed his eyes and tried to follow Yoichi's advice. The man was right. There was no change in OFA. He couldn't feel anything new in the quirk. Truth be told, he didn't know if he would feel a change in the quirk, but the man said Toshinori hadn't died, and he had no power to view back into his world, so many would consider it a dream. But Izuku didn't. No, it wasn't a dream, Izuku whispered to the vestiges as he stared up to the ceiling. It's what's going to happen if I don't get home in time. Breathing a sigh of relief, he gently closed his eyes again until they burst open. Blake, he yelled out. Nana was quick to reassure him. Don't worry, we wouldn't be talking to you if she was around. Rolling over to confirm what Nana said was true, Izuku breathed a heavy sigh of relief when he found Blake wasn't in the room. She must have gotten up earlier and went to the library to read. Note to self: go spend time with her after calling RWBY and checking up on her. He made a mental note before sliding through the opening of the ropes and hopping down to the ground. He looked back up to the bed hanging from the ceiling and shook his head. He was honestly surprised he hadn't banged his head on the ceiling before. The most damage he had done to himself was when he fell onto the ground from his bed a week ago. It still surprised him that he'd been sleeping up there ever since he came to Beacon in November. Blinking, Izuku froze in place. The month right now was February. Only a week until March. He'd been on Remnant for 4 months, nearly 5. His last day on Earth was in April. So if he added that up, that meant, am I 17? Izuku thought, his eyes squinting as he tried to think of any way for it not to be true, but sadly for him it was. Biologically, he was now 17 years old, but technically, he was still 16 since it wasn't July yet on Remnant or back on Earth. So, do I say I'm 16 or 17 now? He pondered to himself. Izuku didn't care that he missed his birthday, it was minuscule compared to everything he was going through at the moment. Besides, for most of his life, he only celebrated his birthday with his mother. He could go a year just by himself. Pushing the thoughts about his age aside, he walked into the bathroom. Izuku passed the mirror and went straight for the shower, but paused when he noticed something. Walking backwards, he looked at himself in the large mirror. Since he had no pajamas, he elected to wear his regular clothes to bed, which he didn't consider to be much of a deal. He certainly wasn't going to sleep in his underwear around 4 girls. Looking at his clothes, he noticed that his shirt was slightly raised from where it normally was. Squinting in confusion, he lifted up his shirt before lowering it. Frowning, he checked his shirt again and saw how it seemed smaller than normal. He wouldn't have noticed it at first, but on further inspection, he realized that his initial suspicions were right. It wasn't by much, and he doubted anyone would notice at first glance. It had probably been happening over the course of his stay, but he only noticed now. He questioned how it was happening, but then he remembered he was still 16, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. He was growing, but that wasn't what Izuku focused on. His tiny increase in height served another purpose. It was yet another reminder that while he was on Remnant, he wasn't staying the same age as the people back on Earth. It was a reminder that when he got back to Ua, things wouldn't be the same. It was another reminder that he was getting older. Izuku sat down on one of the chairs in the room and pulled out his scroll. He'd been keeping in contact with the other girls since they left, as well as John just for a check-in every now and again. He called Yang yesterday, but she said that RWBY was focused on his boots, so Izuku decided to call her today instead. He opened up his phone, but his thumb hovered over RWBY's number as he noticed a different contact at the bottom. Neapolitan. He frowned slightly as he remembered the girl. He hadn't texted her, and she hadn't texted him either. But Izuku knew it would just be a matter of time. The only question he had was how was he going to handle it. She wanted answers about his world, and he didn't really want to share. Not to mention it would be hard to explain if one of the girls, God forbid it be Blake, finds out she'd been texting him. He'd had to explain to Blake that the girl wasn't stalking him and it was just his paranoia messing around with him. After he'd gotten back, it had taken some time, but Blake eventually laid off. Did Izuku think it was bad that he was lying to his friend? Yes, but Neapolitan seemed different in a weird way, and he wanted to figure out why. He knew that the girls would be hostile towards her if they knew she had been stalking him, so right now he just needed to keep his mouth shut and try and figure this all out. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku pressed on RWBY's name and waited. After a few rings, RWBY picked up. Her camera showed her bright smile as she saw Izuku. Izuku, hi, she greeted him excitedly. Hi RWBY, how have you been? Izuku asked, a smile appearing on his face at the sight of one of his best friends. I've been good, still grounded, but that just gives me more time to work on your boots. RWBY gave a small shrug before her face lit up. Oh, I've finished them, by the way. I hope they don't hurt you again. Speaking of which, did you hit your head? RWBY asked, her head tilting slightly to the side. Just a nightmare, and it doesn't help that I'm so close to the roof. Izuku explained his injury to his friends. Ah, sorry for putting it so high up. We just needed space to walk underneath it. RWBY sheepishly apologized with an awkward laugh. It's not your fault. If I'd never been brought here, you probably wouldn't have had to move the extra bed, Izuku casually stated. Yeah, RWBY quietly agreed, her eyes not meeting his. Izuku wondered what he said wrong before switching topics. So where's Yang? RWBY flinched at his question and her eyes looked away with a slightly nervous look on her face. She's not here. She snuck out of the house again. Izuku nodded his head. Yang had told him about her trips out of the house. Izuku didn't really have much of a problem with it. It was just who Yang was, and he knew she was being safe and responsible. Hopefully. Yang said that she wanted to talk tomorrow if I was free. Why didn't you tell her we were going to be talking? Izuku questioned. Normally he texted either one of the sisters to let them know when he was going to call and they would tell the other. RWBY pouted and twiddled her fingers together. Because she didn't tell me you were gonna call yesterday, she defended her actions. And because I just wanted to speak with you alone this time. Izuku's face took on a pensive look when RWBY explained why she didn't tell her half-sister. Did that mean Yang also didn't tell RWBY because she wanted time with him without anyone else? She just wanted a private chat. And RWBY didn't tell Yang because she also wanted to chat with him without anyone else around. Izuku pursed his lips in thought, trying to think of why they might be doing that. A few thoughts popped into his mind, but he was interrupted from his chain of thought when RWBY sighed. My friends at Signal haven't been responding to my letters lately, RWBY said, her face a bit downtrodden. We've been losing touch ever since I came to Beacon. I try writing letters to them, but I don't hear anything back from them. Izuku hummed sadly, matching her mood. Yeah, I miss my friends back on Earth. He tried to relate to the girl. Did you ever drift apart from your friends when you went to your hero school? Izuku let out a tiny sigh and his eyes lowered with a troubled gaze. Middle school wasn't the best, Izuku confessed to RWBY. When he entered UA, he didn't keep in touch with his class from Aldera. Mostly because they didn't want to hang out with the quirkless loser. He wondered how they were doing now. Didn't really have any friends. I was a very quiet kid back then. Izuku let out a tiny chuckle, remembering how he used to act. Things changed drastically when he entered UA, and then again when he arrived at Beacon. You still kinda are, RWBY pointed out. You don't talk too much to other people. Well, that's because I don't have much interest in making more friends. The more people I meet, the more people I'll have to say goodbye to when I leave, Izuku truthfully told her. But if he was being honest, he was also content with the friend he had now. If he only had Team RWBY, he would have been content. They were his best friends while he was in this world. RWBY nodded sadly, wincing when he talked about leaving, and wanted to ask him a question. Izuku, will you still stay in touch with me when you go back to your world? She asked. Izuku wanted to assure her that they would, but he just couldn't. The way to take him back might only be one way. Or it can only be used once. There were too many variables that could prevent them from seeing each other again when Izuku returned to Earth. But that didn't mean Izuku would just take that lying down. He cared about his friends in this world, and he would try his best to find a way if all else failed. I'll try my best to make sure I won't lose contact with you or any of the others. That answer seemed to be the right one as RWBY gave him a smile, but this one felt different. It wasn't her overly happy and excited smile she normally showed him. This one was softer, and held some emotion Izuku couldn't quite put his finger on. I miss you, Izuku, RWBY smiled at the boy, a tiny dusting of red on her cheeks. Izuku was taken aback. She'd said that she'd missed him before, but this one seemed to hold a certain feeling to it that warmed Izuku's body for a reason unknown to him. He couldn't stop the tiny blush rising onto his cheeks to match hers as he gave her a smile back. I miss you too, RWBY. It was rare to find someone with strength that outclassed the masses. She wasn't talking about the regular humans in Faunus. She was talking about the people who were sent to kill the creatures she controlled. From what she first heard about the boy, Izuku Midoriya, he had 2 or 3 powers. One boosted his strength and speed. One that allowed him to create green lightning, which might be connected to his previous power. Further study would be needed. And a power that allowed him to create these black tendrils from his body and control them at will. Her curiosity immediately piqued. 2 or 3 semblances were more than the regular person possessed, but then Cinder faced utter failure when the criminal she hired was intercepted by the boy. Normally, she would have been disappointed at the outcome, but she received news that only heightened her curiosity. The boy had a new power. The ability to fly. But that was not all. When Cinder pressed the criminal on what he knew about the boy, the man recounted how he started to raise his gun and the boy dived out of his sight. Like the boy knew what was about to happen. That made her ponder. What sort of power could it be? A future sight was the first one she thought of before brushing it aside. He got hit with a shipping container and got blown up by a dust crystal. He would have foreseen these events in his mind and prevented them. But then she wondered, what if she wasn't too far off the mark? What if the boy could see, or sense, things around him? He dodged every bullet the terrorist organization threw at him. And while most of it could be attributed to agility, what if that wasn't the full story? Getting shot had a high potential to be fatal. Then she thought of the 2 times he did get hit, and it began to make more sense than her previous theory. The boy was strong enough to throw a shipping container, and took the dust blast. Which meant that it wasn't dangerous enough to be considered a threat. What if the boy had the power to sense things that could damage or kill him? Being able to sense attacks coming was a powerful ability if paired with a quick and agile body, but that was assuming the person was from Remnant. This boy wasn't. He had 3 other powers alongside it. All of them have the ability to increase his agility. If used right, he could be untouchable. And she wasn't even talking about his strength. With power like that, he could easily take down most of her Grimm. But that was just her assuming he wasn't hiding more powers. At first it was just 2, then more powers began surfacing. There was a high chance he might be holding more cards up his sleeve. But she couldn't prove anything for now. She just needed to keep pushing him and see if he had any other abilities. Right now the boy is enrolled in his school, training to be a huntsman and assisting her enemies while unknowingly fighting against her, but that was okay. He believed himself to be in control of his fate. That may be so, but everything is subject to change. Potential that outclasses most others, with multiple powers that seem to be stronger than regular semblances. A sharp and tactical mind, and a willingness to protect his allies from harm. The only issue was his mental state. She'd been watching him through her crystal ball after Cinder reported a possible threat, and she was disappointed in what she saw. Incredible power. Yet he kept it hidden from others and only powered up when the situation called for it. Untrusting, but he seemed close with a few people. A tortured soul that was getting healed faster than she would have liked. But the thing that intrigued her the most was that he lacked the ability to kill a Grimm, let alone another, a human or Faunus. He'd been put in the perfect position many times, yet he instead showed mercy and held himself back. Perhaps it was to display power, showcasing his power over everyone. Maybe it was to see how strong his opponents were, a sadistic test on those he fought. Or it was the most likely answer. Empathy. If she wanted the boy on her side, she would need to turn him away from his clutches and bring him to her. However, his sanity wasn't weak enough for her to take advantage of him. But that was not a problem. Everything had a breaking point. Nothing was indestructible. All you need to do is simply put enough pressure on it. And then watch it break. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.